Hello, and welcome to day 2 of App.js Conf. We're really excited for this day.
I'm super excited. I think day 1 was really good. I learned a lot, and I'm really excited for day 2. We're going to do even more deep dives into a lot of more talks, and it's great to kind of come back and see a couple of familiar faces that I met yesterday.
Absolutely. Now, for those of you who may not remember, we're going to quickly introduce ourselves again for those in the room and joining us online. My name is Kevin Lewis, and by day, I'm a developer advocate at Appify. We are the largest marketplace of data tools for your applications and AI agents.
And my name is Nathaniel Okenwa. I serve developers at a company called Twilio, and I'm really excited to continue seeing what people are building with today and see what things I can take to my team and tell them about as well. So I'm really excited about that. But there is going to be a lot of amazing content today, and sometimes it's tricky to keep track of it all. So, a little perk, if you haven't done it already, make sure you download the App.js app, and if you have the old one from last year, make sure you go and update it, because I didn't do that until the middle of the day yesterday, and I realized I was looking at the wrong information. But make sure you go and update the app so that you can have all of the links, all of the information you need where you need it.
Yes, we also wanted to take a moment and thank the sponsors that made this event possible. You can go talk to them outside behind the curtain there and up on the mezzanine, but we specifically wanted to call out a sponsor who's brand new, who came in yesterday for today, and that's Screen Studio. I'm really excited for them to be here because I personally am a power user of Screen Studio. If ever you need to do screencasts on macOS, you should give them a look. It's really, really good.
Cool. And speaking of sponsors, sponsors love you and they want to give you prizes. So there are a bunch of raffles happening today. There is going to be one at 11 o'clock, and that's going to be from CodeMagic, and it's going to be at their stand. And then there's going to be a bunch more at 4:30, which are going to be on the stage. So make sure you are entered into as many raffles as you can by going to all of the sponsors during the coffee breaks, during the breaks, and going and making sure you are entered into the raffles. And then at 11 o'clock for CodeMagic, and then over in here for the rest of them at 4:30, you can find out if you are a lucky winner.
Oh, just one more reminder for those who are here in the room. As you see, there is a curtain at the back of this space here where talks are happening. If you want to have conversations with folks while there is content happening on stage, either do it outside or in the restaurant. It's a beautiful day outside. Or just generally keep your voice down behind the curtain or on the mezzanine.
But there is going to be an opportunity for you all to make as much noise as you can. And that is when we are cheering on speakers or giving them a round of applause at the end of their talks. So I thought, just like exercise, I went to the gym this morning. I saw a few other people from the conference in the gym. Nice. I thought we should warm up. We should get started. And you know, usually when you warm up, you start with like a slow walk, and then you turn it into a jog before you really go hard.
Absolutely.
So I think we could do that with like our clapping and our applause, and do that together before you do the intro, and we go all out for the first speaker. How does that sound?
Okay, I think that was the lower tier clapping.
Exactly, right. Okay. Some people in the audience were ready for it. Some people are still loosening up. All right, so let's go for a low tier. You're at a golf course. You're clapping it up for, okay, you can't make too much noise. All right, that's nice.
I heard the assignment.
Cool. Now, let's step it up. What would be a little bit of a step up from a golf course?
Oh, when you're one of those awkward people who clap when the plane lands.
Oh, the clap when the plane lands. Oh, yes. All right, let's see that. Pretend we are all that awkward person clapping as the plane lands. Gosh, terrible. I hate it when people do that.
I love it so much. Sometimes I threaten to do it when I'm with someone. And they're like, no, don't.
Remind me never to take a flight with you. Yeah. All right, let's be serious now. Okay, what's next? I think it's like at a sporting event, something really, really good has just happened. I'm a big Arsenal fan, so maybe we're clapping our team off after they've done a really, really good job. Let's give it up. Yes, a couple of whoops, cheers.
Feeling the love. I think.
I'm feeling the
Not
love.
bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, I was going to say it's like your team winning a championship, but I think maybe one thing a little bit better is when there's been an amazing speaker who's solved a problem you and your engineering team have. That is so loud. I expect to see someone whooping, someone screaming, maybe someone whistling, maybe someone stomping their feet.
We want people outside the venue who are just trickling in to be like, whoa, what's happening in there? It needs to be that loud, okay?
All right, you ready? Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Big cheers! Yes! I love it.
Okay.
All right, we need to keep that energy for the next speaker.
Absolutely. And our first speaker of the day is Jamie. Jamie is a software engineer based in Japan and a member of the TypeScript TSC.
Yes.
I think. Did I get that right? I got it wrong. Jamie's going to correct me. My mistake there. But he spends a lot of time trying to figure out how to squeeze React Native into places it wasn't originally meant to go. And in this talk today, that's going to be focused on desktop. Jamie's going to talk about the capabilities and limitations of running Expo on macOS and on Windows. So remember, we're doing the 10 out of 10. We're not doing your team's done a good effort. We're not doing you're awkward on a plane. We're not doing the golf course. We are doing the absolutely amazing speaker intro. And I want you to all give it up now for Jamie. Woo!
Hello. All right. Okay. Expo is a recommended way to make a React Native app for mobile. But what if you want to make an app for desktop? Welcome to Expo on desktop. Now, as we all know, Expo builds on some technologies. It builds upon React Native, and that's what allows it to target iOS and Android. So clearly, to target desktop, we need some extra ingredients, and that's where React Native Desktop comes in. We have React Native macOS and React Native Windows. But I want to zoom in on these things, because there's no point talking about Expo on desktop unless we have a good foundation. So I want to ask, can we build with these things today? Should I use React Native Desktop? And I'm going to deliver this as a pitch and anti-pitch. So, starting with a pitch. The obvious thing is maybe you've already got a mobile app. It's built with React Native. What is the cheapest way to get desktop as well? Well, clearly, React Native Desktop. You don't have to change anything. The other thing is it's fully native. Now, these days, everyone wants a desktop app, but most of the time, they're being built with web view-based frameworks. So if you want to actually respect the idioms of a platform and inherit new things like liquid glass, or many years back it was dark mode, like fully native is the way to go. Another thing about fully native is you get resource efficiency. Now, one of the problems we're finding today is that all the apps made for desktop are coming out in Electron. And Electron is a hungry, hungry hippo. It's made... let's see what sort of resources it consumes. On the app size front, if you make a single architecture build of an Electron Hello World app on both macOS and Windows, it uses 300 megabytes size. React Native Desktop is way slimmer. What about memory usage? Well, Electron apps are multi-process, so you have to count up the memory that's used across all of those processes. And at idle, in a release build, it uses about 100 megabytes. It can't get below that. How does it look for React Native Desktop? This is a little harder to discuss. So clearly macOS is very good, but the surprising thing is that Windows is not so competitive, but I'd like to read into this a little bit. The React Native Windows Fabric rewrite is still in pretty early days, so I've been told the Microsoft team are just trying to get up to feature parity for now, and in future they're going to improve on the performance. So let's keep an eye on it. The other thing is, React Native Desktop is trusted. It's been used by Microsoft and Meta in a great variety of really important big-name apps. So you can trust in it in production. Let's get on to the anti-pitch, the really fun stuff. Now, the first thing everyone's aware of is the community is tiny, but just how tiny? In the latest React Native desktop survey, about 1,500 people said they were targeting iOS or Android. How does it look for desktop? Not great. So if you are trying to develop a desktop app, you are probably going to be on your own solving your own problems. So you need to be someone who's happy to sort out those problems, dive into the unknown. Next thing, what about the ecosystem? Well, we are all pretty satisfied with mobile development. There's maybe 2,500 packages to choose from for iOS and Android. How does it look for desktop? 88. So, more often than not, if you're trying to make a real-world desktop app, you are going to be writing native modules. You're going to have to do all this stuff yourself, fill in ecosystem gaps. Again, this means your personality has to be ready for dealing with these trials and tribulations. Next up, release schedule. This one is a constant issue. If you want to use the latest and greatest of React Native, you may be disappointed because React Native Desktop tends to lag behind by a few months or even a few years. At least it is now all on default new architecture, so that's really improved things though. Next thing is it's really hard to set up. So I've done this a few times, I'm pretty experienced with it, but it is simply a very fiddly process. It takes me generally about an hour to set up React Native macOS in a monorepo. It's also complex to deploy. There's 2 new app stores to master, 1 new build system, and you're going to have to figure out how do I make the code signing, notarization, deployment scripts for all these new targets. And there's very little prior art to draw on. So again, you have to be adventurous and ready for that. All in all, in my experience building React Native desktop apps for real world, I found I was using 20% of my time writing business logic, but the vast majority of it filling in ecosystem gaps. So it's not very encouraging. But I'm here to say that I think Expo is the answer. Let me tell you why. For each of those problems that we covered, Expo has some form of solution. Ecosystem is too small. Well, many years ago, Expo solved this for us on the React Native front with the Expo SDK. A wide variety of native modules to solve every possible business need you might have. And for everything beyond that, there's the Expo Modules API, which allows you to easily create modules for yourself. What about it being hard to set up? Well, Expo brings us Create Expo App, which allows us to build from a variety of different templates, like blank TypeScript or the Expo Router default template. But even more importantly, Expo Pre-Build. So this was the key to keeping your app up to date over time and maintaining those native project changes in your Xcode and Gradle projects. Lastly, it's complex to deploy. We've got 3 words for you. Expo Application Services. What about the last one, though, the small community and the lagging releases? Well, I think this is more something that can be solved indirectly with a positive feedback loop. If we improve React Native Desktop via Expo, we can get more users, and more of those users can come back to contribute and make it better. So if Expo is supposed to be our salvation, then what exactly is the state of Expo support for React Native Desktop? Let's try building... Oh, whoops, I just did the animation there. Oh, well, let's try using one of these standard CLI commands that we're used to. Let's try doing them for desktop. What will happen if we actually run these? Well, they're all just going to break. And yet, I'm here to say that there's a large amount of functionality for desktop support hiding in the Expo ecosystem already. I'll take you through it. Oh yeah, I was going to say, and all the pieces are there. Anyway, so the Expo SDK. It might surprise you to find that over 1/3 of all the Expo SDK modules for iOS also build and run for macOS. And this is thanks to the ongoing efforts of Expo core team members who have put in effort over the years to make sure that we keep the door open for Expo on macOS. There's also the Expo Modules API. I was able to use this as is on React Native macOS to write a child process module in Swift. It just worked. Expo UI. Now, this is a slide that I put in at the last moment because it was only possible to say at the last moment. Now, I got talking to Nishan a few days back and asking, does Expo UI work on macOS? And Nishan told me, well, it compiles, so maybe it runs. And then we tried it out, and it didn't. But Nishan took that as a challenge, and he did the last bit of work to push it over the line. And so I'm happy to announce we have Expo UI on macOS. And Nishan, being a very humble man, wanted to pass the praise also on to the members of the team who have built it in the first place. So it couldn't be possible without everyone's efforts. Now, the next thing to talk about is Expo config plugins. Cedric showed us maybe 1 or 2 years back how to use config plugins for out-of-tree platforms. And as I showed earlier, although we don't have pre-build, we have the beating heart of config plugins. So he showed us how we could run them as one-off build scripts. And the we here is Tommy from Microsoft, who used them in a React Native test app, and then myself, who God knows what I used it for, all sorts of spare time projects. Now, the next thing is the Metro config. When I was building React Native desktop apps for industry, I needed a Metro config that actually worked. So I collaborated with Tommy, and together we built a Metro config that would work for both desktop and Expo. Next up, Andrew Coates from Microsoft. He recently made a PR to Expo to make sure that pure, this is really hard to explain, but pure turbo modules will just work in React Native Windows on Expo in new architecture. It's really hard to explain, but it's really good. Next up, I have implemented Expo Run macOS. This was a line-by-line port of Expo Run iOS, and to make it completely faithful, it needs to do quite a lot of things. So along the way, I implemented Expo Fingerprint from macOS and cached build providers. So there's a lot of stuff here. And I was going, from here in the talk, I was going to say, explain how we can stitch them all together, what surgery is necessary. But it was going to be 20 slides, and it looked really hard. So I thought, well, I've got 2 weeks here. Could I actually solve this problem for everyone and make it easier? And so I have a little something to announce, and it's called Expo Desktop. Now, so to be clear, this is something unofficial. It's not a fork, but I'll tell you what this thing is. It's a tool to make React Native Desktop run first class on Expo. And to make that possible, it needs to do a few things. It handles, first of all, the fiddly setup of creating a new app. Now, this is a thing that would take me 1 hour to get macOS added, maybe 2 hours to get Windows added. So this is going to make that get that all down to 1 minute. It implements Expo pre-build. It fills in the missing parts of the ecosystem. Now, this is a long-term goal. It does a little bit of the ecosystem for now. Oh, yeah. And it's not vibe coded. So, what can we say about it? Well, it's made in 2 parts. It's a compatibility layer and a CLI tool. Now, I'm going to tell you how the compatibility layer works. I can't say it's desperately interesting, but I just want to convey the amount of effort that went into it. So some technical details here. Let's just bear with me. Config plugins. I knew we were going to need config plugins, but I needed to understand how do they come into it. And it turns out Expo has a default set of config plugins. So even before you add config plugins into your array of plugins in App.js, it's got some stuff that it does behind the scenes. You set your name in App.js, and it's running config plugins on those. There's quite a few of them. I ported all of these to macOS. It was a lot of work. Next up, we needed some new ones, because there are some things in the macOS and Windows app templates that they're not aware of the way Expo does things. So we need to change the templates, and so we need config plugins for that. Things like changing the entry point to be index.js to Expo's virtual entry point. So we have a few config plugins like that. I'm not going to cover all of them, but lots of stuff like that. there's also side effects at runtime to talk about. So every Expo app starts with this. You call register root component, and it has to come out of the Expo module. But that import right there does several side effects. It triggers things like polyfills, and it initializes some Expo modules. They require something called native modules proxy, which I won't get into, but that thing requires Expo modules core. So the rabbit hole goes deeper. I had to implement Expo modules core. So what I did was I took the exact same C++ sources that they use for iOS and Android, and thankfully the Expo team made this platform agnostic. So it is a genuine Expo modules core for Windows. Next up, a couple of SDK modules. You need Expo Asset and Expo Constants. So I implemented them for Windows. And many other minor things. So let's see the CLI tool that we can build thanks to this compatibility layer. It's Expo Desktop. And for now, it implements 2 commands. You've got create app and prebuild, which do exactly what you'd expect. Let's try out Expo Desktop create app. So it looks like this. First thing it's going to ask you is what name you want. And this has always been a little problematic for me, because I always end up generating an app and finding it's given me the wrong thing, and I have to delete the app and start again. Give a shout if that's happened to you. Yeah. No need for a clapper. So I divided it into 3 questions. You've got the file safe name, the display name, and you can do what you like with that. You can do spaces, Chinese characters, go wild. Next up is a reverse DNS. We use this as the package namespace. Now on Android, it wants underlines. On macOS, it wants hyphens. And then for Windows, what does it want? Nothing. It wants nothing. So yeah, it's hard to get right. So it gives you a last-minute check to make sure that you don't spend 5 minutes downloading NPM modules and generating stuff for no reason. Here's what Android looks like, and then Apple platforms, and then Windows. So you say, yes, I want that. And then the next thing it's going to do is what I find the most fiddly part every time, which is finding where the versions all line up. What common minor version can I use for React Native Windows, and React Native macOS? So it does that. Next up, you get a choice of package manager. We'll go with Bun, which is recommended on Apple platforms and absolutely not recommended on Windows because it's segfaults. We do that, and the first step it does is it does a create Expo app. So far, just a normal Expo mobile app. And then it applies the templates. So it uses the normal macOS and Windows templates, and it applies config plugins over them, which I think is going to come in a later step. We'll see. So it then does some config. It installs dependencies for NPM, and then it runs a pre-build for mobile and the pre-build for desktop. Lastly, we've got to deal with Cocoapods, which soon we won't have to because we're getting a talk on Swift Package Manager, but we'll be ready for that. A bit more pod installing. And then finally, the last bit of config. And then you can be the proud owner of an Expo app that implements Windows, Android, iOS, and macOS. All right, so smooth sailing from here, right? Desktop is saved. We can all start making Expo apps that are really satisfactory and easy to do. I'd say moderate your excitement. For the longest time, it has been an ease of use of 0. And I'd say what this thing does is it gets us over that high barrier to entry. We are here. From here, there's going to be things to polish, of course, but I think it's a really good starting point. The ultimate goal, though, is to get this upstreamed. You know, it would be great if desktop were a first-class citizen in Expo. So this is a kind of proving ground to be able to let you visualize what it would be like to have something like this. So I want to say how you can help. Now, first up, there's a GitHub repo. It'd be great if you could. There we go. Got 20 seconds there. If you want to star it, it's up to you. So you can also see if it looks like the kind of thing you'd like to contribute to, and see how the pudding is made. Next up, I really love if you try to break it. So if in your spare time, you could just run that npx expo desktop create app and tell me what breaks. And then we can file those issues, and I can spend a few weeks fixing it up. We've got, I think I was told 400 people here. So if 400 people show all their problems, we can make it good enough for everyone. So I look forward to what everyone makes with this. And I just wanted to say it's been amazing to come and meet everyone after 10 years of being active in the community. It's just a dream come true. So thank you for listening. That's all.
What a fantastic first talk. Thank you so much, and thank you for being such a great audience. I was just backstage, and on top of seeing the talk, I could hear all of the lovely rounds of applauses you gave. I want to keep that energy up throughout the rest of the day. Now, our next speaker, Gant, is Chief Innovation Officer at Infinite Red, who are the maintainers of Chain React and the Ignite boilerplate. He is also a Google developer expert for machine learning and author of a book on TensorFlow.js. So when I was told that this talk is a mix of AI and magic and production-ready React Native applications, I knew that he had the background to back it up. Yeah, I'm really, really excited for this talk. Are you all ready to go?
All ready.
I love that. So, if you'll remember, we're going 10 out of 10, full energy all day. I'm relying on you to make this work. Please give Gant a huge round of applause.
Yes. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It is fantastic to be back on this stage, and many of you have come up to me and told me that you really enjoyed last time I spoke here. And you said, last time you did a demo, are you going to do another demo, or are you going to find a way to top that? And I absolutely am looking for a way to top this talk that I did last time. So I think the way to do that is I need a volunteer from the audience, because we're going to be doing the reverse magic trick. And I have two requirements for my volunteer. Number one, I have to be able to pronounce your name. And two, you better not be a Flutter developer. So if you'd like to volunteer, please raise your hand. Yes, you, sir, right there in the front. Come on up. Oh, you look like you make good decisions. Let's give him a round of applause. This will be your first bad decision. Okay, good. Now, tell us, what's your name? Wilhelm. Thank you so much. Now, will you hold these cards for us for a moment here? Trust me, this will not be embarrassing for me, because here's what's going to happen is you are going to do the magic trick. And that's going to be an amazing thing. So thank you so much. If everything goes well, then I hope you enjoy it. I'm glad I did this talk. If it goes poorly, Wilhelm was the magician. So we're going to blame you if that's what happens, okay? Have you ever done a magic trick on stage at a tech conference before? No. Oh, shit. Okay, this is already going poorly. Okay, good. So this is what we're going to do. I need you to go ahead and take the cards out. Shuffle them up for me while you can. And then tell me, oh, look at the cards. They're all different. They're all unique. What's that? No, you can't back out. Okay, good. So all the cards are unique and different. Doubling down on that. Good job for you. Fantastic. Now fan them out for me. I'm going to pick this card. Oh, that's a beautiful card. This is fantastic. Now what I need you to do is stand right here. I want the audience behind you. And I want you to hold your hand out like this. I'm going to put the card in your hand. And the important part about this is the I regret volunteering photo. Let's see. There you are. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Could you look happy for a second, please? Okay, good. Works out for me. Now, without looking at it, put it back in the deck, shuffle it up. All shuffled up. Everything seems pretty good. It's a drunk shuffle, I see. Okay, good. Fantastic. Now, Wilhelm, you never turn your back to the audience. You're a terrible magician. Look. Do you think that you could tell me my card? Maybe? Okay.
I can show you your card, maybe.
Ah, Jesus. Okay, I know what to do in this situation. You always just bring out outside advice. That always works in software, correct? Wilhelm, this is what I want you to do. You can take these cards, and I want you to throw that ball as hard as you can into the audience over there. That almost cost us an insurance policy. Good. Will someone please take that ball, and then tell me your favorite card, like a nice high card or something like that. An ace. Okay, but we're not going to take the spades part of that. What I want you to do is I want you to throw the ball to the other side of the audience. Fantastic. Oh, yep. The ball of truth has chosen you. Give me a suit of the card, please. Like spades or diamonds or hearts. What? Diamonds. So ace of diamonds. Good. Now, here's a very important part of the trick. It's where the magician retrieves the ball of truth. I had a good feeling for you, mostly that you'd go fetch things. Well done. All right, good. This is my gift to you. That's fantastic. So, now, you have to tell me, do you think the card I got was the ace of diamonds? And this is whether or not you agree with the audience, and they have the numbers, so... Well, you'd be wrong, because it was the ace of diamonds. Fantastic. Wonderful trick. Feel free to go ahead. Now, well done. That was great. Now, some of you are thinking that was convenient, right? I would agree. But fortunately, I think we took a photo, didn't we? Yeah? I did. And I think that we can go ahead and take a look perhaps sometime soon at that photo. And let's see how's the best way to do this. I'll go here. And we'll see, I have to, let's see, 1 second. Go to share my, all right. Everybody's familiar with this? You're able to see? What we're going to do is I'm going to connect to my phone. Phone's in use, right? No, now it's not. Don't laugh at how old it is. Now, I have a question. If, when you see this, he was holding the ace of diamonds, I think that demands a pretty loud round of applause, right? So I'm going to go to the last photos that I took. Down here at the bottom. And there is Wilhelm holding the ace of diamonds. So, how was that done? How did we do that? And of course, it works in the same sense that all great tricks and software and science and magic work with a team. So you might be wondering, Gant, did you just have AI listen to the whole thing and take care of that for you? And that, I would not trust that because it's mission critical. It has to be other people. Humans have to be in place to keep AI working. So what I did was, I have a team where I am the performer, and then the lovely Frank and Mazen over there, Mazen Chami and Frank Calise in the back. You see them back there waving? They deserve most of the credit here because what happened is they had a code, and before I went backstage, I connected with them in that code. And then I granted access to the camera. And then what I did was, all I did was have Wilhelm select a card, and here's that card right now, why not? And I sent that off to them. Now, while the ball of truth was flying around, we were using React Native, Expo, Supabase, and we were sending things. So let's say it was King of Diamonds. And then we send this off to AI. But you notice I didn't have sound doing this. I had people checking it, right? And that's key in what we do. And it's a key part of like what I think is important. Even on speaker Wi-Fi, right? Let's just be careful. And there you go. There's a photo of me holding the Ace of Diamonds. That's the wrong card. And that's why you need people here. But it generated 2 images. And there I am holding the Ace of Diamonds. A second ago, you saw me holding air, right? Approve and send. And then while I was over here getting ready, that is how we did the trick. Pretty awesome, yeah? So I could talk for a long time about what all the pieces of that were, what code was. Let's go into the code. Let's take a look at the pieces. But we're in an AI world. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's a single one of you. You're all experts. There's not a single one of you that couldn't go make that exact same app tomorrow. I don't know if you'd want to trust all the bugs that we squashed on the way to kind of get here and then get it all the way to the App Store even, so that way we made sure that our test flight was not going to expire immediately as soon as I started the trick. But what happens is you all can make that. What I want to share with you is what the mindset was to make sure that this was going to work, right? And we didn't cut the pieces in sizes of what the tech was. We did something new. We kind of took a look at how things always start. Games, originally one person makes a game. Minesweeper, oh, it's fantastic. But then it's made by a team. Same thing with web. How many of you were webmasters back in the day? Do you remember that term? As soon as the term went out of favor, it also just made no sense because you had teams of people. It was like 70,000 people just do Facebook.com. And then mobile for Flappy Bird, right? We have one person making an app, but we have teams that make an app. We're seeing history repeat itself again now that we have AI. We have one person. That's all I need. And that's all they're going to do. And we can trust everything that happens, but there's all these limitations that come into place when you have one person. You can't scale it. And usually the people coming to us saying, this is a good decision, are not even aware of how they're failing in mission-critical circumstances. So how can we fix this? If only there was a process that could help. So we've been experimenting at Infinite Red with a process that we think may or may not be the future. It doesn't matter, but we're enjoying it. And so when we built the app that you saw today, we did this new process. And we call it AI Triforce. And this isn't a talk about all the tools or exactly open sourcing anything. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't want to open source it. I don't want to push this out there. If you want to try AI Triforce, come to the table and talk to us. Get our own little ball of truth. And we'll show you the app again and again and again. We can do the trick as much as possible. But the key takeaway I want you to think about is, how are we able to get a deterministic result out of a non-deterministic AI? So what we did was, we say, why should your junior designer have the same write access as your senior security engineer? Let's think of it a different way. The way we're thinking about it is that there are 3 job titles, or roles, or as we like to say, hero classes. There's the product experience architect, the integrity engineer, and the systems engineer. And what we do here is this solution's meant to cut not to tech, because it used to be you can't touch back end because you don't know back end, or you can't touch this because you don't have the keys to it. But features slice vertically. And with AI, we need to also figure that out. So the PXA is moving tickets over. They're thinking of features. They're thinking of the experience with the app. They're adding pieces to it. But they're not thinking about the security, the accessibility, the integrity, the API changes, the breaks, the new pieces of it that are absolutely important under stress conditions. They're not taking each feature and running it on an iOS and Android device. Because why should you hit the brakes when you've got wind at your back? That's the job of the integrity engineer. They go in, they take a look at it, and they say, hey, my job is just making sure that this is going to work in a mission-critical environment. And they are also supported by the systems engineer. Deep performance gains, checking, validation, architectural overview of the tech. And the three of the people work together. I'm going to show you a quick demo of how this kind of looked. So let's say I want to add a phone sound to the process when it's completed, because I don't know if you heard it, but my phone made a sound when I got the image. And when I got that image, it was really important for me to know that it was time for me to go ahead and show it. So I want to go ahead and I want to play a sound. Don't show any push notifications or anything like that. And then I have the AI say, no problem. We're able to do that. Here you go. Here's that feature. Well, then guess what? You have the integrity engineer, systems engineer. They just run a little agenda command. They see, look, what's my work today? I see the PXA has been pushing things, and now I just go ahead and check those out. Sounds fine. I know what my work is. It's easy enough. And they're checking and they're merging the pull requests. But what happens when we have a problem? This is where AI sucks. It doesn't tell people no. It says, your idea is great, and yeah, let's bring Rust into your JavaScript project because I heard Rust is fast. So instead, we needed to go ahead and have something called a red stop. And the idea here is that, I want to change the number of photos generated from the server. I want to have like 3 or 4 or something like that. Well, the AI should say, this is a breaking API change. Everybody with this app is about to have their experience suck, right? And it needs to know that. And it sends a message to the integrity engineer whose job it is to make sure that things don't break. And so they can do an updated governance, give a little bit more access, and kind of add the process. Don't worry, I gave you a new API endpoint, so you're good. And then the systems engineer can say, by the way, I'm doing these calls in parallel. Now it's going to come back even faster. And so the two systems, while we're engineers, we still have a critical role. While I'm up here and I'm talking about all the fun things and we have magic happening on stage, I know that I am set because we're not going to sell a car for $1. We're not going to delete a database. I have engineers at the key stop points to tell AI when to go and when not to go. So that's a success. We tell people no, right? And I love it because Frank said, reminds me a little bit of TypeScript. It's constrictive, but in a good way. I know that at first it kind of feels like I'm hearing no, but I know why, and it shortens the loop of what errors could happen, so you're not coming back from production to figure out that you have a problem. These are the 3 roles, but it's not limited to one person each like we did today. You might have 3 PXAs with a stakeholder. You might have 2 integrity engineers and maybe 3 systems engineers. Depends on your project. Is it greenfield? Is it brownfield? Just like when you hire people, it's just a different way of looking at things in an AI world where we are still critical. So there's a whole bunch of cool things that we're working with internally. If you want to try this stuff out, I think it's really interesting. We're talking to a couple of clients that are trying to figure out how do we balance this AI world with the people who actually know what's going on. And we're finding that people are responding pretty well to this process. I even talked to Jay. I talked to many of you that said that you're doing your own version of this inside your company right now, right? The titles aren't the same, or maybe there's 2 roles or 5, but many of you are thinking this way already. This is just how we cut the pie, and we think it's working. So I think it's a great aspect. We have encryption, sign-offs. It can kind of go to clients where you can trust that it's not going to get broken or go around it. And the idea there that we can kind of get this whole process, because the true part is that we need to ship it and get out the door. So I want to say thanks again to my integrity engineer and my systems engineer, Frank Calise and Mazen Chami in the back. Can I get a round of applause for them? And what's really key here is that we came here with this idea because we want to talk to you about it. We have some cards. There aren't these cards. We have cooler cards that we can hand out to you about those different roles. And what I'm really, really, really interested in is, do you see this as like a future? Do you have questions? Hit it, slam it. I don't want to release anything open source. I don't want to add anything to the world. There's a lot of AI noise out there, and I'm looking for AI solutions. So with that, thank you so much.
That was so good. That was so good. Also, I really appreciate the pop culture references. I saw the flux capacitor in there.
You
There's
did.
obviously the Triforce. I love it. The retrofuturism. Love it. Question.
Yes.
I was watching it from over there. You asked for a table to come out. There's a deck of cards on it. Why?
Yes. Okay, so I think we had, what was it, the Ace of Diamonds?
Yeah.
So I want to ask you a quick question real quick. Here I have just a normal set of cards
It's
here.
a normal set of cards.
Normal set of cards.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is that when I pull up the Ace of Diamonds on this one, I want you to go ahead and pull that card from my hand, right? That one that's the only card with a permanent marker X on that card. So if you want to know how that magic trick is done, you're going to have to buy me a drink. But we'll have that at the table later on.
So good.
Thank you.
Amazing. Right, we're going to head into a coffee break now. Quick bit of housekeeping. You can head to the Code Rabbit coffee bar upstairs on the mezzanine. Code Magic is also doing their raffle during this break at 11 a.m., which is 12 minutes from now. But they're doing it at their booth, not here on the stage, on their booth. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, innit? That's good. Enjoy your break.
React Native Reanimated is an open source library that lets you create fluid and beautiful animations in React Native apps. With more than 6 million monthly downloads, it is one of the most trusted libraries in the ecosystem. And today, we have a huge announcement for you. We wanted to empower developers to create even more delightful, smooth, and easy to maintain animations that are way closer to what you already know from web development. And so, that's how Reanimated 4 was born. We took the best parts of CSS animations and CSS transitions and brought them to React Native, making Reanimated 4 completely different, but at the same time, instantly familiar. So let's see how it works.
The CSS animations and transitions make it easier to create complex animations with just a few lines of code. With CSS transitions, you can effortlessly create animations based on the React state. CSS animations, on the other hand, let you describe the behavior of animation step by step with familiar keyframes. But don't worry, you don't have to rewrite any of your existing animations. Worklets, shared values, and layout animations aren't going anywhere. They still remain a go-to choice for gesture-driven animations and animations that rely on the platform-native integration. We are fully committed to both evolve and maintain all these APIs with the focus on the new architecture.
In 2020, Reanimated 2 introduced worklets, a way to run JavaScript functions on a separate JavaScript runtime, executed synchronously on the UI thread. It was a game changer for animations and interactions. It made it possible to respond immediately to touch events and update the UI on the same frame of the user interaction, providing a truly native feeling. Simply put, offloading high-priority tasks to the UI thread leads to better performance and user experience. Since their inception, the community has discovered all kinds of new use cases for worklets, like camera frame processing, high-performant canvas rendering, and synchronous text formatting. Worklets became the powerhouse behind Reanimated 3 and 4. But now, they are becoming a fully fledged separate library. Meet React Native Worklets, which brings multi-threading to React Native beyond just animations. Right now, we're overhauling the core internals while maintaining existing stable APIs, like run on JS, run on UI, create worklet runtime, in a backwards compatible fashion. However, expect even richer API for multithreading really soon. You'll be able to offload the JavaScript thread by moving your heavy computation, data fetching and processing to a background thread. Also, you will finally be able to run third-party libraries on a workload runtime. We can't wait to see what you're going to build with React Native worklets.
Extracting worklets to a separate package is just the first step towards modularizing Reanimated. Not all applications use all of Reanimated's features. Take, for example, use animated sensor. Even if your app doesn't actively use sensors, the code related to them still contributes to the overall bundle size. This is especially important on the web, where every kilobyte counts. So to give you more control of what is shipped to your users, we've decided to break Reanimated into dedicated packages so that you could import the features individually. To support existing projects, the main React Native Reanimated package will continue to provide the full set of APIs to remain compatible with Reanimated 3. And you can expect more optimizations in the future.
With React Native 0.76, the new architecture became default, and we believe it opens door for easier maintenance, faster development, and support for more advanced features in the future. That's why Reanimated 4 works only with the new architecture. And one more thing. Many of you have been asking us about shared element transitions. We haven't dropped the idea. Quite the opposite. We want to make sure we make it right. We are actively working on this feature, and it's going to land in one of upcoming releases of Reanimated 4. So that wraps Reanimated 4. CSS transitions and animations, allowing to create animations easier than ever. Multi-threading capabilities with React Native worklets. Smaller bundle size through modular packages. The new architecture as the way forward. And shared element transition are on the way. We believe that Reanimated is in great hands. Yours. Thanks for sticking with us, pushing the limits, and creating incredible experience with our library. The future looks truly bright, and we can't wait to see what you are going to build next with Reanimated 4.
Running third-party libraries in worklets? It's already there. Say we have a GPU animation using React Native Web GPU. It's great, but it's vulnerable to the JS thread being busy. As you can see, we only have a few frames per second. So let's offload the animation to the UI thread using Run an UI from React Native worklets. We have to wrap our pipeline and also make sure to delegate the cleanup to the UI thread as well. Now we just save, and the animation is smooth back again, even though the JS thread is still on 4 FPS. And it also works with hot reload.
TypeGPU lets you write efficient and visually complex effects entirely in TypeScript. Faster iteration, less boilerplate, same level of control.
The composability that JS callbacks enable is fully at your fingertips.
You can use it standalone or plug it into existing libraries like Free.js or Pixie.js.
You will love the type safety and your AI will love it too.
Hi, we recently released the Membrane YOLO plugin on HexPM for AI-powered object detection on video streams. Today, I will show you a short demo illustrating how easy it is to use. For this demo, I'm using the Membrane YOLO plugin, a few other membrane packages, Boombox and Exla. I will also configure Ortex and Enix to speed up the processing. First, I download a YOLO model exported in Onyx format, along with a JSON file containing the model's class labels. Next, I implement a membrane pipeline with just one callback, handLinit. Here, I will define the components linked within the pipeline. The first component is the membrane camera capture, which grabs the video stream from my computer. Then, I plug an SW scale converter to set the pixel format to RGB. The next element is the YOLO detector from Membrane YOLO plugin. It performs object detection using YOLO Elixir library and adds prediction results to the stream's metadata. To use it, I have to specify the mode and pass the loaded YOLO model. After that, I will plug the YOLO drawer. It draws bounding boxes on the stream based on the results generated by the YOLO detector. The last child in the pipeline is Boombox bin, which I will use to display the stream in the player. Now the pipeline is implemented, so let's run it and see how it works. Let's start the example script. And now you can see me with bounding boxes drawn in real time by Membrane. If you want to know more, visit our Hex docs and check out the examples from the GitHub repo. Give it a try and don't forget to leave a star.
Live Debugger 0.6 is out. Here are the 4 ways it makes debugging easier. Testing your event handlers can often feel pretty cumbersome. You're either stuck clicking through the UI, waiting for a pub-sub broadcast, or a background job to fire. Live Debugger lets you skip the setup. You can now craft and inject custom events or messages directly into your live view process. This gives you a way to test your handle info and handle event logic instantly, in total isolation. When a callback crashes, the page usually just disconnects or reloads. To find out why, you have to switch contexts, digging through your terminal logs and scrolling up just to find the stack trace. Live Debugger 0.6 changes that. We now capture the exact exception and its stack trace the moment a callback exits. You can see exactly what went wrong and where right inside the tool. If your app uses temporary assigns, we've got good news for you. Live Debugger now adds full support for them. Now you can verify exactly what data was passed to the render without guessing if it was even there. Finally, we've completely revisited highlighting. It now extends beyond just the nodes tree to cover active live views and streams. Just hover over any item in the tool and we'll instantly spotlight it in the browser. You will never lose track of what you're debugging. Just make sure that you have highlighting option enabled in your settings. From custom messages to cleaner errors, 0.6 is built to keep you in the zone. Try Live Debugger now and stay tuned for more.
Object detection in your app? Easier than you think. We'll be using React Native Executor, a library that lets you run AI models on device with React Native. Let's say you're building a calorie tracker app. First, initialize the useObjectDetection hook and pick a model. When the user picks a photo, call forward with the image you wrap. You get back an array of detections with labels and bounding boxes. Just pass those to your app logic. In our case, a calorie estimator. Let's see it work. Pick a photo and the app will detect what's on the plate. Everything runs on device, no cloud, and fully private. That was easy, wasn't it? Psst. Soon, you'll be able to run detection on live camera feed. Start our GitHub and follow Software Mention for more content like this.
3 months ago, we released the first version of the Elixir language tour, an interactive guide to Elixir that you can use to learn common Elixir concepts and experiment with them using the snippets that are provided here. You can also edit the snippets and run them, and thanks to Popcorn, they all run in your browser. Since then, we've been experimenting with the language tour and Popcorn and did some improvements. In particular, we saw there is quite a lot of happening here, quite a lot of I/O specs, and all the results are aggregated below, which can be confusing. We decided to change the layout of the language tool so it now resembles Livebook. There are small cells that you can run. Everything is a bit more clearer, so we encourage you to play with that, because we also added a new chapter about modules that was possible thanks to improvements to Popcorn and Atom VM. So now you can learn how to define modules, how to define type specs, behaviors, and a lot more. Please try it out and let us know what you think.
Research shows that people prefer apps with well-matched haptics. Good haptics make your app feel premium. Why? Because haptics is like music. Sounds weird, right? But it makes sense if you think about it. Haptics is a vibration, just as sound is a vibration of air. And we all know music can transfer emotion. So haptics can too. Haptics has another thing in common with music. It's hard to compose, and creating custom patterns can be so time-consuming. That's why we created Pulsar, rich and ready-to-use haptic preset library for Swift, Kotlin, and React Native. Presets that you can both feel and hear. Just open Preset Playground, download the Pulsar app from the App Store, connect it to Playground, and now you can feel the haptics in your hand. So you can also hear them even if you don't have your phone with you. With Pulsar, you will find the right preset for every occasion. Do you want to find something gentle that will softly notify a user about new message? Sure. Or maybe you want to warn a user in a bold and rigid way that the security camera has detected a potential threat? With Pulsar, this is easier than ever before. If you are a developer, you know how difficult it is to test haptics when you are on a simulator. Pulsar lets you hear haptics like they are real, even without the hardware. Want more customization? Sure. You can still create custom preset with Pulsar API, or create real-time gesture-based haptics even on Android. Just try Pulsar and feel the difference.
Hi, I'm Christoph, creator of SimCam by Software Mention. SimCam is a tool built to solve a real pain point in iOS app development. The simulator simply doesn't support camera testing. With SimCam, you can stream video from your Mac's built-in or external camera, inject an image or video, or generate a QR code without taking the phone out of your pocket. Let's see how it works. SimCam app sits conveniently in the menu bar. To use it, you don't need to change anything in your app. Once SimCam is started, you can open your app on the simulator and navigate to the place where you use the camera. SimCam streams any camera connected to your Mac directly into your simulator, whether that's the built-in camera or any external device. You can also inject any image or video into the camera feed, including auto-generated QR codes, which is great for testing scanning flows. All camera-driven app features work out of the box, like image recognition, face recognition, OCR, QR and barcode scanning, or video conferencing. Finally, SimCam comes with a CLI built for AI agents, so an agent can programmatically switch camera sources or generate QR codes. If you'd like to bring SimCam into your workflow, it's available with a lifetime license. Head over to simcam.swmention.com to get started.
One of the things that I want to tell people is that social connection is important. We all live now in a world where a lot of us work remotely, but there are a lot of things that are baking right now. And coming to a conference is a good way of really getting ahead of the curve. So I definitely recommend properly interacting with people and getting to know the React Native community.
I had a conversation with one developer that was working on something, and I learned a ton about how we could optimize things in my React Native project. I think that's incredible. That access and that community that App.js provides is unparalleled.
Good morning, everyone. It is so good to be back here, App.js 2025.
And you can just feel it. I mean, it's so crazy when we're here because there's so many of these just apps that I use every day. And the author is here. He's talking about like how using React Native has drastically improved their workflow. Exciting time to be an app developer.
All of the engineers that I really admire are here, so it's like a pleasure to learn with them. So yeah, I'm enjoying. It's pretty cool.
Drink. Wait. One more thing. There's one more group of people we need to thank.
Yes.
It's the audience.
The audience, yes. Can you give yourselves a round of applause?
I know.
You're at
very hard
home.
for your Slavic.
Yeah, a standing ovation for yourselves.
Round of applause.
That is awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a day of learning, and let's have fun.
It's not enough. Hey.
2 hours later.
Hello, everyone. This is the RTC on 2025.
So it's quite retro, it's quite fun. Let's see whether or not we can kind of make it real time. I don't have any backup here.
I felt kind of compelled like to break more stuff and, you know, in the process of trying to make them work. So, yeah.
I build stupid things for people.
I'm doing Elixir for life. We met the only Elixir developer who is actually paying his bills with Elixir, so it's very impressive.
How
do you like the conference?
Very, very interesting stuff. We love Vulkan Video, we love Rust.
Really, really good. It's my first time here.
As a nerd, I have to admit I'm really keen to this mock thing.
We have a strong team of speakers this year. Everyone's very cool.
A lot of topics during the conference that I really enjoyed.
Here it's very cozy. Everyone's very friendly. It's so cool. Anyone who's working in this field should definitely come.
Forget that. I'll start again. I forgot what I said at the beginning. So, productivity.
Elixir is great technology.
Maintainability.
And we just need to...
And readability.
Do a better job of marketing it.
Okay. Well, definitely what I appreciate the most about Elixir is the Elixir community. Boom, cut. Yeah.
Modern people don't really want to go deal with all those curly brackets, and Jose, I think, has done everybody a great favor by enhancing the language and making it much more useful in the modern day. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon to figure out how we apply our resources to things.
So we learned all these hard lessons, building software and failing. And you take those lessons and you learn to value a new set of priorities, right? And Elixir sort of embodies those things that people don't know are important when they're first starting out. You know, when you're first learning to program, the properties that Elixir actually provides, it's difficult to explain why those matter. And so that's one of the things that we've seen, is that it's filled with people who have deep experience, deep nuance and understanding of like what goes into good engineering and how we make software that will stand the test of time.
Folks from Software Mansion reached out. They said, look, we do this kind of summit with React Native. It could be interesting to have that for the Elixir community as well. So it was the perfect moment, the perfect place.
This might be the most unusual React Native workshop you'll ever attend. Why? I work in a villa on a Croatian island. Small groups up to 10 devs.
Led by the people building the tools you already use.
You learn how to build Expo modules and master the entire EAS ecosystem.
Then we'll dive into Reanimated, Gesture Handler, and Worklets.
We cover the new architecture, performance profiling, and JSI, and we'll finish with a consulting day to solve your app real problems.
Sounds good? Book your spot and see you by the pool.
Hello guys, today we are at Software Mansion with Meet.js, and this is meetup focused mainly on JavaScript and front-end development, although we have variety of topics.
We're kind of trying to push the boundary of what's possible on the web. It's always been possible, but we're trying to make it easier than ever.
This meetup is perfect for people to see how their web knowledge can be applied in mobile world.
I love the energy they conveyed in the presentations.
So this is the kind of place where you can do Johnny Slider as a part of your job.
We are at the meetup in Software Mansion office, which is called Build with AI DeepMind Mansion, and this is edition 5. My name is Mateusz Kopciński. I'm the lead software engineer in-house Software Mansion AI team, and we are mostly focused in convincing people that Edge AI is a good idea and that they should consider it in their next product.
I'm Philip. I work here at Software Mansion, and my talk was about the performance on local models. Developers, after my talk, should consider using tools that reduce context use. They should consider either using a sub-agent for gathering this required information or using the dedicated tool. I don't think it was very controversial. Mateusz's talk was very similar and we agreed. So at least in Software Mention, we have the same mind.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I built unique flows for every purchase state, not to mention a custom entitlement API for grace periods and family sharing. If a subscription expires, I have custom logic to grant temporary entitlements based on the user's unique cohort. That's weird. No, I rebuilt this entire system and my code never breaks.
Today's apps ship faster than ever. AA is writing most of the code, but the test didn't keep up because no QA team can move that fast. For that, you need a tester army. So we built one. AA agents that test your web and mobile apps in a real browser or a simulator using natural language. Try it at tester.army.
Mobile tests aren't handwritten anymore. Now agents write them. Maestro speaks YAML. With Maestro MCP, your coding agent inspects your apps, writes the test, and runs it on a device. And when something breaks, your agent fixes it. Tests heal themselves. Trusted by the world's top mobile teams, works with every coding agent. Start now at maestro.dev.
This is what presenting your screen usually feels like. Now, you just press record.
Welcome, everyone. Hopefully you have gotten back. I see a few people heading back to their seats, making sure. Yes, I see a lot of people bringing their coffees with them. Big shout out to Revenue Cat for sponsoring the coffee. It really helps us pay attention. All right. Now, I love going when I go shopping or go to the groceries and I see a really, really nice bargain. Does anyone else here like a nice cheeky bargain? Yeah, a few people? Yes, we should go shopping sometime. All right, I love when I see like a buy one, get one free. It's one of my favorite deals. And today, all of you lucky people are getting a buy one, get one free on the next talk because we don't have just one amazing speaker. We have two. We have Riccardo, who's a software engineer at Meta, and we also have Christian, who is a software engineer at Expo. And they are going to be talking today to us about React Native without Cocoapods. What are Cocoapods? Sounds like the breakfast cereal that I loved as a kid. Well, I think Riccardo can actually tell us what Cocoapods are and why we should be building React Native without them. So, can we give a massive 10 out of 10 breakfast cereal round of applause to Riccardo as he takes the stage?
Okay, hi everyone, hi Krakow, how are you doing? Good start. Slides are not on the screen? Slides are on the screen, amazing. Okay, I'm so grateful to be here again on the App.js stage, and today I'm here with Christian. I'm Riccardo, software engineer at Meta, Christian, software engineer at Expo, and we are here today to talk about React Native and iOS and what the future without Cocoapods would look like for all the iOS developer in React Native. Let me start saying that we heard you, okay? We know that you want to use a Swift Package Manager. I mean, Flutter is already using Swift Package Manager instead of Cocoapods. So why is it taking so long for React Native to adopt this new technology, and why are we still on Cocoapods? And by the way, if you don't know what Cocoapods is a community open source tool to manage iOS dependencies in your iOS project, and Swift Package Manager is basically the same thing, but is maintained and developed by Apple. So it's the new blessed technology to handle dependencies in your iOS project. So you might be familiar with this situation where you want to work on your React Native application, and you sit down at your desk, you run pod install, and then you stand up, go back to the kitchen, get a coffee, because it might take some time. Why is it taking so much time is also the reason why we are not on Swift PM right now. For React Native, we tinkered a little bit with Cocoapods, and so Cocoapods is now for React Native not only downloading and installing your iOS dependencies, but is doing a bunch of other things that React Native needs. For example, it downloads the binaries of iOS for React Native Core and Hermes. It runs CodeGen for all your native modules and native components, and auto-links all the modules and third-party dependencies in your application so that you don't have to care about them. Everything here is glued by Ruby, which is yet another language in your stack, yet another technology that you need to handle. So you can see already how many moving pieces we have for React Native using Cocoapods. And all of these can basically create a problem when something goes wrong. For example, you might have network issues when downloading binaries. You can have the wrong version of Ruby on your machine. You can have the wrong version of Cocoapods on your machine. We may fail to generate CodeGen in some weird setups of your project. So things can go wrong. And that's one of the reasons why we want to move away from Cocoapods. And the other reason is that the maintainer of Cocoapods are a bit tired of catching up with everything that Apple is doing. Are a bit tired also because Swift Package Manager is now here and is the blessed technology that we should use in iOS, in our iOS projects to handle dependencies. The maintainers that did a great job in the past 10 plus years set up this deadline of the 2nd of December where Cocoapods is going to be read-only. So it means that new libraries are not going to be able to be published there, and It's true that we are not depending on the trunk of Cocoapods that much because we usually publish our libraries for React Native on NPM, but some of those libraries might depend on pods in the trunk of Cocoapods. So that means that React Native application might not receive security updates, they might not receive new features because it's read-only. So in January 25, Christian and I embarked in a new quest to find the right solution for React Native and to find a way to properly use Swift Package Manager in our project. It's a long journey because of all the reasons I explained already, but the first deliverable has already happened in React Native 81 when we shipped faster iOS build using precompiled binaries for React Native. So with this command that you don't have to remember because now it's the default behavior, so you can forget about the flags, it's just pod install. You were able to download precompiled binaries for iOS and use them directly in your application. How this relate? Thank you. How does this relate with Swift Package Manager? Well, the precompiled binary are built only using Swift Package Manager in our React Native CI. So we are not using Cocoapods at all for the core of React Native. Then we upload the binaries to Maven Central, and using Cocoapods, we download them for you in your application. So in this, starting from React Native 81, Cocoapods is only used to glue the binaries for React Native into your application. But in our CI, we are only using Swift Package Manager to build them. This deliverable already produced great improvements in your build time, and I'm sure that if you're using them, you perceive them already. In this 2 example application, the Expo Go up, we got up almost 40% improvement in build times, and in Errand Tester, which is our application inside the React Native repository, 10x improvement in build speed. So this is huge. Thank you. The next step of this work is this beautiful RFC that Christian put together in April, so just 1 month ago. This is publicly available. There's going to be a QR code later in the presentation, so don't bother taking notes of that. But I want to focus on a couple of points. So first of all, why we are doing that? Well, I explained that in the previous part of the talk. Getting rid of Ruby and Cocoapods is going to make your setup simpler, less failures. It will be the right way to do it from the Apple perspective. So a lot of benefits there. And the other point that I want to touch on is how we are going to adopt it for the whole community. So this is a big change because, of course, all the libraries now are shipping with Cocoapods, so we need to be careful. We don't want to break any of your workflow, right? So it will be an opt-in solution at the beginning, so we are not forcing anybody on this new system. We are going to support both technology in parallel for some time. Library maintainers are going to be able to ship both a pod spec for the Cocoapods part of it and a package.swift file, which is going to be very simple, and Christian later will show you how it will look like. And we are going to deploy it to every one of you in the same way we work with the new architecture rollout. So we're going to work with all the partners, Expo, Software Mention, ColdStack, to gradually migrate all the libraries to this new system. And we're going to help all of you to have the transition as smooth as possible. So React Native is going to love Swift Package Manager. As I mentioned, there are several benefits that I want to recap. No setup, because Swift PM comes in with Xcode installation, so it's already on your laptop as soon as you install Xcode. One less tech to care about is default iOS technologies. It's a modern, simple, declarative. It's officially supported by Apple, so hopefully we don't have to maintain that much. Provides faster builds and low maintenance cost for all the library maintainers out there. Now, to go a little bit more in-depth into the technical details of the RFC and to show you how it will look like, I want to call on stage Christian.
Hi, everyone. So thanks, Riccardo. Those are 6 really great reasons for stopping using Cocoapods. So previously, we had this, the first thing every React Native developer had to do when using iOS, and cloning, npm installing, like Riccardo pointed out. Now this. 1 command, no pod install, no Ruby. This is npx React Native SPM, Swift PM for React Native. Thank you. So let me show you how this works. I'm going to try to build a small app for you from start to finish to show you how this works without pod install. So meet this math calculator. It is a super nice little app that does fast calculations in native code. Super important. We'll do this in 2 phases. So first of all, we'll build this app, just initialize it, show you how these tools are working. And then we'll add the math written in native codes at the end of the short demo. So we'll start off with something everyone knows. This is the default React Native inits. We need to watch the prompt here. No, we don't want to install Cocoapods this time, so we will just finish off, and the app is installed and done. Now for the next command. Let's run it. We'll go through what this command does and how it works. So first of all, it starts up. It asks us a simple question. So this question is about a package it found, because there will be a lot of packages in the community without package.swift files. So it found one. This is the React Native safe area context, which is part of the default React Native template, but doesn't have a package Swift file. So, okay, we'll do that. It will scaffold and generate one for us. Next thing it asks for is the projects. Although we will be doing both Cocoapods and Swift PM support, we need to have one single Xcode project, but we will make a backup for the other one. So we will ask a reply yes. We will let it do an Xcode project wired up for Swift PM. So we're done. That's it. I think it's pretty fast as well. It takes less time than with Cocoapods. And this is what you actually get inside of Xcode. So this is the project, ready to build, ready to run. And we have some packages here that we are going to take a look at. So the first one is the auto-linked package. This is all your native code wrap-in targets found by the auto-linker and created and generated by the tool that we just saw. The next thing is generated code. It will be the output from running CodeGAN. And we have React Native, which is React Native itself, as Riccardo talked about, the precompiled Xcode framework that we're using for Hermes, React Native dependencies, and React Native itself. And finally, we have the package that was scaffolded by the tool itself. It's the React Native safe area contexts, which should be working. So what we do now is we just ask, using the same command as always, npm run iOS. We'll start running, and we'll see what's going on here. The same command you're always using. Behind the scenes, package.swift files, there are multiple of them, are resolved by Xcode. CodeGAN is built. Xcode builds your packages. It builds your apps code. The simulator is already started, and your app is installed and launched. And there it is, our new app, ready to go. Let's get some help. Yeah. This might have been the first time someone is getting applause for showing this. So we'll get some help, some AI help to code this app. This is Claude helping us out, doing its stuff, creating the calculator, and finally he's probably done, so we'll move on. This is the calculator, super simple, supports touch events and everything. Its display is working, but it is still pretty slow because we promised to use native codes for this app. So let's see what we can do here. We need to install a library, and we have this super fantastic native code third-party library for doing math calculations written by a math calculation expert. So we will install it. Super simple as well. The library is installed. Now, what would we usually do here? Pod install, right? Because this one contains native code. Yet we don't need to do that. We can run like we always do, and we will let the system just take care of what's going on here. So what happened here now is a bit more than the previous run we had, because now the autolinker was actually seeing that my dependencies had changed. It found the new library, and it used that package file to update the package dependencies that we just saw in the previous picture of Xcode. Now it's running, it's working, and the native code is actually available in the app. We're not using it yet. We'll see what's happening in Xcode first. This is Xcode now. We can see that in the package dependencies area, we now have this new calculator thing. It's a super modern thing written in Objective-C, which I actually love. And it contains a reasonably simple and understandable package.swift. We will give some more information about how these files are written. The good thing is that if you want to try this out, it is possible to use npx React Native SPM to scaffold the package for you, and everything will be set up in a reasonably good way. Next thing is that we need to just add a single section in the React Native config file. SPM, that's the whole contract, nothing more. It's for the autolinker to see that this package has SPM codes. There will be some other options here, but that's it. And we can now finish the app, import the code just as we usually do, and we can run the app. And now we can see that we are actually using native codes in a very, very simple and easy way. And I think it's pretty fast as well. So hopefully it will also save some time. So that was the demo showing how to use this. The new Swift support, npx React Native SPM for React Native. I'll try to sum up a bit what we learned, what we'll have a look at. So the command will be npx React Native SPM. It has some options and some extras, but we won't get into detail about that. It does three things. It scaffolds, making sure that packages without Swift package.swift files have package.swift files. It generates Xcode project, which is something you can commit. You can continue to work on it if you want to change it. Then it generates. It does React Native code gen. It creates the auto-linking wrappers per native module. It downloads and caches. That's important. We don't need to download again next time. It's cached globally on your machine, the Xcode frameworks that you're using. And finally, the thing that I'm kind of most proud of is basically the autosync feature. So every build you do, it checks to see if there are any new native modules, and if there are, it will automatically regenerate what it needs for this to build. And that happens pretty fast as well. So that's cool. So this is all for real. It's in development. It's not in your hands yet, but it works today. So everything you've seen today is actual code running and working in React Native. So we need some help to ship this. And for library maintainers, start preparing. Nothing heroic needed here. You need to start to play around with some package.swift files to see if you can get it up and running and get some basic understanding of it. You keep shipping your library as source. You can wait and later buy into going for precompiled Xcode frameworks to make your library faster to consume. But no need for that at the moment. You will keep your pod spec files in the transition period. App developers, tell us what you need. This is super important. The RFC is open. Tell us what you want, the edge cases that you care about. Anything, comment on this, push back on stuff. The RFC is open. We are already getting a lot of great feedback on it. Things like brownfield support, static linkage, framework linkage, mixed Swift and C++. All questions we got from the community that are already shaping the way we build these tools. So if you have any concerns, this is where to put it. Finally, it's been awesome to finally be able to show this to you. Swift PM for React Native, finally. And Riccardo and I will be around for the rest of the day, so if you have questions, want to talk about this, or want to talk about anything else, find us and talk to us. The RFC is open. Take a picture, visit it, read it, give feedback, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Christian, and thank you to Riccardo as well. That was a great two-part talk. All right, we're going to continue. We have another amazing talk lined up. I mean, I keep calling all of the talks amazing, and it's because they really are. I need to go back and come up with some more descriptions, some synonyms to talk about how awesome they are. And I'm really excited about the next talk because I think it kind of touches the holy grail of app development, which is this idea of being able to work on one code base and deploy into many places. So I'm really, really excited about this next talk, which is called One Code Base, 3 Platforms Making Universal Work in Production. All right, and without further ado, I'd like us to give a nice 10 out of 10 applause to Edwin as he gives us this talk.
Thank you so much. Thanks, App.js, for having me. So let's talk about Expo. So it was around 2021 when I saw this. And in my mind, React Native was only for native apps. So I don't know if this happens to you, but this was my reaction. It was like, I'm just starting to use React Native on native apps. Why I need to do it on web? Fast forward a couple of years, we have Universal Expo. And I say universal because it's a way to say that it's built for Android, iOS, and web. Today we are going to talk about it. And I want to share with you how Expo helped us to grow as a team and as a company. It gave us the leverage to build across web, iOS, and Android, kept learning quickly, and stay close to customers. I'm Edwin, and I'm building the future of construction at Handoff. Before we talk about Expo, I want to give you some context about the company. This was our whole company in December 2023 in Sao Paulo. Back then, we were a very small team trying to reach product market fit. I was the only front-end focused engineer of the team when we still had those titles, front-end focused. Now it's just everything. When you're trying to find product market fit, speed is not a nice to have. Speed is how you survive. We were already using React Native, so I thought, what if we do it on web? What can we do it to work on web? So we made a bet on Universal Expo. This is actually a true message that I sent to my teammate because we were evaluating different options to make it work on web. And this is the PR that I put together. And I evaluated a tool before it. It was Solito. Maybe you already know it. It's made by Fernando Rojo. Shout out to Fernando for taking that challenge. The proposal was great, but it was not a fit for us at the moment. Expo was simpler, and it already had the community. So as you can see, the setup was made in November 2023. So we started to work on a mobile app. We were already going to use React Native. We already were working with a native app in mind. And thanks to Expo, we were able to deploy that to the web. And because the app, the fully functioning mobile app, was already on web, it made the perfect landing for our ads on Facebook. So this is how normally it looks when you do a Facebook ad. You have the ad, then you get into a landing page in the browser that Facebook provides. That's in the ecosystem of Facebook. Sorry, that's inside of the Facebook app. Then you go to the mobile app outside, and then the customer gets value. This was our flow having the mobile app. So as you can see, it was much faster. And everything happened inside of the in-app browser of Facebook. And make no mistake, the other flow is not wrong, but we were optimizing for speed. So that's what we did. This is how the ad will look like, a real ad that we did at that time. You click on it, and then you were here. This is Facebook still, this was the browser, this was the onboarding of our app, and it was just working on the web. And we were planning this to release it on the app stores, so it was already working on web. And that quick win actually gave us also the first learning that mobile web is its own beast, almost like a fourth platform. In this particular case, we had problems with that specific browser of Facebook. The ad had some caveats. Depending on where you click on it, it will bring you a different browser. So, as you can see, the browser, right here, it was a nice Chromium-based browser. But the browser here, it was something else. As you can see, the black bar at the top, here it was overlapping with the UI that we had, so it was definitely something different. So we needed to be smart about the differences in those browsers, and this is a real comment in a Codebase by our team member Jan. Shout out to Jan, who's here, for making this and figuring this out, because it was very, very hard to investigate. This is the real code that we use it because we needed to just do a lot of conditionals. So I just wanted to share that with you. And after that, after learning that the in-app browser was really hard to work with, we decided to completely move away from it. We decided to actually try to move the user away of that. And this is a real experiment that Jan did. And at the end of the experiment, we actually learned that we shouldn't do it. That it was better for the user to be on the in-app browser of Facebook because it was more hurtful for the conversion to move it outside. We wanted to be in the middle of the flow and then move the user outside to the app, but we learned that that was not the best option, even though the in-app browser of Facebook was a bit buggy. And the best thing is that we learned it, and we learned it fast, because we already had the app and we were already doing it. I don't know how long it will take us to do it if we were using another solution. So I think this is a really great thing of having something on the web, something that you were planning to do on the mobile app. And talking about fast, we were able to reach web and iOS in 4 months. Android, as you probably already know, it has its own complications, but we eventually went there. Each platform had its own timeline, but the code base stayed consistent all the time. Since the web launch, we already have some of the iOS screens, so it was really fast. Now let's talk about trunk-based development and how that fits with Expo, and the other way around, how Universal Expo fits with trunk-based development. Our team was optimizing for speed, and trunk-based development was a result of that mindset. And I think Universal Expo comes really great with this approach, because trunk-based development is all about this. Every merge that goes to main should be on production. That's risky, I know. That's sometimes crazy, I know. But it works. Trust me. It's been working for us. That let us find platform gaps quickly. We were able to test on web, and we see something that it should be fixed on iOS, either way. And thanks to Expo, our trunk-based development approach was supercharged, because normally on web, you deploy, it's easy, the server just sends the app to the browser, and that's it. On mobile, as you know, you need to go through the stores. It's more painful to do it, but there was an added benefit in that Expo came with Expo Application Services, which was great, and gave us over-the-air updates. So we were able to be closer to web on mobile. We were merging to main, deploying to the web right away. Users will get it, and then an OTA will come out and users will get it too on mobile. Of course, you will need to do periodically deploys on the stores. But this is the way you need to do that. Now let's talk about tactical things. Universal does not mean identical. No, it's not like you write it once and that's it. No, there are differences, as you already probably know. And now with the great talk that we had earlier about Expo on desktop, maybe we will have more. But that's great, because it doesn't mean identical. It just means that you need to put the differences in the right place. One way we did that was by using adapters to organize the platform differences. This is again real code. This was an adapter to use PostHoc or analytics vendor. And we were first defining the common types for it, how the adapter will be used in the rest of the code base. We declare that type. And then we implement that type, basically that interface on web and on native. And as you probably know, Expo has a great way to separate the code for both platforms. So it were different implementations, but at the end of the flow, they were using just the same interface. We were just using use PostHoc over there. Now think about this: use adapters if there are different libraries for web and mobile, and there are different APIs for different platforms, like permissions for Android. We were actually building notifications, and what cool use case of adapters was to separate the differences between iOS and Android for permissions, so that was also a use case for that. And we have tons of libraries that we needed to get the web version and also the native version of it, and we use adapters for that. Another way to properly place the differences is at the routes level. Normally, you will assume that if in your app you have a mobile breakpoint, that will only apply to iOS and Android because that's mobile. But no, with the Universal Expo, you have the wonderful fourth platform, which is mobile web. So let's see how that looks. This is, again, real code of how we separate the routes. The web file takes in consideration the breakpoint and selects the content based on that. Selects the mobile when it's mobile and selects the desktop when it's desktop. And it's on web because on web you could have both breakpoints. And the cool thing about Expo and the platform-specific files is that we can just separate another file for native, and that will reduce bundle size and it will help you to also simplify the code. We also have the benefit of having a great design system thanks to a great design team, and I think that's a multiplier for using Universal Expo. Because you can think of it as an adapter for the UI. And this is our app. I hope you can see it well. Here's a drop-down. I should have highlighted this, but this is what you should see. This is a drop-down, how it looks on desktop. This is how it looks on mobile web, and over there is Android and iOS. The same component, the same API on the code, but is different in the UI. Basically an adapter. This is the real code. Again, I like to show real code. This is where the magic happens, just a breakpoint. Before, we do separate the screens at the route level because it's the topmost level. But for some components, we want to share a common component that is used between platforms, so we also handle the responsibility there on the component. This is a different type of drop-down over there with the statuses of the projects. How's that look? That's how it looks on native. This is how it looks on desktop, and this is how it looks on mobile web. This is our dialog component. I took a lot of inspiration for our design system. I took it from the guys from Infinite Red, which their components were really great. They have their source code, and the structure was great. And the first component, the button, I took it from them. It was cool. And this dialogue approach, I think I took it from other company. I don't remember the name right now. But the same. on web, on desktop is a model. On native and mobile web is a bottom sheet, which, by the way, implementing the bottom sheet on mobile web, it was a pain. So thanks to the team of Software Mansion for putting out a new bottom sheet component. It'll be our third bottom sheet implemented on the app. So yeah. This is an example of choosing where to differ. This is a global search functionality that we have. It's a model on desktop, and it is a screen on the mobile version. So as you can see, you can also choose where to differ, and that's how you use a great design system for. Now, did the Universal Expo bet pay off? We have built really cool features since then. This is one of our most complex features, the estimate table. Here's how it looks on web. It is very complex. It has drag and drop for items and for groups. Drag and drop was also a pain to implement. Here's how it looks on mobile web, and there is how it looks on native. This is another recent development. This is a Gantt chart on desktop. And I hope this helps you to think that you can do pretty much whatever you want. You are not limited. You don't need to have a mobile-like UI on desktop just because you are using the code. You can just choose where to differ. And you can also reuse some components. For example, the routes over there share a same interface with the bottom tabs on the native side. So you can share. And we have been developing fast. This is real information from our team. This is how many PRs are merged per month by the developers' focus on the front end on our team. So yeah, we are averaging around 106 PRs a month, and in April we did 131. There are other team members also touching that code base, which probably increases that number, but we are focusing only on this data is only focused on the front end focus engineers. Or maybe the ones that push more code to these specific projects. This is the number of pull requests per engineer. This is how many time takes for a PR to be solved from the initial commit to the resolution to the merge. So we have about 0.7 hours, and we have about 40 PRs per engineer. We also grew as company. Remember that photo from Sao Paulo? This is a photo on our latest offsite in the HQ in Austin, Texas. So that's also great. More people. Did the bait pay off? Yes, it did. Universal Expo helped us learn faster. That's the whole takeaway. If you need to get out and think about something, this is key. It helped us learn faster because it made us be able to iterate quickly. One product surface, clear platform boundaries, and faster learning loops. Shout out to the Expo team. You are helping us. You are helping all of us to build the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was another amazing talk. Just going through the tape. Okay, I told you I'd come up with some synonyms that were not amazing. So great. That was an awesome talk. That was a spectacular talk. That was a wonderful talk. So many. All right, I'm going to continue with my synonyms for greatness because we have another great speaker coming up next. Our next speaker is a software engineer at Shopify, and they are going to be talking to us all about accessibility. If you're watching the live studio interviews, you all saw that we spoke with her yesterday, and we learned a little bit about what she works on. And she's got a lot to share with us today, specifically about accessibility in motion. Remember, as you're building your apps, you want to serve the widest audience possible. And one of the ways you can always do that is by including accessibility in the very who are watching from home. It's great that you are having a good time, and make sure you're interacting as well and letting us know how you are enjoying the event. All right, folks, are we ready for the next speaker? Okay. See, I gave you that one because I wanted to check if we were warm. I know it's getting long. We've had a lot of content. You've learned a lot. But we've got a bit more before we get to the break, and you'll be able to have some lunch. And I believe that's when the bear taps turn on. Very, very important time of the day. So we'll get to that in just a moment. One thing before we go on, I always love this when I get to this part. It reminds me of all of the Zoom calls that I've been in where someone's like trying to get a screen working. Can you see my screen? We're kind of having that live as well. So folks who are watching from home probably are having deja vu right now. One of my favorite things about this is there are so many software engineers in the crowd, and still IT problems are the thing that humble every single one of us. All right, so we have more amazing content coming up. I'm really, really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to all of the speakers. And one thing that I do want to encourage all of you to do is make sure that if there is a talk that you really enjoyed, head over and let the speaker know. Speakers love finding out about the talks that they have and love hearing from you as well. So you're probably going to do that after this talk. But first, let's give a massive round of applause to Britta as she talks to us about accessibility in motion. Thank you.
Okay. So before we get started, I'm going to ask you a bit of a question. I like audience participation, so I need you to give me a quick, single clap if this pertains to you. So in the last 24 hours, have you used a feature on your phone that was designed for accessibility? Okay. What about in the last week? Okay, a few more. Maybe let me get a little more specific. Who here has used captions this week? Maybe TikToks on your commute home? Okay, a few more. How about dictation? So dictating a message instead of typing it. Single clap if you've used Siri, Alexa, or Google. How about listen to an audiobook? How about autocomplete recommendations? Nice. How about you got dark mode on? I was expecting that would be a little bit more prominent. How about you got your phone currently set to vibrate? Amazing. So something you might not have realized until now is that every single one of those was built as assistive technology first. So captions was originally for the deaf and hard of hearing viewers, and today 63% of UK's 18 to 29-year-olds watch them on TV. Dictation was built for people with motor disabilities. Today, about 2/3 of smartphone users use voice typing, at least occasionally. Voice assist came from screen reader speech synthesis, and 78% of European drivers have one in their car today. Audiobooks was originally called talking books, and they were designed for or made for blind veterans. And last year, 9.3 million Spaniards alone listened to at least one. Predictive text was also for motor disabilities to cut down on taps. And today, nearly half of all phone users use the suggestions. Dark mode was originally built for light sensitivity and low vision. And in 2024, it was reported that 82% of iOS 17 users had it enabled globally. 82%. And Vibrate was so that deaf users could feel notifications that they couldn't hear. And today, 80% of users would prefer to have a phone with rich haptic feedback than one without. And so there's a name for this pattern, and it's called the curb cut effect. And so curb cuts are those little ramps at the corner of the sidewalks. They were famously fought for by wheelchair users in Berkeley in the 1970s, and today every stroller, every suitcase in every city uses them. Now, you might already be familiar with the concept of universal design, which is designing a product or an environment in which it works for as many people as possible without the need for any special adaptation. And the curb cut effect is actually a subset of this. The key difference being that the curb cut effect is usually accidental, but the outcome is the same. So the point here I'm really making is that when you build for the edge, you're actually building for everyone, intentional or not. So seeing as the European Accessibility Act went into play last summer, I'm going to assume for this presentation you do know the basics. And you've probably got most of that already in your apps, but I'm going to dive into something that you might have missed or maybe did some shortcuts on, accessibility in animations. And I know my next question I'm going to hear is, well, what about AI? AI can just do all that accessibility stuff for me. And AI has come a long way, even in the last 6 months. But 2 points still kind of stand. The first one is that accessibility is still an optional for AI. Think of all the tutorials and code that you've seen online where accessibility wasn't built in. That's because that's what it's being trained on, so it just doesn't necessarily populate it. You need to ask for it to get what you need, and if you don't know what you're asking for, you're not going to get what you need. So really, this talk is going to introduce you to hopefully something new, something to ask for, and hopefully how to test it. The second point is that the AI is primarily trained on the internet, and web accessibility is just a lot more prominent than React Native accessibility. So unless you're actually using an AI skill that's built for React Native for accessibility, you're likely going to get web patterns pulled in that just don't always work on React Native. So on that note, hello, I'm Britta. I am a developer at Shopify, and I've been working in React Native for about 5 years now, and mostly on Shopify's point-of-sale system. So around the same time that I started working in React Native, I also learned that I carried the gene linked to macular degeneration. And it's the same condition I watched affect my grandmother's central vision, similar to how you're seeing in the effect here. I don't have symptoms today, but I do know it's coming. And as life moves into digital spaces, I'm really in a unique position to be able to shape the world before I lose my vision. So that's why I'm here today, to help and empower you build a more accessible future with me. So I'm going to start with probably the most common setting you'd think of when you're thinking of animations and accessibility, reduced motion. So most people think of reduced motion as a support for vestibular disorders. So that's motion, when motion on a screen can make you, can cause nausea, vertigo, migraines, but that's really only part of the story. Reduced motion can also reduce distraction for people with ADHD. It can help limit motion, flashing, pulsing effects that might be unsafe for folks with photosensitive epilepsy. But it's also not just for permanent disabilities. People may need it during concussion recovery, post-viral illnesses, migration flare-ups, or pregnancy. During my first trimester, when nausea was at its worst, I had to turn it on. There's even some studies in Iowa State University that found that women were actually more likely to end VR sessions about twice as often as men, and reported sickness intensity of 40% higher. So, well, what does it actually do? Depends on the platform. When turning it on for an iOS device, zooms become crossfades, parallax experiences become static, and optional effects become opt-in. Overall, Apple's approach is what I would call a replace pattern. It doesn't mean that all animations are replaced, but it is meaningful swaps of zoom with motion with a gentler crossfade, replacing motion with meaning. Android, on the other hand, takes a very different approach. Their native setting isn't actually called reduce motion, it's called remove animations, and I think that tells you exactly what you need to know. It sets the animator duration scale to 0, and basically the philosophy is simply remove, with the general idea that to remove motion for speed. So where does that leave us React Native developers? So there's 2 ways to get reduced motion settings in a React Native app. The first, there is a reanimated use reduced motion hook. It's synchronous and worklet compatible, but the catch is it actually only reads the value at app runtime, or startup time. So it doesn't update mid-session. And then there's always the direct from React Native's accessibility info. It's async, returns a promise, and has a reduced motion change listener for real-time updates. So if a user was going to toggle it on mid-session, you'll get that catch. For an app that I'm working on, Shopify's point of sale, we tend to have lots of users switching like on all the time, pinning in. And so we're not going to see an app relaunch between users. And so for us, it's important that we stick with the accessibility info. But you might need to consider other things. Now, I'm going to assume that you're probably using Reanimated if you're here. So every Reanimated function and layout function takes a reduced motion option. And there are 3 values: system, always, and never. System will adhere to the OS settings at launch, and it is the default. Always disables animations. Now, this is for performance reasons, not for accessibility. And never disables animations. And this would be important for animations where the motion actually is the information. So think loaders or countdowns. But when reduced motion is enabled, the default settings are not always intuitive. Timing in spring will snap into place. Decay stays where it is. Delay will skip the wait time entirely. Repeat's also one to watch. If it's infinite or even reversal, it won't even start at all, and this could be very important for your loading indicators. And sequence can surprise you too if you have a child that's set to reduce motion never, because that one's still going to run, but the rest will snap into place. Now, I have just told you that the default tends to be to remove, but that's not always the best experience. I will encourage you to consider Apple's approach where it makes sense, and I tend to call this the swap, don't strip. So to show you what I mean, this is what the default experience would look like. The zoom animation is stripped out entirely, and with it, a lot of the delight, which is probably why you added animation in the first place. The swap version replaces zoom in with a gentler crossfade, so the users get a clear this opened transition, just without the zoom, depth, and motion that can cause discomfort. And here's the code. The changes all live in the entering and exiting animations, and in the swap version, notice that fade in and fade out both have a reduced motion .never. That's what tells Reanimated, even when reduced motion's on, to still play that easier transition, or that easier, gentler transition. And that's the whole pattern. Replace the zoom with a fade. So one last thing I do want to say on reduced motion is that Reanimated's reduced motion config, it looks like a component, but it is not scoped like one. It is actually a global get config setter. So if you wrap it around a single component or a single screen, it might look like it's scoped, but in fact it will affect your entire app. This can be incredibly frustrating to debug when all of your animations have suddenly stopped working. So yeah, that may or may not be coming from experience. So this is probably a good time to remind you, reduced motion is really just one of the accessible features that you need to worry about. Then there's lots more. We've got color contrast, photosensitivity, cognitive load, transparency, voice control, scaling text, and screen readers. Each one of those could really be its own talk. Let me take a quick one off the list, which is color. Now, so for a button that is changing state, the animation might be fine, the motion might be gentle, and you might even have the right accessibility roles and states in there. But for a user who's colorblind, those visual states might look identical, making the state change effectively invisible. To test this, I tend to use grayscale filter, which I've just turned on now. So if the state only works in color, it's not going to work for everyone. And this is actually quite common. About 1 in 12 males are born with color blindness, and that is typically the red-green that is the most common. But what if you couldn't see the transition at all? For screen reader users with little to no vision, what matters isn't how it's being animated in, it's whether they know something's being animated in. So in this example, we have a button here that appears only after a specific action is performed. And a sighted user can see it pop in. But for a screen reader user, often you explore the page and kind of build a mental map before you, like when it's a new page, you'll build a mental map kind of before you start to navigate it. And if that button doesn't exist when that mental map is being explored, it's not going to be there, or you're not going to know about it. In this video I'm going to show in a second, you're going to kind of see someone explore the page and then add a promo code. I do like to give a warning. Screen reader users use their devices incredibly fast. I have slowed down the audio, but it will still be very, very fast for an untrained ear. So hopefully you'll be able to follow along.
Promo code, heading, checkout, subtotal, $42.50, total, $42.50, promo code, enter code, text field. Text field is editing, and CapEx. CapEx, numbers. 1, 1, 0, 0, return. Subtotal, $42.50.
So you can see they filled it in and then nothing. They weren't aware that the button appeared. It wasn't clear what the next steps were, and they would really need to re-explore that page in order to find the button, which can be very time-consuming depending on the amount of content that's on that screen. So to fix this, there's really more than one way to do it, and there are a couple strategies that you can pull from. So the first is that you can actually have that button in the tree from the start and just have it disabled. And that way, when the user is doing that initial exploration, you'd be able to find it right away. You could also announce the change, so use a live region or announce for accessibility to say, like, hey, something's changed. Or 3, you could move focus directly to it. Now, you might use one or a combination of these, depending on what your flow is. Each depends on your app and your flow. In this clip, I did try to use all 3 just to give examples. So you should know that the button is already in place at the time of exploration, that the announcement when the state change, and that there's a rerouting of focus once the discount's applied.
Promo code, heading, checkout, subtotal, $42.50, total, $42.50, promo code, enter code, text field, apply, dim, button. Enter code, text field. Type a code to enable it. Text field is editing. Cap C, Cap X. Cap X rank. Apply button now available. Numbers. 1, 1, 0, 0. Return. Subtotal, $42.50. Total, promo code, X10, apply, apply, button. Discount, X10, minus $4.25. Promo code applied. New total, $38.25.
So the next common animation that I see that doesn't play well with screen readers is a swipe to delete. So let's see what lack of accessibility looks like for that.
Your shopping cart, heading. Spicy tuna roll, 1 times $12.80. Alert, spicy tuna roll. Quantity, 1 price, $12.80 each total, $12, okay, button. Spicy tuna roll, edamame, 2 times $5.50. Spicy tuna roll, 1 time edamame, 2 miso soup.
So why did this fail? Well, swipe motion is already being used by screen readers to navigate between elements, so it's not going to trigger that list item. Instead, we're going to need to add a list of actions that it can perform. And here's what that looks like, just 2 additional props. Accessibility actions defines the custom action exposed to VoiceOver and TalkBack, and the on-accessibility actions handles them. And just like the appearing animation or appearing elements that we saw earlier, swipe to delete is a change to UI. So it's the same strategies that apply here. So you can announce the item that's been deleted, you can so the user doesn't actually knows what's happening, or you could move the focus when the action has been applied. And yeah, here are the results.
Your shopping cart, heading. Spicy tuna roll, 1 for $12.80, button. Double tap to view item details. Custom action. Alert, spicy tuna roll quantity. Okay, button, okay. Your shopping cart, your shopping, spicy tuna roll. Delete. Spicy tuna roll removed from basket. Edamame, 2 for $11, button, delete. Edamame removed from basket. Miso soup, 1 for $4, button.
One thing I should have mentioned there, I don't know if you noticed it, but the way that I actually accessed those custom actions was by either swiping up or swiping down, and then you still have to double tap to activate. And while we're on the topic of gestures, there's a few more that I'm going to bring up because I think they're really great to know, especially for animated areas or elements. The first is, or the first 2, I should say, are gestures that are connected to controlling accessible role adjustable. So think sliders, steppers, scrubbers, anything range-based. So even that jelly slider we saw so much of yesterday. Screen reader users usually interact with them in 2 ways. The first is like the swipe up or swipe down to set increments, or to double tap and hold, and where you get the fine grain experience. So the swipe up and down actions are the same pattern as the accessibility actions you saw earlier with swipe to delete. And double tap and hold gestures should work out of the box with the accessible role adjustable. The gesture can be a little bit hard to get the first time, so I like to think of it more as like a single quick clap and then a hold tap, where you can then drag your finger along the screen. The next one is, gestures, is an escape gesture. And this is when screen readers can use for dismissal of modals or sheets or overlays. In iOS, that's a 2-finger Z motion. On Android, that's a 1-finger J motion. And for Android, it's built in automatically, so you can use this as a back action actually throughout an Android device. However, on iOS, you will need to set up this prop for it to work. My last point I want to discuss is toasts. So they are everywhere, but they're also silently one of the more inaccessible patterns in modern apps. And it's mainly from 3 problems. The first, they auto-dismiss, so often before someone can finish reading them. Whoops. Going too fast. The second, they often are often outside the accessibility tree, so especially when they're rendered in a portal or a modal. Or an overlay. And third, once they're gone, they're gone. There's usually no way to bring them back. So toast can be really frustrating if you're a sighted user who blinks, if you are a magnification user who's looking somewhere else, or if you're a screen reader user whose announcements are getting cut off. And GitHub even announced that they were deprecating this entirely, citing 2 WCAG or WCAG violations, and their replacement is Banner for page level and Flash for inline. Now, I'm not telling you to delete every toast in your app. Where information is redundant or the information is just secondary, it's perfectly fine. But the next time you reach for one, or I want you to ask yourself, if a user was to look away with this information, would that matter? If yes, use a banner, maybe inline feedback or a notification surface. If no, a toast is probably fine. Yeah. So if there's one thing I want to leave you with, it's this. Your animations were added there in your app for a reason. It can guide attention, it can communicate state, it can confirm feedback, it can make the interaction feel alive. So accessibility shouldn't be shutting them out. It should be making sure that everyone gets the message. Now, before you ship, ask yourself 4 questions. Does it move? Handle reduced motion. Does it appear or disappear? Make sure the screen reader is aware. Does it require a gesture? Provide an accessible action. And does it auto-dismiss? Maybe reconsider if needed. 4 questions, and they aren't going to catch everything, but they should catch most things. So thank you so much. I do have a QR code with a bit of a cheat sheet on there. It's got everything I've talked about and more, so with including examples, so that you can make sure that your apps are also accessible. And feel free to find me and tell me about your animation that you want to make accessible too, and hopefully I can help you. Okay, cheers.
Thank you so much. I love being able to see the kind of ways that different people interact with apps, and it's always a learning lesson for me, so thank you so much. All right, we have one more talk before it is lunchtime, but stick around because this talk and this speaker are pretty cool. Our next speaker is Kadi, and Kadi is genuinely a prolific speaker. I've met them at many conferences, giving so many amazing talks. They're a software engineer at Expo, and they're going to be speaking to us today and asking the question, what does your app actually do in production? I think it's a great question because when we spend most of our time interacting with whatever we're building, we're mostly in developer environments, staging environments, test environments, and then maybe we do get outputs in dashboards about production, but we spend all this time working on our apps and then actually spend not as much time observing it in production. So it's going to be really, really interesting learning about that and how Expo helps us get a better insight into our apps in production. So this is something which I think a lot of us are going to be able to learn some cool things about, so I hope you are excited for this talk. So we'll have this talk and then it will be lunchtime. Remember, important thing, At lunchtime, the beer tap's open, so make sure you go and grab yourself a drink. And even if beer isn't your drink, there's a bunch of other things as well. And then it will be your last chance at a break to enter into the raffles that will happen later on the stage. So make sure you do that. But before lunch, let's give a massive 10 out of 10 applause for Kadi as she takes the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Our vision at Expo has actually stayed pretty consistent over the years. We want to make mobile development accessible for everyone and delightful for developers. In practice, this has often meant being very much influenced and inspired by things, solutions, and capabilities that come from the web. And this is because React Native is so accessible for web developers. So when folks come over from the web, they often bring their tools, ideas, expectations from web dev, and thus we find ourselves trying to use these tried and tested web solutions in native. And it kind of works. But what we're seeing time and time again is that tailor-made solutions, much like tailor-made clothes, specifically for the mobile platform and for the unique capabilities, and let's be honest, restrictions, for React Native, fit a whole lot better. Over the years, many of the previously painful and complicated things when it comes to building React Native apps have come a long way. We now have excellent tailor-made tools for building, debugging, and deploying our apps. Some for us at Expo, others from the community, from Software Mansion, ColdStack, Infinite Red, and many others. So now, we want to look what happens to your app after we ship them to production. Beyond the analytics and the crash reporting tools we already have and that are often borrowed from the web. How can we make observability a tailor-made solution for React Native? Hello, my name is Kadi Kraman. I'm a developer success engineer at Expo, and this talk is about how your app is actually doing in production. This is how we all wish versioning worked in React Native. Let's just take a look and take a moment to appreciate the simplicity. You deploy a version, and everyone's using it. You deploy the next one, and everyone switches over. You find an issue and you roll back. No problem, everyone switches over. Unfortunately, that is not our reality. Because there is no built-in way for app stores to prompt for users to upgrade, versioning for native apps looks more like this. When you publish your version 1 of your app and everyone starts using it, this is the best it's going to get. With every new update, you will have a gradual adoption from the previous versions to the new ones, where some users actually never update. And speaking of updates, if you are using over the updates, my goodness, as powerful and amazing that they are, the complexity when it comes to versions multiplies. So as soon as you push an over-the-air update to a single version, this splits that version's users, the code path they're using, into two, with the embedded update and the new update. Furthermore, depending on how you handle the initial installs from the stores, new users might be using the embedded update first and then gradually migrate over. This is to say that if you are just looking at performance analytics from your app at any one time, at any point in time, you are not getting a good picture of what is actually happening because the data is coming from a plethora of versions. Here's another somewhat frightening reality. The app that you are developing locally is not actually the same app that your users are using. And this is not just about not being the latest version that you're developing, but also you are developing your application, which means that you have all these dev tools, observers, debugging utilities in your computer that allow you to inspect and speed up writing code. However, for production, we build a completely separate bundle. We have a minified, hopefully Hermes bytecode bundle. We have optimized app bundles so that the version that the user is using is hopefully faster and better, but how do we know for sure? Furthermore, if you are a conscientious developer, you probably have, who has a separate test device outside of your main device? You're amazing. Just for anyone who didn't see, that is like half the audience. The other half of the audience, talk to your employer. If you're a React Native developer, iOS and Android, having a test device for the other platform, huge improvement. However, unfortunately for us, our users have about 300 different devices, and no one's going to be doing that. And lastly, well, one of the many last things, but the nature of mobile apps is that while you're developing in perfect network conditions, hopefully with 300, 500 megabit internet, your users, because they are on the go, are not going to have such perfect conditions. So that's why the app that you're developing locally is not the same as what the users are using. So what we want is to measure performance in the real world, in these crazy conditions, in the metro, on the plane, on users' crazy phones where they have 2% battery because they're lunatics. We want to see what the real users are seeing across devices, locations, situations, and versions. And this is where Observe comes in. Observe is our brand new open source library coupled with its namesake on EAS. And it is designed to capture, record, and help you make sense of real performance metrics and logs from your apps in production. This is how Observe works. We have an open source library called Expo Observe, and this is in charge of capturing and transmitting metrics, events, and logs from your user's production app and sending it to a dedicated OpenTelemetry collector. This endpoint is replaceable. By default, we'll send it to our EAS Observe collector, which we will then use to store and help you analyze, contextualize, and act on this data. To get started with Observe, there's 3 simple steps. You install the library, you add a higher order component to the root of your app, and you call Mark Interactive to your app's entry point screens. So these are the first screens that the user could potentially land on when they first open the app. So usually it's going to be your index route, but for example, if you have onboarding or login or deep linking, then also those routes. And just with those 3 steps, after a rebuild, you'll instantly be able to see the app's startup metrics on the Observe dashboard. So, what are startup metrics? We're talking about from when the user taps on the app icon on the phone to when they actually start using your app. They start scrolling, start typing. And this consists of launch time, which is from when the process is created to when the system is finished allocating memory. And an interesting thing you might not know about launch time is that it can be warm or cold. So you might not know this, but your operating system on your phones has the capability to, under some conditions, pre-warm your app process. So as developers, we don't have control over when this happens, although there are things that we can do to make it more likely. So for example, if you're the kind of person that wakes up at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the first thing you do is you open Instagram and do some scrolling, then your phone learns this, and by 7:50, Instagram is pre-warmed, so you can save those milliseconds and start scrolling faster. Then we have the bundle load time, which is from when the launch time finishes to loading your JavaScript bytecode and evaluating it. We have time to render. This is when the React root component is rendered. And then we have time to interactive, which is the one you have to mark manually, which is when the user can actually start using their app. So the reason we have you mark it manually is because you could be doing things in your app that prevents the user from actually interacting with your screen. So you could be hiding the splash screen and doing something in the background. You could be fetching old state. You could be downloading an OTA update. You could be fetching some data. During all of this time, the user is there just wanting to be using your app. And all of this information is hidden if you aren't tracking it via metrics. So all of this data is captured with metadata about the device you're using, the app versions, the location. And for TTI metrics, we also add metadata about the device state, so whether the battery is full, whether they're on Wi-Fi, whether they've seen any dropped frames. And you can actually add any custom objects here as well, anything that you want to track for that particular screen, it will show up here. Cool. So startup, great. But what about when you're already in the app? We're tracking metrics for the initial screen, so the initial open. But what if that's not where the bottleneck is? Your app hopefully has more than one screen, and the actual problematic screen might be deeper. Well, the good news is we also have tracking for per-screen metrics with Expo Router and React Navigation. This is not enabled by default because navigation metrics may or may not be sensitive to you depending on what your app is. So it is up to you to evaluate and send the metrics as you deem appropriate. To enable it, we just, in the configure object, enable the Expo Router or React Navigation integration and call mark interactive on all the remaining screens. That's it. And after a rebuild, you'll be able to see the cold and warm time to render and time to interactive on all your screens. All right, recall my complaints about how versioning is so very frustrating? Well, with Observe, you can easily see which versions of your app your users are actually using. So in this example, we have two app versions. We have a 1.0.0 and 1.0.1. And then here on the right, we can see the users and installs for both of these versions. So installs means we have seen that user on this version ever. And users means that the latest metrics we have of them is of this version. So we can, with reasonable confidence, know that this is where they're using. And this becomes more useful as you have more builds, because as we know that just having an app version 1.0.1 doesn't mean that it's the same app binary. So when you're building on EAS, for instance, you can see each of the builds. You can link to them as well with the little arrow here, and you can see exactly how many users are using which build. So in this example, a very common use case, you can see this build number 14 was used ever by one user, and is currently used by no one. So this was obviously built by a developer, pushed a test flight, oh no, I made a mistake, build another one, and that's the one that gets pushed out to users. And of course, we can also do this with updates. So if you're using ES updates, you can link the update from here to the actual update that was published and see exactly how many users are on which versions. And all of these are filters. So all the metrics that you've added, you'll be able to filter by individual update versions or build numbers. Speaking of EAS update metrics, wouldn't it be useful to see how a new update is performing compared to the previous or even existing median? Here's an example of an update that was pushed that significantly increased the minimum time to render by a minimum of 500%. And if you look at the median download time for it is clear to see that it is taking unusually long to download for some reason, perhaps due to some unoptimized images. You can also then peek, when you find an outlier, you can peek into all events for that user for that session, including the startup events, navigation events, custom events, and download events. So I'm actually the most excited about this screen because there is a lot of stuff coming here. Eventually, this will be the user's entire journey from when they open the app to whatever they're doing, and you can customize this to be as descriptive as you need, including perhaps some third-party integrations. And for the events, you're able to see the metadata about the device as well as any custom params you might want to add. Speaking of customization, we also wanted to give you the freedom to capture any performance or behavior events you can imagine. So we've added a custom events functionality, which means you can capture any serializable data you can imagine. All of these events will be available on the dashboard, and we're working on a feature where you can also query by each of the keys and values that you set. All right, it is somewhat shocking that I am nearing the end of this presentation, and I have yet to mention agents. I know, I'm surprised I haven't been booed off the stage. But don't worry, we have of course built Observe with agentic development in mind. So to keep your data where you are most comfortable, you can use Observe with any AI agent of your choice. Because that's the dream, right? So rather than just going on a dashboard and you having to be the one to figure out which metrics are not working as expected, you want to, in plain text, interact with your data and ask questions and have your agent do the work. And with Observe, you can. You might have noticed the little handoff to AI button in some of the screenshots I showed earlier. Clicking this will let you copy a prompt which you can add to your AI agent, and this will instruct it on how to make sense and query the data we've collected. These will be, well, non-deterministic because it depends on the data in your app. But this is just an example. What it's going to do is it's going to query the data from the last 2 weeks, and depending on what it finds, asks you what area you want to dig into. We also have a skill, Observe skills. We also have an Observe skill in Expo skills. So we have a skill for installing. So rather, if you don't want to do, npx expo install, you can use the skill to have Observe automatically set up and configured. We have a skill for metrics. So this is understanding the metrics we're collecting and the thresholds, and if any, in case of outliers, how to improve things. And queries, how to query and interpret the data. This was just a glimpse of what we've built so far, and we have a lot of things planned next. I think out of these, I am most excited about request timing. So one of the things we're looking into is actually being able to time all the requests that happen within your app. So per screen, when you saw the session timeline, you should be able to see all the requests that happen when the screen is opened, which ones happen at the same time. So you'll be able to see, oh, my app is slow because I'm running 10 requests continuously. We also have plans for alerting, so you could set specific thresholds you want to monitor and then be able to get Slack or email alerts. And we have, well, lots of things planned. And finally, I am thrilled to announce that as of right now, ES Observe is in public beta. So it will be free for up to 10K monthly active users on all plans for at least 3 months. Yeah. So if you found any of this interesting, please give it a shot. And if you do, I've added a link to our Discord. Please join our Discord. There is an Observe channel. We'll be looking into it. Please feel free to tag me if you have any questions, problems, ideas you want to integrate with your own library. I am very excited for us all to build the best observability system tailored for React Native. Thank you very much.
All right, now it is time for the moment you've been waiting for, lunch. Go and enjoy yourself, have a beer, have a drink, and I'll see you after the break. We've got more content for you.
One of the things that I want to tell people is that social connection is important. We all live now in a world where a lot of us work remotely, but there are a lot of things that are baking right now. And coming to a conference is a good way of really getting ahead of the curve. So I definitely recommend properly interacting with people and getting to know the React Native community.
I had a conversation with one developer that was working on something, and I learned a ton about how we could optimize things in my React Native project. I think that's incredible. That access and that community that App.js provides is unparalleled.
Good morning, everyone. It is so good to be back here at App.js 2025.
And you can just feel it. I mean, it's so crazy when we're here because there's so many of these just apps that I use every day. And the author is here. He's talking about like how using React Native has drastically improved their workflow. Exciting time to be an app developer.
All of the engineers that I really admire are here, so it's like a pleasure to learn with them. So yeah, I'm enjoying. It's pretty cool.
Drink. Wait. One more thing. There's one more group of people we need to thank.
Yes.
It's the audience.
The audience, yes. Can you give yourselves a round of applause?
I know.
You're at home.
Hard for your Islamic.
Yeah, a standing ovation for yourselves.
Round of applause.
That is awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a day of learning, and let's have fun.
It's not enough. Hey.
2 hours later.
Hello, everyone. This is the RTC on 2025.
So it's quite retro, it's quite fun. Let's see whether or not we can kind of make it real time. I don't have any backup here.
I felt kind of compelled like to break more stuff and, in the process of trying to make them work. So, yeah.
I build stupid things for people.
I'm doing Elixir for life.
We met the only Elixir developer who is actually paying his bills with Elixir, so that's very impressive.
How do you like the conference?
Very, very interesting stuff. We love Vulkan Video, we love Rust.
Really, really good. It's my first time here.
As a nerd, I have to admit I'm really keen to this mock thing.
We have a strong team of speakers this year. Everyone's very cool.
A lot of topics during the conference that I really enjoyed.
Here it's very cozy. Everyone's very friendly. It's so cool. Anyone who's working in this field should definitely come.
Forget that. I'll start again. I forgot what I said at the beginning. So, productivity.
Elixir is great technology.
Maintainability.
And we just need to...
And readability.
Do a better job of marketing it.
Okay. Well, definitely what I appreciate the most about Elixir is the Elixir community. Boom. Yeah.
Modern people don't really want to go deal with all those curly brackets, and Jose, I think, has done everybody a great favor by enhancing the language and making it much more useful in the modern day. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon to figure out how we apply our resources to things.
So we learned all these hard lessons, building software and failing. And you take those lessons and you learn to value a new set of priorities, right? And Elixir sort of embodies those things that people don't know are important when they're first starting out. You know, when you're first learning to program, the properties that Elixir actually provides, it's difficult to explain why those matter. And so that's one of the things that we've seen is that it's filled with people who have deep experience, deep nuance and understanding of like what goes into good engineering and how we make software that will stand the test of time.
Folks from Software Mansion reached out. They said, look, we do this kind of summit with React Native. It could be interesting to have that for the Elixir community as well. So it was the perfect moment, the perfect place.
This might be the most unusual React Native workshop you'll ever attend. Why? I work in a villa on a Croatian island. Small groups up to 10 devs.
Led by the people building the tools you already use.
You learn how to build Expo modules and master the entire EAS ecosystem.
Then we'll dive into Reanimated, Gesture Handler, and Worklets.
We cover the new architecture, performance profiling, and JSI, and we'll finish with a consulting day to solve your app real problems.
Sounds good? Book your spot and see you by the pool.
Hello guys, today we are at Software Mansion with Meet.js, and this is meetup focused mainly on JavaScript and front-end development, although we have variety of topics.
We're kind of trying to push the boundary of what's possible on the web. It's always been possible, but we're trying to make it easier than ever.
This meetup is perfect for people to see how their web knowledge can be applied in mobile world.
I love the energy they conveyed in the presentations.
So this is the kind of place where you can do Johnny Slider as a part of your job.
We are at the meetup in Software Mansion office, which is called Build with AI DeepMind Mansion, and this is edition 5. My name is Mateusz Kopciński. I'm the lead software engineer in-house Software Mansion AI team, and we are mostly focused in convincing people that Edge AI is a good idea and that they should consider it in their next product.
I'm Philip. I work here at Software Mansion, and my talk was about the performance on local models. Developers, after my talk, should consider using tools that reduce context use. They should consider either using a sub-agent for gathering this required information or using the dedicated tool. I don't think it was very controversial. Mateusz's talk was very similar and we agreed. So at least in Software Mansion, we have the same mind.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I built unique flows for every purchase state, not to mention a custom entitlement API for grace periods and family sharing. If a subscription expires, I have custom logic to grant temporary entitlements based on the user's unique cohort. That's weird. No. I rebuilt this entire system and my code never breaks.
Today's apps ship faster than ever. AA is writing most of the code, but the test didn't keep up because no QA team can move that fast. For that, we need a tester army. So we built one. AA agents that test your web and mobile apps in a real browser or a simulator using natural language. Try it at tester.army.
Mobile tests aren't handwritten anymore. Now agents write them. Maestro speaks YAML. With Maestro MCP, your coding agent inspects your app, writes the test, and runs it on a device. And when something breaks, your agent fixes it. Tests heal themselves. Trusted by the world's top mobile teams, works with every coding agent. Start now at maestro.dev.
This is what presenting your screen usually feels like. Now, you just press record.
What's new and interesting in React Native? So very recently, a couple of weeks back, the new Expo release. They have a cadence of about 3 months of a new release. The new release, Expo SDK 56, marked as stable now. It's packed with features, new React Native, but let's go through, not maybe all of them, but there are too much. Let's go through some of them. So we have Expo UI is now production ready, marked as stable. So there's this components built in Swift UI and Jetpack Compose that are because the platforms are different from each other. They had this idea for building specifically for Android, specifically for iOS in Swift UI, Jetpack Compose, but using JavaScript. In this release, they added something called universal components, like a wrapper on top of this, to support common use cases like buttons, bottom sheets, checkboxes, and so on from one single API. Pretty cool, stable now, production ready. Perfect. We have, in this release, a faster native build and startup. I have some notes that it's apparently 16% faster on clean build times on iOS. We have 40% faster cold starts and 33% faster first render on Android, which is insane. They did a couple of things to make that happen. I think there was pre-built modules and some improvements in runtime for Expo Modules Core, which is like the building block of a lot of Expo libraries. Which you improve. If you improve this, you improve everything in the ecosystem. We have inline native modules on this. This is insane. On this, I have a next slide, which is bonkers. We have the newest React Native 85 with the new animation backend, which powers both animated and reanimated. Bartek is nodding in approval. Good. Okay. And we have iOS Expo widgets marked as stable. Very nice. Coming back, step back to the inline native modules. This was not introduced, but dreamed by Fernando Rojo 3 years ago at App.js. He says that this will be the future of React Native, and it's here. We waited 3 years, but it's here. The idea of inline native modules is that you add a Swift file, Swift native file, or a Kotlin file. You just write your native module, and then it creates the TypeScript types from this. So this is not similar. This is the opposite of CodeGen, where you write a TypeScript spec and it builds a native, like a shell. Here you add a Swift or Kotlin file, and it supposedly works. Currently experimental, but cool nonetheless. Someone predicted this. I'm in awe. Very nice. Expo team is nodding somehow. No? Very bad? Very good? Okay, somewhat good. Okay, somewhat good explanation. Next one. It's in the workshop. Oh, we have a workshop on this. That's perfect. So tomorrow, how many of you are coming to workshops at App.js? Clap. Clap once. Half. Okay, good. So if you pick the workshop, you'll learn all about it. Thank you, Kadi. Nice. Vision Camera. Vision Camera had a new version 5, which was insane. It was a full rewrite. I asked Claude to summarize the article, and it just gave up. I had to go and read at least the titles. It's a joke. Obviously, it didn't, but you get the idea. So it's a full rewrite to Nitro modules. There is a new constraint API. You have capability to do in-memory photo, GPU accelerated rasterizer. It's powered now by React Native worklets from Software Mention instead of React Native worklets core, which is cool. And there's many, many more. I sure hope Mark will be at App.js, but I'm not sure if it's here. No. But I'm not the expert on this. He is. Ask him, I don't know, at Twitter. Vision Camera 5, big release, new APIs, some breaking changes. Amazing. Next slide I have titled, Let's Talk About Agents. A bit mysterious, because the whole ecosystem is currently building stuff to solve the same core problem we have with AI. It does a lot of code, creates a lot of code, generates, but it doesn't check its work back. So we've learned to add, stop hook to do linting or formatting, run tests after the AI agent like codex, cloud code, cursor stopped. But it wasn't enough. So we at Software Mention, but not only we, started to create a way for AI agents to check its work on the simulator emulator. Because then it can go for longer and check its work, and the finished work, it's better in the end. Right? It costs a lot more tokens, but the output is better. So there are two solutions that I want to highlight now. There is Argent by Software Mention, and there is Agent Device by our friends from CoolStack. They solve the same core idea different ways, and they are not overlapping with features that much, but they help with closing the loop for the agent. Argent, MCP-based, focused on closing for local development. I'll go to Agent Device in a second. Supports iOS, Android, simulators only, but it has first-class debugging profiling for iOS, Android, and React Native apps. On the other hand, we have Agent Device, which is CLI-based, more focused on UI automation, supports physical devices, TVs, desktop, and it has a separate module. It's not built in as a first class, but separate module for debugging and profiling. What I want to say here is that you should try both and see what sticks, because both of them were made in Krakow, which is absolutely insane. So you increase the GDP of Krakow by using either. So, yeah. That's helpful. I have my last slide here, which is Pulsar. We've made ready-to-use haptics library. We have 150 presets for haptics. What am I talking about it? Because we, as developers, have forgotten to add haptics, especially agents, disregard them at all, because agents do not think about humans, they think about themselves. So we made it so you can test haptics on a simulator with sound. It plays sound when you tap, which is cool. There are 250 of them. You can try it out. I will talk about it more at Chain React in July, but Pulsar, try it. It's cool. Very interactive examples. Very cool. The audience isn't probably fitting right here, but I have a slide that Software Mention is hiring, always hiring. In this economy, can you imagine? There is a hard requirement that you have to speak Polish. I'm sorry, which is itself is a superpower. Use Polish in the office. So yeah, hiring. There are recruiters right there somewhere. They're waving right now. You can talk to them, interact. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, and thank you from me, from my side. No clapping. Thank you.
In January 2025, in December 2025, a colleague of mine wrote an article with the title 2025 was the year of speed, and 2026 will be year of quality, claiming what companies will stop rushing into speed and will begin take care of the quality of things what they are shipping. So how are you people? Feel the year of quality? Anyone? I see. Yeah, so I'm very much with you on that. No. Reviewing this article, I said something like, this statement is overly optimistic, is the most polite way I can describe it. Well, he's American, so we need to be gentle, right? As an engineers, we cannot afford being optimistic, especially overly optimistic. We need to be realistic. The reality is we are shipping faster, can't argue with that. There is a teeny tiny problem, we are shipping bugs faster. And working in code review system with millions of reviews per month, mostly on GitHub, that's frankly scary. So, also last year, we released a white paper, like there has been a big research, and we attribute multiplication of 1.7 times more bugs to AI-assisted code. And that's not really a problem, what AI code has bugs. Funny enough, you will disagree with me at first, but wait. The real problem is what we ship them. And that's what I want to talk about. It's not a problem what AI writes some bugs sometimes. But as we get into the new reality, we need to introduce new metrics so we can understand what's happening with our projects. So we definitely need new TPS understanding, tokens per slot, time to first bullshit, and my favorite P99, pure slop, 99 percentile. I wrote a blog post last year looking at how people do their job with reviewing, helping others to do better job in catching slop, just pure bullshit. Reading code is harder than writing it. It's not me saying that, it's Rich Kernigan. Well, he said debugging, but we can say what reading and debugging are largely related. We are getting more PRs, we are getting significantly bigger PRs, and for most of them, they are just altered by no one in particular. So there is more and more PRs delivered not by some developer, but there are more and more PRs developed by agent based on a Slack message. Those are the worst. So funniest part here is what AI promised, what our job will be easier. And it became harder because now the pleasure of the job writing code happens significantly less often. But the harder job on reviewing and reading someone else's code, which looks great, and sometimes like have passing tests, but doesn't really does the job or does it in a very creepy way. That got much more and that got much bigger. CodeRabbit watches all major public incidents, and there is a little research as much as it's possible on our side based on public information on what exactly happened, how exactly happened. And yeah, there is definitely a correlation between introduced of AI-assisted code and especially like pure agentic coding and the way how people deliver that and the way how it was developed before. And we should not forget, but guns don't kill. People kill. There are two problems, as I see it, currently in software development. And AI is neither of them. That's like, no, AI is not guilty, you blame AI. No, guns don't kill people. The truth is, point number 2, is DLC is built for human software development lifecycle is just not designed to a way how it's used, or better say abused right now. And first, like, are there any managers, project managers, product managers, leaders? Like, no? Okay, I see one. Good. So that's not about you, dear sir. But I really see it in many companies. Management got drunk or like flying high on because they saw, oh, like, we can write things 10 times faster. And they look good. I mean, the code look good, code looks smart. So let's just ship them. Let's just ship them. If you ship fast, you're still gonna have tester. You're still gonna have a review process and testing. The problem is it will happen after delivery, not before. Who will do it? Users. And there is a question. Who are users? We are. So you work in one company, I work in another company, both our companies deliver shit. You subscribe to my product, I'm subscribed to your product. We are enjoying that. I really want to stop it. So, we got very, very fast cars, we can say flying cars, very fast flying cars with no brakes, no traffic lights, we will get to this point soon, and drivers are drunk. So, if we will not do it, no one else will do it. That's our jobs as engineers to mount the brakes and help people sober up. Now, how do we do it? I do hope it will go slightly faster. And I will say about how we make it happen faster. But yeah, there was a huge difference between first car and first traffic light, some decades. We should not be afraid to make mistakes as long as we consciously, continuously learn from them. And preferably, if we not let our users, our customers, to encounter them. That would be just the best. And thing I want to talk about, number one, is the culture of experiments. How many of you, if it's not a secret, of course, have a culture of experiment in software teams? Like, that's our theory. We will try to do it this way. When after a sprint, if you have sprints, or after some time, if you just like mark some time, week, days, then get the results, measure, talk, adjust, run experiment again. Like, how many people are doing that? Not AI necessarily, but in general. So, yeah, I see 1, 2, 3 hands. Yep, so 4 count me. It should be employed more widely. It must be employed more widely. The truth is, as I said on the previous slide, no one hell knows how to deal with this shit. It's completely new. And we all are making, experimenting and learning, so don't be afraid to make mistake. Just learn from this mistake. Make a theory, run experiment, gather data. Does it go better? Does it go worse? Okay, make a next theory. Adjust and again and again and again. There is no failure if you learn from it. Preferably, as said, if there is no unhappy customers testing for you. Now, it's hilarious how people don't think about what the project we're working with. We need to treat differently different projects. So we need a new level of SLA, slope level agreement. So how much slope we can afford having on this project. And there is no wrong answer. But your project can be completely slope. When I was learning how this thing works some years ago, I wrote tons of slope, and it was completely fine because it was learning and no customers were harmed in the process. But when you are working on something, what like people gonna die if something goes wrong, then your SLA gonna be higher, specifically as in slope level agreement. Any answer is fine, but you need to make a decision consciously on that. And as I see it, from my point of view, it's a function of testability and expected project lifetime. So if you are going to close it in a week, then maybe it's fine. It's just a test run. And if you're going to use it after 10 years in a nuclear power station, then you might want to treat it slightly differently. And function of testability, so very much depends on how well, how easily it's tested. So like there are things of different ability on how it can go for you, how the quality is. Prompt review. I was prompt review, not pull request review, not change set review, but prompt review. That is interesting thing. At first I was highly negative about that. I read about that, so like, what kind of bullshit it is, and close it. Then my colleagues introduced me a new feature we've been secretly working on. I was like, okay, it began to make sense. So the story is, there is one-shot prompting and multi-shot prompting. Significant part of the time people were doing multi-shot prompting, opening their cloud, opening their client, opening their root code, whatever, and adjusting as it goes, making corrections to the course, steering the course in the correct direction as they see fit. As models became better and better, as agents became better and better, more and more often people begin to do one shot, or so like in single prompt everything should be done, or at least like in a smaller count of shots. And with one-shot coding, with one-shot prompting, for bigger features, it super much makes sense to first have a good plan, have a very good detailed prompt written by AI, then reviewed by you and your colleague, owners of the things. About ownership we will talk soon. And then this plan is reviewed, and then the feature owner says like, okay, good, that looks good, I think it will work nice. Then it can be executed. And funny enough, now I do prompt review for bigger features relatively often. Not for all, you still better do some things in multi-shotting, but it's still very nice for many cases. Good. Ownership. So, Git blame is dead. At least for our company, most of the things are coming from agent, which gets these sometimes reviewed, sometimes not. Prompt makes a plan, makes a pull request, and it will be always authored by company name agent. And most PRs, at least for us, now have non-human author. Like in the projects I see, really most of them in our company. So every component, by component I don't mean like React component, but more as a part of a project in a bigger way. Every component needs a human owner or team or person, it depends on your setup, who will be doing reviewing of the things, the change sets coming there. And that's very important. Because once, like AI's responsibility is no one's responsibility. Because you will not fire an AI agent. Well, I mean, like you can decommission it and bring another one. But that's not exactly what we do. So there always need to be someone who will push the trigger. And this someone is the one taking responsibility. Might be different for your approach. So I know companies whose responsibility is the one who initiating the change. But for tons of minor changes, they are initiated by the product team, not by engineers. So like by product owners who might be good designers, good managers, but not really great engineers. So they can explain to an agent what they want, but they cannot really verify the change set. So very much depends how, but you need to have an owner of the change, or someone who initiates that, or someone who merges it. And second thing, we need every component, at least that's my sincere recommendation, every part of a project, every sub-project, any microservice you have, to have a human owner or group of owners. Ownerships mean responsibility. So when they really begin to review the code, because it's hard to review a code. So people begin to avoid that. Looks good, click done. Then something what should have taken 25 minutes becomes 5 minutes review. Of course, not perfect. So we really want to catch those things. Ownership means responsibility. And getting to point number one, what management often forgets. Ownership means power to say no. It means what if owners say, no, we are not doing this that way, it's wrong, it will do damage. That means that's in their right to push back, and they should do it. AI review tools, I will not stay here for a long. We are CodeRabbit, so if you are, maybe you are, hey, are there any users already, like CodeRabbit? Yeah, I see one. Good. So come talk, I believe, so I became employee with CodeRabbit because originally I was customer of CodeRabbit and I just loved it that much, so I decided I want to deal with those guys. But no matter you have something in-house, you use something different, think about feeding that with context. By itself, AI review can do pretty decent job catching some things, but it gives the best result with linked issues, with design docs, with multi-repo analysis and other things. You really want to pay attention and run experiments and see how it goes. And the biggest, anyone there in the world saying to you what, oh, okay, code has been AI reviewed, just merge it, send him to me, we will have a long, nice discussion. I'm specialized in AI code review, and I sincerely believe what our project is best or one of the best in the market for this. AI review does not replace human review. For the review, you also need to have something what LLMs don't have. Judgment. This is one of my favorites. Tech debts lead to tech debt slavery. You know, like old time ago, people who couldn't pay their debts were sold to some, like into slavery. So that's the same thing what happens with tech debt. So we need to be very, very, very careful. And now again, getting to the point number one. Management often believes what AI will solve the problem. It will not. It will not. Let me tell you a story. In one of the projects I'm working with, me and another engineer were discussing rate limits. What are the rate limits for this feature? And I did a little research using agent, and he did a little research using agent. We received different results. So I told him it's a rate limit like X per hours. He said Y per hours. It's like, no, okay, man, your agent gives slop. That cannot be. Like, my agent is better than yours. And he, of course, had opposite opinion, right? So then he went, made a screenshot of, he found out the source file, made a screenshot of his file, sent to me. Then I went, found the source file, made a screenshot, sent to him. Those were two different files. Now, wanna guess which one of those files were used for real rate limit calculation? Actually, both. There were a third file, what neither of agents considered, which been merging the results and using max of those two. At least max, not mean, so friendlier to users. But you see, it's very easy. Agent is asked for a rate limit, agent goes, finds rate limit, returns rate limit. Everyone is sure it's the right answer. It's wrong answer, like at 2 levels wrong answer. And without proper review and without proper steps from the previous one, from the previous conversation, it will only get worse. So I know companies who currently tell to every engineer, burn as much token as you can, as fast as you can, run 10 codexes in parallel, get shit done. AI will review and we will ship. Yes, they will. They will begin paying for that very, very soon, losing customers, and then it will get significantly worse than later. Maybe someone of you can remind me, I forgot the name. There's been a saying, what essence of software engineering is controlling complexity. Who said that? So I forgot the name of the author. It's been said decades ago. Nothing changed. Essence of software engineering is controlling complexity. Maybe someone can Google it. So what we are implementing and what we are bringing to our projects it's not a new tool, and we should not, of course it's a new tool, but we should not treat it as just a new tool. What we want to do for real is take it as a principally new way to do software development lifecycle. And we need to adjust and learn, and I don't have a ready answer. I have some, but maybe you will find something better, and please come and talk to me. I will be very happy to talk to you. But what's important, run experiments, investigate incidents. And by incident, I mean simple bug on production, what doesn't really even affect the users. Before, it would be just fix this and done. Now it should be investigate how it got there. Because if you not take it under control, it will take control over you, and then you will regret. Reputation is a wonderful thing. At first, you lose it drop by drop, and you don't notice it. Then you lose all at once, and no one uses project anymore. And that's a huge trap, what I see hundreds, thousands, whatever number of companies rushing into that. If engineering will not stop that, then no one will, or will much later and by much bigger price. We develop applications for ourselves. Even if you don't use your own application, maybe you use mine, and I'm definitely using yours. Let's take care of the users. Let's take care of ourselves, just as friends to friends, as people to people. We are CodeRabbit. We are trying our best to help people to ship not only fast, but also ship good. That was Alex Voloshev. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, the talk for today by me is TypeGPU on React Native, why, when and how. And before we start, a few words about me. As Kasper mentioned, I'm Konrad Reczko, I work here on the TypeGPU team. And if you prefer the LinkedIn extended version of this profile, then of course software engineer and all of the above. And of course, last but not least, a philosopher. And if you've heard about me, then it's probably because you follow me on Twitter. I had this post. It's the jelly slider. I created it. It's basically like a little showcase of how TypeGPU can be used to do powerful visual effects that run everywhere. And it kind of went viral, like very viral, for Twitter posts. And before you ask, yes, I like my own posts, every single one of them. Here it was a drop in the ocean, but for me, 39 versus 40, big difference. I actually wrote a whole article about how I created it. It's basically assumes zero knowledge. So if you're interested, Software Mansion blogs, hard to miss it. It's pretty eye-catching with the violet and the refractions. But that's not what we're going to be talking about today. That's if you've heard about me, and if you've heard about TypeGPU, it's probably from this guy. This is Ivo Plaza, the creator and lead developer of TypeGPU. And actually, he will be hosting a talk the day after tomorrow, which is called Write TypeGPU, Use Anywhere, Composable Web GPU Shaders for React Native and Beyond, which is a mouthful, but it's a great talk. And if you apply the LinkedIn filter to my topic, you basically get the Ivo topic. But Ivo does talks for smart people. I like to think I'm pretty smart, but I think even smart people can benefit from simple overviews. So that's what we're going to be today. So if you're attending Ivo's talk and you are worried that I will overlap too much, don't worry, I know the guy. I know what his presentation is about. This is like an overview. You can watch it as an introduction to what Ivo will be talking about, or standalone also works. So let's get to it. The name of the presentation is Why, When and How. But in reality, it probably should be what, why, when, and how, because most people don't usually reach as far as native GPU frameworks. So let's take a very quick history lesson. So in order to access GPU on any device, as well as every other functionality, you need an API. And we have a lot of those. There is DirectX, there is OpenGL, CUDA, Metal, Vulkan, a lot of those. Just out of curiosity, how many of you have written in any of those APIs directly before? Yeah, so quite a lot of people. So you know it sometimes can be a pain, especially when you are at the boundary writing code that is supposed to run on more than one device. And if we just categorize them roughly, we can split those into two categories. We have the cross-platform solutions and the platform-specific solutions. So let's set the scene for the sake of the argument. Today we are in 2026, but let's go back to 2011. And let's assume we are the web consortium trying to establish a standard for web developers to access the GPU in the browser. Well, Vulkan is not a thing, and neither is Metal. So when it comes to major players, we have OpenGL, DirectX, and CUDA. But CUDA is not only like platform specific, it's hardware specific, so let's kill it. We don't consider it. So that leaves us with this very difficult question of whether we want to run on Windows or everywhere. So as you can guess, it was a pretty easy choice. So on top of OpenGL ES, which is like a more compatible version of OpenGL for edge devices, which used to run basically everywhere, slight spoiler, WebGL was created, the ultimate web standard for accessing GPU resources on the browser, which was great because now we are living in the cross-platform dream. We have WebGL on the browser, OpenGL for native devices, and of course we have libraries like Expo.gl, which allows us to access it in our React Native app. So life is great, sure, but Apple decided to release an alternative API to OpenGL. So yeah, it got deprecated. So the cross-platform dream is dead, maybe? Well, it was for a while, I think. But let's go back to 2026. OpenGL is still a thing. So is WebGL. It still runs, more or less. On Apple devices, of course, since it's deprecated, it runs not so well. But we have a new kid on the block. It's WebGPU. It's the new web standard. And if you recall, I mentioned that OpenGL and Vulkan are the cross-platform solutions. So you might think that, well, WebGPU is based on Vulkan, right? And you would be correct. But we have learned some lessons in the past, and relying on cross-platform solutions only would lead to being basically a second-class citizen everywhere. So WebGPU compiles to whatever your device likes. On Apple devices, it's Metal. On Android, it's Vulkan, Windows, DirectX. It has also a fallback for OpenGL in some edge cases. But, well, that's not cross-platform quite, because we don't have like Expo WebGPU, we have Expo.gl. But here comes the savior, the bringer of web standards. In case you don't know him, that's William Candion. Great person. And he brought us React Native WebGPU, which basically means that the cross-platform GPU access is alive. So in short, WebGPU is the new modern and cross-platform solution for running GPU computations. Yeah, great. But I told you that we are going to be talking about type GPU. Well, that's a little lie, because we don't really have time for that. We can assume for today that everywhere type GPU, WebGPU can run, type GPU can run, and vice versa. It's not to scale. Type GPU is not that big. But you can think of it like, it's like a developer experience extension with a lot of great features. And if someone is going to convince you to use it, it's not me. It's this guy on Thursday. So for now, you just have to assume you're going to use it just like you use TypeScript over JavaScript. So that covers the what. Now, let's talk about the why. I'm going to bring on stage a guy. Who recognizes this guy? Not a lot of people, actually. We have some, but this is Scratch. It's basically a programming language learning tool hybrid. It allows you to build code out of blocks and exposes some very primitive APIs, like if something gets clicked, or move this sprite to this position, or draw a line, or something like that. You can think it's pretty limited, but actually people created some incredible things in it. Just two examples I stumbled upon getting over it in Scratch. And the more impressive one for me, I think, is a semi-functional Portal 3D, which is especially incredible given that Scratch exposes no 3D primitives. So someone had to build a 3D engine from scratch in Scratch. But why am I talking about it? Yeah, because I often hear an argument brought up when I talk about, hey, you could use WebGPU, but I have Skia. But I have Free.js, especially with TSL. Well, those are valid arguments. Most of the time, it's just enough. but sometimes you have like a dream that's kind of outgrown the API you have available. And I think it's for a developer a superpower to always have something to fall back to. So if you, for example, this is an example of a neural network. I'm so sad in this video, I'm sorry. But this is an example of running neural network inference along with compositing on device in React Native with no other libraries than React Native WebGPU and TypeGPU. And it runs in sub 2 milliseconds on my pretty powerful phone, but it runs very good. And more importantly for me, it runs better than the alternatives. And it was easier for me to set it up because otherwise I would have to run inference, somehow get the output of the inference, and do compositing with the mask I get. And you can imagine the amount of copies from GPU, CPU, memory I would have to do. This way, because I do everything from scratch, it's of course a lot of work. It's fun, a lot of fun. But everything stays on the GPU, zero copy. And Kasper mentioned vision camera. Well, it gives you camera access, but also gives you direct camera access. So basically the frame from the camera can stay on the GPU. You can run it through arbitrary computations. This is, of course, this is the Jelly slider running on React Native, and it's actually nearly the same code. So it's really a cross-platform dream still alive. And a fun effect that you might remember if you used the Easter egg in the App.js app last year. So in short, why? Because the most powerful primitive is code. What a sentence. Philosopher. And the more I look at it, the less it makes sense. But what I'm trying to say is that it's very comfortable to have something to fall back to once you have outgrown your API. So as long as you have code and access to what you need, you can basically do anything, especially now with AI. You can become an expert or wanna-be expert in minutes. So yeah. So in short, when? Sorry. Yeah, okay. So that covers the why. So when? Yeah, that's the more difficult and uncomfortable question, because as it is with standards, the support tends to be flaky, especially in the early stages. And if we bring up this famous curve, where do I think WebGPU currently stands overall? Maybe here or here, but that's quite difficult to tell. If you look at the Can I Use website, it says in the browsers it's like close to 90%. But on React Native, I would say we are maybe here. Yeah. So it's very early. But I think that's a good thing, actually, because that means when it becomes popular, and it should become popular because it's a new web standard, you get to be the first and you get to shape how the APIs and libraries use it. So just to directly answer the when question, if you are okay with being an early adopter, and if you've grown out of the primitives, or have a crazy idea that seems impossible otherwise, like the jelly slider, then now. But otherwise, maybe, learn about it, keep it in mind, and if you feel like it's stable enough, then you can always come back to it. And I think it will become, I see no other way, basically. So yeah, let's go over to the last point, and it's the how. And to really do like a deep tutorial, it would take me like an hour more, which we don't have. But if you want to learn actually yourself, like the human old-fashioned way, there are some resources. We try to make them available in the time we have. This is not a very big team. There will be a lot of QR codes. You can scan them, you don't have to. I will also tell you how to access those resources, or you can catch me after. This is the typegpu.com page. We have a lot of docs, and actually we recently released the new fundamentals. It tries to give you like a very short introduction to GPU programming without all the fluff that comes with WebGPU and with all the developer experience that you get with TypeGPU, so you don't have to learn all the basics. You can just jump straight into it. And if you just want to try something, well, we also have on the same page, so I don't know, I did 2 QR codes. On the same page, we have React Native Guide. Basically, it gives you the link to the React Native WebGPU package, which has its own setup. Also gives you an example project that features some working TypeGPU code. We try to maintain it, but it's a lot of work maintaining a couple of libraries. Open to contributions. And if you are more of a watcher, We have accumulated actually a lot of video resources. I will also have QR codes and stuff, but you can just type GPU into YouTube and you will have a lot of resources, like this awesome talk adaptation by Ivo that actually discusses how type GPU works and what's the idea more deeply. And you have, if you prefer more of a podcast version, it was on syntax. If you are a regular watcher, you may have already watched it. I recommend it. And if you would like to spend some time with me, thank you. This is a 1 hour 20 live stream where I create a liquid glass effect in type GPU from scratch. It's on the web, but as I said, the code easily translates. So that's like a fun challenge. Take it and make it run on React Native. But of course, what about AI? Because we all know how AI is with new libraries. It doesn't know them, no training data. So I created a skill. It's kind of hidden, we'll fix it, but for now it's in getting started under AI tools. It's actually a part of Software Mansion skills. If you install it, you will get prompted if you want to install type GPU. Of course, say yes as a skill. There's also experimental type GPU MCP, which is a local MCP that lets an agent have like more inspect what the code actually generates, so it can get some insight on how it works. Yeah, and if you need any help and questions, if you decide to dive into type GPU and just want to ask some questions in general to me or Ivo or anyone on the team, here is I think the most important QR code if you want to be a part of the community. This is the Discord. We are pretty active on there, and there are a lot of people sharing cool projects they do. It's also a part of the Software Mansion Discord, so you can join anytime. So that's it from me. Thank you.
All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Mark Goldstein. I work at Chime. I lead the Client Foundations team, and we're going to be talking about how we made our mobile infrastructure agent ready. Before we go into that, speaking of mobile infrastructure, I have a question. I'm wondering, by raise of hands in this room, have you ever waited when doing mobile development, let's say for a build? Anybody waited? Okay. Does anyone enjoy that process from raise of hands? Okay. And generally, what's your go-to thing? Do you go to the bathroom? Do you stand up? Do you change your sit-stand desk? Scroll on Twitter? Would you say it's relatively productive or unproductive things? Hands up for productive. Okay, I see maybe 4%. Cool. So I'm just curious before we go into it. So we're going to be talking about mobile infrastructure, agent ready, also human ready, and we're going to be covering a few things. There'll be time at the end of questions, but yeah. So why am I talking about this? Is the clicker working? I don't think the clicker's working. No. Okay. So why are we talking about this? So something happened. I don't know if all of you have experienced this, but AI has accelerated our workflow. At Chime, we recently announced how it's impacted us. So in the past 4 months, AI-assisted development has gone from 29% to 84%. The number of PRs for our mobile app has gone up quite a bit, 14% year over year. And generally, builds are way up. And we've also got Software Factory that we're working on. We talked about in our last quarterly earnings, our committees kind of shipping alongside engineers. And so all these things have happened. I'm sure lots of things have happened in the industry and places that you've worked. At Chime, it's definitely something that we've been embracing. But one thing that's kind of shown up is our infrastructure isn't really keeping up. I mean, traditionally, like everyone was saying, you wait for builds. They're slow. You're making changes. Depending what they are, sometimes they can take 10 minutes plus, depending how optimized your plugins are, your distributions, where you're hosting it, where you're building your machines. If you're an i5, it's going to take quite a while. It's also, distribution is painful, right? Test flight, reviewed sometimes really quickly, sometimes it takes a while. Play Store tracks, lots of constraints out of your control. And testing your app is pretty annoying. This QR codes, download links, switching versions, going in between. I'm sure that's something that we've all felt. Meanwhile, if you look at the React Native world, and we looked at the the actual changes that require a new build for our app. And it turns out it's about 5%. But machines, and I'm going to refer to machines instead of engineers, because yeah, there's AI. You might have like your own machine, but maybe you have work trees, so you're working on your machine many flows. Maybe you have Cursor Cloud Agent or your own software factory, right? But in the world where only 5% of changes actually need a new build, 100% of changes rebuilt anyways. And maybe that was okay if your team was 5 engineers, right? And you had changes and 5 engineers had to wait 10 minutes, a couple times a day or a couple times a week. But let's see how that scales, right? Let's say you have 50 machines and you have 3 native changes a week. That kind of starts to add up. That's 25 hours a week. That's 325 hours a quarter, right? If you just kind of take a full-time engineer's full bandwidth, that's over 3 full-time engineers focus, like full-time. And there's also all those things that we were talking about. There's context switching. You go up. I don't know if you've ever had this experience where you go do a thing. Okay, it's a building. Let me go do this thing. Grab a cup of water, and then you come back. And I was like, oh, build failed. It's not available. It can be really costly. Or you start some other task, then it succeeds, and you completely forgot where to pick back up on this previous task. Scrolling Twitter. And now if we scale that up with AI, so with what we've experienced, now that goes up quite dramatically, right, to 450 hours a quarter. That's like 4 or 5 engineers. And now what we're seeing with cloud agents, work trees, typical developer, depending on the industry, but is working on up to 4 build streams at a time. Let's say you're checking out your own code, you're reviewing a PR you want to validate, you have a cloud agent, and some bug that you're looking into. That's really big and very different in the way that we're used to working. And so we kind of have to do something about this. This is not a sustainable pace and pain point. So the way that we approach this is in 2 layers. So in the React Native world, I'm going to oversimplify here, but generally there's the native layer and the JavaScript layer. So the native layer where, your native modules are, core architecture, you can't go from new architecture or old architecture without rebuilding the app. As far as I know, tell me if I'm wrong. Config, those sorts of things. And so in our app, that's 5% of the time. The JS layers, generally, that's like our higher level of abstraction in React Native where, you write JavaScript code and that's a level of abstraction where it's, natively rendering things for your app. And so the way we're going to approach this is on the native layer, twofold, for both development and for dog fooding, right? And then for the JavaScript layer, we're going to ship our bundles, right? Probably these 2 things are probably things you're familiar with, and we're going to go into it a little bit. So from a high level, generally for debug builds, we're going to create a cache. Pretty simple solution to this problem, but really quickly how this works, you build an app, we have a local cache. If you're building from one branch and then you switch branches and you go back, you shouldn't have to rebuild. Simple. But if you are checking out your friend's code or your coworker's code, there's a remote cache. It already exists. Download and launch it. In the case that there isn't a build, and let's say you're actually developing the new feature, okay, maybe you need to build the app. Maybe the PR wasn't opened by an agent and you actually need a new computer. Regardless, it's going to be committed to the cache. Under the hood, we're using a custom config with Expo fingerprints. That's worked really well for the development. And these are debug builds. Now with this alone, this produces, it's a really simple fix, but produces more of a line that maybe was looking exponential to looking something a lot better. Maybe on the order of magnitude, I think it's 13 times less on each of these things. So now even the worst case scenario, somebody who's, YOLO shipping everything, 10 work trees, 10 agents, everything, it just doesn't scale that badly. You're not wasting a lot of time. You're able to get quick feedback just from changing native changes. And then this is really just infrastructure that helps AI-enabled velocity, right? If you go up, you kind of, you see the lines, they're pretty far apart. Cool. So debug builds aren't enough, right? That's for development, right? And then we're going to get into how this ties into AI a little bit after this. But debug builds aren't enough. You need to validate your changes also like on your actual app. So we also want to have a cache for non-debug builds. So we ship release-like builds without test flight, without Play Store test channels. And again, it's pretty simple. You commit, you have a fingerprint check. If it's there, we skip it. If it's not there, we build and upload it, and we also start to associate it with a channel and with over-there updates, which we'll get into there. And then it's downloadable in our dog feeding app. It's called Chime Dog Emoji. And yeah, every native fingerprint auto triggers a build. So developers no longer have to write, okay, let me trigger a build. I made a change. I have to re-trigger a build. That was frequently has happened to me and many other folks. It's just that cognitive load of an engineer, of somebody who's triggering an AI agent. It's gone. And so that's really 5% of the story, right? The other 95% is JavaScript, and we don't even need a build for that. So what are we going to do there? Again, the space in React Native is super developed. There's over-there updates, there's EAS, there's Expo updates. And so we're using a really simple, kind of similar pattern using our own self-hosted and then the fantastic Expo updates package. So similarly to the full native ones, you commit, CI publishes an update on your channel. By default, if it's a PR, it'll just be your branch. It posts it to S3, and then your device is able to access that. And then if we put it all together, we are shipping these experiences seamlessly for all the dog fooders. So why should you have the cognitive load of switching between the two? So let's say you're in the app or you're outside of the app. We are checking for an update. So first thing you do is you see, does this fingerprint match the fingerprint of the update? And so just to give you a high-level view of what a fingerprint is basically a representation, like a unique representation of your platform, so iOS or Android's build of the app. So if we have an update for a channel, let's say we're on feature 123, and you made a change to the native app icon and splash screen, then when you push your code up, it's going to have a fingerprint that differs from the previous commit. It's going to trigger a new build, and then if you go in the app, your fingerprint is not going to match the next one. So what it's going to do is sideload the app via the release-like build from the cache, and we'll go over a demo of that. If it does match, which is most of the cases, again, like 95% of PRs, 98% of product-related PRs, it's just going to over-there update it, and it'll be downloaded. Under the hood, we're using Apple Enterprise to power this, just basic S3 and AWS utilities and APK overrides. So what's next, right? So we ship this, and like, why? Where does this tie in? We're all using AI. We're using agents. And where this is going to next is to enable our software factories. So the flow will go from prompt to agent to worker and then to human validation. So I'll walk through it quickly. So first, you have somebody in our factory. It's like, okay, I want to add a copy button to transaction, right? We have our software factory goes and makes the changes and decides if this change requires actual device validation, and then spins up a worker, a Mac, or a Linux KVM. Then we have the simulators that spin up. Here's where the first part of our infrastructure kicks in, the build cache. Without this, the more you would use cloud agents, the more you would have to actually spin up and build the app. But in this case, with the build cache, what we'll have is basically machines that are warm with all of the last builds. So you can just optimistically keep on loading in all of the last builds into your machine, so that if you have somebody working on a change, it's already there. You can get really quick startup time and start validating the changes. From there, validate the intent. So a lot of times agents, we're talking about like BugBot, and a lot of times agents have like a self-bias. When you read a paper and it's like, oh, this looks great, and then you hand it to somebody else and like none of this really makes sense. You kind of generally, it's helpful to have like an adversarial agent, not just review its own work that it created, but another one. And so at that point, we're able to validate the intent and behavior within the agentic loop, and then also with that pass complete, send screenshots and videos along to the user. And here's where the other part of the loop comes in, is the dog fooding validation. The over-there update is already available. The build is already available in the dog fooding app, and the software factory, our committees, is able to push to the user, hey, here, check out the changes. Here's a video and a screenshot. You can iterate over there, or you can check it out in the dog fooding app immediately. Without this loop would be possible, but it would be incredibly painful. Imagine what it would look like having to manually go download the build, find it, and switch to the change, all those sorts of things. So I'm going to demo this. I have to exit this because I had to use preview. Okay, so let's do the JS one. So this is our app. You can see if we go to the camera here from a pull request, you can check out the changes directly. So this is just one way to access a change. Let's say you open up a PR and you scan the QR code. It's just going to deep link you to the app, and you will see the metadata over here. So the installed build, where you're on, the version, the runtime fingerprints, and the target builds. In this case, I used cursor to just change the primary colors to be purple yam. And you can see we can just download this update. This isn't over-there update. I wish I could hide these play controls, but so we're going to download the update, and what this is going to do is get the JS bundle and replace it for our app. Then when we go into our dev tools and we find a primary button, we'll see that it's now purple yam. You can also see that we're no longer on that channel. We can go back to the main channel, which is what most folks by default test on, and you can also see that you're up to date. Next, we can see that the button is purple yam color when I press this next button over here. And so it's applied, and then we can also just go and browse different channels and switch back to the main channel, which will show that it'll revert that change. If we move on to the full binary one, so let's say it's not as simple, it's not a JS update, and it requires a full binary update. So for this one, you'll see it's the same experience, but it's going to actually have to download the whole build. So we're on main, there's a new update available, and this time, you need a new app build required. So what we're going to do is we're going to sideload it from S3. We're going to get a pre-signed URL that's short-lived, that has the manifest plist that's going to allow you to install the app. So I just did this here. The internet, it seems like it takes a little bit longer over here, but you can see it's doing a full reinstall of the app. And then when I go ahead and reopen the app, I'm just going to skip to that for time. You'll see that it is fully up to date. But first, one thing that we're not doing it, we're going to do, we went to the new native app build, but what about the latest over-there update? So if in that case that hasn't been already applied, we apply it. In the future, we're probably going to swap the latest binaries with the latest OTA. It just requires a couple changes with signing. If you have more questions about that, feel free to ask me. So you can see we're up to date. Going back to the presentation, let's talk about some of the impact. So the impact is really clear. I mean, in general, making dog fooding easier, we've been able to get active chimers on an internal build from 7% to over 62%. So previously, a lot of people who were dog fooding really have strong dog fooding culture, but it's really hard to get people to test an early version of the build if it's already, unless you have an easy way to access it. So beforehand, we had a strong presence of folks testing the app, but it was after the release was cut, but before the release went out. Now we're able to get folks testing the app as soon as someone merges into main. Another clear impact that we had was around the pre-release bugs from 2% to 50%. Similarly, that impact is related to the fact that now folks are testing the app before it's cut. So we're able to find something and apply a fix really quickly. We've also found many Sub0, Sub1 incidents that have been avoided due to this that would have otherwise required hot fixes or recutting the app. And generally, just being able to make a change and get it on your app that you already have in 90 seconds has had a huge impact. People on the team really like it. There are so many things like that. A lot of the things, and we'll get to this point, that you don't hear are your biggest opportunities. And so until you introduce something, and some of this takes time and behavior change is really hard, but once you get it in people's hands, the impact is really clear. Incredible feature, saving lots of time. I can't test on the simulator. It's really powerful, saves time, and the numbers speak for themselves too. And this isn't like an innovation. I mean, watching this, like, okay, you use a cache, you're using the updates, but my point is this is operational hygiene. And I kind of want to ask the question and encourage you to think about this. Is that what skeletons are you hiding in your tech debt closet? Because I have a feeling if you take stock, there might be some where the cost is really high. And if you just take a few minutes to crunch some numbers, you might have a really easy, interesting, high-value project you can get a lot of buy-in and a lot of impact for. And I think that the main takeaway around this is the inefficiencies that you tolerated are going to become the bottlenecks that AI multiplies. And if you kind of don't take stock of these things, it will show up. I hope that you take a look at it and you found this useful. And I'm open for questions. I just want to give some kudos, huge kudos to Camille K, who's right there, who really carried so much of the build cache work. The whole team, Chime and Raf, who helped me with these slides. He's got a talk tomorrow afternoon you don't want to miss. So yeah, any questions? I have some time, so if anyone has questions, I'm all ears.
React Native Reanimated is an open source library that lets you create fluid and beautiful animations in React Native apps. With more than 6 million monthly downloads, it is one of the most trusted libraries in the ecosystem. And today, we have a huge announcement for you. We wanted to empower developers to create even more delightful, smooth, and easy to maintain animations that are way closer to what you already know from web development. And so, that's how Reanimated 4 was born. We took the best parts of CSS animations and CSS transitions and brought them to React Native, making Reanimated 4 completely different, but at the same time, instantly familiar. So let's see how it works.
The CSS animations and transitions make it easier to create complex animations with just a few lines of code. With CSS transitions, you can effortlessly create animations based on the React state. CSS animations, on the other hand, let you describe the behavior of animation step by step with familiar keyframes. But don't worry, you don't have to rewrite any of your existing animations. Worklets, shared values, and layout animations aren't going anywhere. They still remain a go-to choice for gesture-driven animations and animations that rely on the platform-native integration. We are fully committed to both evolve and maintain all these APIs with the focus on the new architecture.
In 2020, Reanimated 2 introduced worklets, a way to run JavaScript functions on a separate JavaScript runtime, executed synchronously on the UI thread. It was a game changer for animations and interactions. It made it possible to respond immediately to touch events and update the UI on the same frame of the user interaction, providing a truly native feeling. Simply put, offloading high-priority tasks to the UI thread leads to better performance and user experience. Since their inception, the community has discovered all kinds of new use cases for worklets, like camera frame processing, high-performant canvas rendering, and synchronous text formatting. Worklets became the powerhouse behind Reanimated 3 and 4. But now, they are becoming a fully fledged separate library. Meet React Native Worklets, which brings multi-threading to React Native beyond just animations. Right now, we're overhauling the core internals while maintaining existing stable APIs, like run on JS, run on UI, create worklet runtime, in a backwards compatible fashion. However, expect even richer API for multi-threading really soon. You'll be able to offload the JavaScript thread by moving your heavy computation, data fetching and processing to a background thread. Also, you'll finally be able to run third-party libraries on a workload runtime. We can't wait to see what you're going to build with React Native worklets.
Extracting worklets to a separate package is just the first step towards modularizing Reanimated. Not all applications use all of Reanimated's features. Take, for example, use animated sensor. Even if your app doesn't actively use sensors, the code related to them still contributes to the overall bundle size. This is especially important on the web, where every kilobyte counts. So to give you more control of what is shipped to your users, we've decided to break Reanimated into dedicated packages so that you could import the features individually. To support existing projects, the main React Native Reanimated package will continue to provide the full set of APIs to remain compatible with Reanimated 3. And you can expect more optimizations in the future.
With React Native 0.76, the new architecture became default, and we believe it opens door for easier maintenance, faster development, and support for more advanced features in the future. That's why Reanimated 4 works only with the new architecture. And one more thing. Many of you have been asking us about shared element transitions. We haven't dropped the idea. Quite the opposite. We want to make sure we make it right. We are actively working on this feature, and it's going to land in one of upcoming releases of Reanimated 4. So that wraps Reanimated 4. CSS transitions and animations, allowing to create animations easier than ever. Multi-threading capabilities with React Native worklets. Smaller bundle size through modular packages. The new architecture as the way forward. And shared element transition are on the way. We believe that Reanimated is in great hands. Yours. Thanks for sticking with us, pushing the limits, and creating incredible experience with our library. The future looks truly bright, and we can't wait to see what you are going to build next with Reanimated 4.
Running third-party libraries in worklets? It's already there. Say we have a GPU animation using React Native Web GPU. It's great, but it's vulnerable to the JS thread being busy. As you can see, we only have a few frames per second. So let's offload the animation to the UI thread using Run an UI from React Native worklets. We have to wrap our pipeline and also make sure to delegate the cleanup to the UI thread as well. Now we just save, and the animation is smooth back again, even though the JS thread is still on 4 FPS. And it also works with hot reload.
TypeGPU lets you write efficient and visually complex effects entirely in TypeScript. Faster iteration, less boilerplate, same level of control.
The composability that JS callbacks enable is fully at your fingertips.
You can use it standalone or plug it into existing libraries like Free.js or Pixie.js.
You will love the type safety, and your AI will love it too.
Hi, we recently released the Membrane Yellow plugin on HexPM for AI-powered object detection on video streams. Today, I will show you a short demo illustrating how easy it is to use. For this demo, I'm using the Membrane Yellow plugin, a few other membrane packages, Boombox and Extra. I will also configure Ortex and Enix to speed up the processing. First, I download a YOLO model exported in Onyx format, along with a JSON file containing the model's class labels. Next, I implement a membrane pipeline with just one callback, handLimit. Here, I will define the components linked within the pipeline. The first component is the membrane camera capture, which grabs the video stream from my computer. Then, I plug an SW scale converter to set the pixel format to RGB. The next element is the YOLO detector from Membrane Yellow plugin. It performs object detection using YOLO Elixir library and adds prediction results to the stream's metadata. To use it, I have to specify the mode and pass the loaded YOLO model. After that, I will plug the YOLO drawer. It draws bounding boxes on the stream based on the results generated by the YOLO detector. The last child in the pipeline is Boombox bin, which I will use to display the stream in the player. Now the pipeline is implemented, so let's run it and see how it works. Let's start the example script. And now you can see me with bounding boxes drawn in real time by Membrane. If you want to know more, visit our Hex docs and check out the examples from the GitHub repo. Give it a try and don't forget to leave a star.
Hello, everyone. We are almost in the home stretch now, right? I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch who is here in the venue, and hopefully got some fresh air for those who are joining us online, and lunch, of course. That's an important thing to do. So we are going to roll straight in to our next speaker now, and there's a special kind of thanks we need to provide to Catalin. You know, events are a fundamentally human affair, and sometimes things happen, and one of our speakers, quite last minute, wasn't available, and Catalin swooped in as he does and saved the day. So this is a change from the original lineup, but it's going to be a wonderful talk all the same. Catalin is one of the biggest names in React Native animation. He is the creator of AnimateReactNative.com, which is a library of reanimated animations which are ready to use in your applications. His talk is super interesting because, you know, he does a lot of work in animation, but through the context of code, which is not necessarily a visual medium. And in this talk, we're going to explore bridging that gap between the code that we write and the visuals that our users see. And so after lunch, sometimes energy dips, and I want you to not allow your energy to dip. There's a couple less seats filled in as people are just shuffling in. So everyone who's here needs to make up for them with the absolute biggest applause you can provide. Can you do that for me? Hell yeah. So please give Catalin a huge round of applause. Thank you.
All right. Can you hear me? Everyone can hear me? Okay. Let me grab this. I'm still nervous all the time. I'm sharing this stage for almost 6 years now, and I'm still nervous. I don't know why, but this is because I'm really passionate about the things that I'm doing. So this is because a while ago I actually had a dream. And everyone has a dream, right? Like William has a dream, or April Fools. I actually had a dream, and this sticks with me for a while now. And it's all about a visual editor for Reanimated, and animations in general. I've been gone for the past year or so, but for good reasons. I've been cooking something that I would like to show it to you. You see, After Effects has a timeline and keyframes. You can play around with them. Blender lets you build shaders via node graph, and DaVinci has Fusion and keyframes. And I always thought to myself, is like, what if Reanimated had the same, right? And it kept sticking with me for a while now, because this is how I write an animation. But you know, the mental model, it's in my head. It's always saying, move right, bounce with a spring animation, and then come back and do other things. So I'm just speaking in like natural language, you know, not in code. So the code is just a representation of my mental model. But there is a cost for that, right? You need to write the code, you need to save the code, you need to reload the code, you need to tweak it a bit, and of course you need to repeat it, right? You need to wait for the fast refresh, you need to tweak it again, there is a delay, you need to reload, you need to do a bunch of things. And the gap from what you have imagined to what you actually are going to ship is not a Reanimated problem. Actually, by far, Reanimated is one of the most popular and greatest library for animations, right? It's a problem of a tooling. It's mostly a tooling problem. So every one of us will most probably spend 45 minutes nudging a timing curve from 250 milliseconds to 280 milliseconds. I've been there, I've done that, and I don't want to go back to that. But what if you visually change it, you know, like in your mental model, and you have live feedback on the canvas, as you have with After Effects or DaVinci. But what if designers are going to do it for you? And you just grab the code, and your job will be to just integrate it, right? Wouldn't be that awesome? Wow. Okay. So it's gonna be awesome, yeah. I thought so. I believe that animations is a visual medium. I always try to dissect in my head the animation and understanding how all the bits are actually moving, and then recompile it into the code, right? Before that, my name is Catalin Miron. You can find me on Twitter or X. I'm a dream follower. I always like to dream big. We can do it, don't worry. And I'm no hype follower. I don't care what people are talking. I just follow my dream. And I'm really proud to announce you and share with you all a project that I've been thinking about for over 6 years now and been building it for more than 8 months. And it's called Keyframer. Keyframer is a visual editor for animations. It's powered by React Native Reanimated under the hood and React Native gesture handler V2 and the newly announced V3. As you can see from this screen, like, this is just the preview, it's not the full editor, this is what you're going to get on the homepage, but everything is really fluid, and this is one of the types of animations that this editor actually supports, like you have on the After Effects. So you have a bunch of keyframes, you have multiple layers, and you have some segments, which stands for layout animations. There are 3 types of orchestrators that this visual editor actually supports. The first one is the single progress orchestrator, which means that you have a single share value that's going to let other keyframes attach to this. And the keyframe, it's actually a share value to rule them all. In other words, everything on the canvas is going to be derived from a single progress from 0 to the timeline duration. And do you think, why this is actually important? Well, the thing is that I've always thought about a shared value as being a single unity that lives outside of everything, and you just connect to it and use interpolate to derive it and remap your values to your necessary needs, right? And in this example, this entire timeline here is going from 0 to 200 to 2000 milliseconds. It's just a single share value. And because I'm attaching 4 different keyframes, and I'm specifying a different scale, a different rotation, I just create some under-the-hood math and interpolations and whatnot, and just create a code for it. And just display it right away. And as you can see, it's really fast. It's happening really fast. It also has a left panel, a right panel. It has also some other buttons on the right, which we are going to go through it. So there are 2 things that are happening here on the screen. We have a live visual editor, where it's basically injecting some animations. But then on the left-hand side, you also have the props panel, which is going to react based on wherever the playhead is positioned. And of course, this is bidirectional, so you can move it from here, and it's going to be reflected in the preview. So why one value it's enough? First of all, it's deterministic. There is no per property timer. There is no choreography to just handle. And scrubbing is free. There is no math. There is no nothing. And then the king, which is the interpolate. So let's go and take a look at the interpolation pipeline, which I believe is the critical one for this keyframe animation. So keyframe goes in, and then what's next? Well, this is the mental model here. Each individual element has a list of keyframes. We are going to pass it to the build tracks. This build tracks is going to expose us like interpolations because it knows all the keyframes for this element. And then it's going to spit some animated styles, which under the hood it's using use animated style from Reanimated. Because Reanimated is running on web, right? It is. Trust me. So these build tracks is trying to do five different things. The first one is carry forward, which means that if a property is missing, it's going to inherit the last known value. The second one is static tracks. When all the keyframes are equal, I'm not going to interpolate anything. I'm just going to send the static value. The third one is the color tracks, because interpolate is not enough all the time. You also need to interpolate color. So this is responsible for interpolation of the colors. Last but not least is going to be easing sampling. We do support different easing functions, right? And because there is a single value to run the entire timeline, we cannot just use the easings from Reanimated. We have to compute all the easings by ourselves through code. So we just sample the curves 10 times, and then we just hand it over to the interpolate, and he's going to do all the heavy lifting for us. Last but not least, I'm using Newton-Raphson to just solve the Bezier curves. And in a nutshell, what this Newton-Raphson is doing is just finding the t for a given x, invert it, and find the y. Then another critical part for this to work is to have a helper function. I call it evaluate at, which is going to receive an element and then a time position, or the playhead. It's basically the binary search that nobody uses but prop panel. It's a pretty nice helper method that can get an element values for a specific timestamp within this timeline. And how this is working, I know the position of the playhead. Then I'm running binary search to get the neighbors from the left and from the right, basically the keyframes. Afterwards, I'm running some internal linear interpolation to actually do the math to know the position, the estimated position of that, and the value, and send it over to the props panel that you can see here on the left. So whenever I'm moving for each individual movement, and this is running at 60 FPS, I'm updating these props, and also visually represented that. How this is actually working, the math is pretty simple. This is linear interpolation. It's a plus b minus a multiplied by t, where t it's gonna be an easing function. There are a lot of Wikipedia articles about how to represent different easing functions. So in this case, it's just is. So a it stands for the left keyframe, b for the right keyframe. And let's do an exercise here where a.rotate is going to be 0, b.rotate is going to be 180 degrees. The time for the first keyframe is going to be 0, and the time for the second one is going to be 100. And let's assume that the time within this timeline is going to be 50. For the linear interpolation to actually work, we need to remap this 50 to the entire duration, which is basically the second timer, to represent a value from 0 to 1. And to do so, the math again is like t minus the first keyframe divided by the last keyframe minus the first keyframe. So in our case, it's going to be 50, or 50%, or 0.5. And now the linear interpolation for the rotation is going to be 0 plus 180 minus 0 multiplied by 0.5, which is 90. So if you are familiar with interpolation, you know by heart that this connotation is going to be 90, because you just divided by 2 the 180. So this is what is going to happen under the hood for each individual property. And you can have multiple layers and multiple elements. So yeah, each individual attribute is going to change. And it's going to react to changes. It's not only just changing. And it's not actually using state, believe it or not. It's actually powered by legend state, which is a fine-grained reactivity. Yeah. So let me actually give you a demo, because enough talking, right? Hopefully it's gonna work. All right. Okay. Is this one? All right. So it's gonna be tough because I don't see it. But let's go through it. So this is the timeline. If I press play, everything is gonna work, right? I can also loop through it. So there is this small button here, looping, and it's going to basically repeat it infinitely, right? It's really fast, believe it or not. It's pretty decent, right? But then I would like to give it a shout to the mobile preview, which is still in beta. I haven't released it, but I'll do it after the talk. So if I open up this preview here, there is a scan QR code, and I'm gonna scan it, okay? This is powered by simulator camera. Kudos to Krzysztof. He did an amazing job here. So yeah, this is how it's going to look like. This is a keyframe animation. It's pretty much a fire and forget animation. If you're familiar with CSS animations, this is what's happening. So, and by the way, this is running Reanimated, like real Reanimated. I'm not faking it by any means. So it's really good. Let me go back to this presentation. The next type of animation that this editor supports, it's actually sequences, which is event-driven animations. And in this example, there are two types of animations. One, it's composed by two things. One is the step, and the other one is the task. The steps are running in sequence, and the tasks, basically each individual step can have multiple tasks, are going to be run in parallel. In this example, the first step is to fade in the overlay over 200 milliseconds, and the model, then wait, and then trigger something. Those are all the three panels that are going to be available on Keyframer. The first one is the sequences, again what I've described. The scroll, you can also hook to the scroll event, and the last but not least is the gestures. I try to expose as many as possible, like tap, double tap, long press, also pan and pitch. And the nice thing about gestures, because they are special, you can actually trigger sequences. So you can create this like really nice loop effect. Let me give you also a quick demo here. Hopefully it's gonna work. All right, now this one. So if I go to the sequence here, I have the sequences. So if I press on it, you see it's just fading in for the scrolling and then the gestures. So it's better to actually run it on the real device. And you'll see in a minute that the UI for this is gonna change. Oop. Ooh, nice. Thank you very much, Christoph, for that. So, yeah, so this is by default, it's gonna have the keyframe, but I can always go to the sequence. And now I can actually press and play the sequence. Then I also have the scroll, so I can scroll, you see, and everything is gonna work. This is actually use the animated scroll offset. And now, of course, I also have the gestures. I can also full screen. I can also do relative. Whook, whook. Nice, so this worked. I would like to give a huge shout out to Gabriel for beta testing this feature. He's also building this really nice application called Flow Copilot. You should check it out. He's also over here somewhere. So yeah, just go and say hi. The third one and the most important one, which I believe came also from a discussion with other developers, it's a node graph solution, when basically keyframes are not enough. And node graph, it's really good because you can have a physics-based accumulation. You can basically accumulate multiple values. You can also have a cross-element dependency and a bunch of other things. And I've tried to come up with all the primitives available from in Reanimated and gesture handler and math to aggregate everything into this node graph solution. So there are over 50 different graphs available for your nodes. So yeah, you have layout animations, entering, exiting a layout. Those are actually exposing real entering, exiting a layout properties on the views. Then you have the life cycles, the animated style and animated props, bunch of math, including absolute positioning, clamping, sine, cosine, and then there is a really nice thing here. I'm not sure if you see it, but it's called snap point. Everyone wants to do some snap points based on the location of the value. And then we also have interpolate and interpolate color, and last but not least, animations. Pretty much everything available, but there is a flip move which is trying to do shared element transition in the future. This is powered by React Flow, and the entire node graph solution UI is built on top of React Flow. So I'd like to thanks to these guys that are actually building this. It's amazing. So how this is actually looking like and working, this is a graph for a pan gesture handler, and this is using on change to change the position of the element, but then when you release the gesture, it's going to trigger something, pass it down to the width spring, and then come back to 0. So yeah, you have this pan gesture handler. As you can see here on the bottom, you have multiple events that you can actually enable or disable. Then this is going to go to that position. This is a funny one because I really like to have a shared vector, which is XY. It never happened. So I had to create this custom node that's going to expose under the hood X and Y as shared values, but here are represented just by a single node, which is crazy. So I'm passing it to XY, and then I have the element, and I'm just connecting the dots on the XY. The next one is the spring. Spring is going to be triggered whenever the end event is going to be triggered. And I'm saying, hey, you know, you have to go to 0. And now I'm passing this to the animation triggered 0, which is going to take the current value of the X or Y, and is going to apply this with timing to go to 0. And of course, because the X and Y have a single output, they are going to be accumulated. Nice. I think that you can go nuts here. Here I'm doing a bunch of other things. So it's a tap gesture. You also can have a different easing function. You can connect it. And the most important one is this one, gesture composition, which can be, yeah, it's really nice. Let me actually give you a demo because enough talking again. Hopefully I'm not running out of time, but yes. So here we are. Wow, I was not prepared for this one, okay? It's also nice because you can also have like this, where this is going somewhere, you know? I can also zoom in a bit, yeah. So yeah, you can change the things on the fly, but then there is this plus button because you don't want to always, like designers, they don't have to install the app, right? So you can, they can play around in the browser. So if you press play here, it's gonna work. And as you can see on the right-hand side, there is also the code generator. We'll go to that in a bit, but for now, let me actually pull up the mobile and go to the simulator. I don't have a timer though. I don't know how far we are, but yeah, so this is keyframes, sequences, and then we have a node graph. And the node graph actually has multiple node graphs because this is how this canvas is working. And if I press on gesture composition, for example, woof, I have this. This is connecting other elements based on position on the of the first one. Let me actually make this full screen. Then we also have a stagger group. So this is using layout animations, entering and exiting. So I can toggle this group by tap gesture. And once this is done, I can also do this one. And it's going to apply a stagger. And the stagger is actually built in as a timing function inside the node. And I'm doing all the heavy lifting for you under the hood. And last but not least, let's go to the flip technique. You have two different nodes, and the generator is going to expose you two different refs that you can specify to whoever element you'd like inside your code, and you just play, and it's going to do all the measurements and everything for you under the hood. I also have, I'm going to show it, you know, because everything is fun and nice, but we also have bugs. So let me show you a bug here. This should never happen, but yeah, you can also control this. I'll give you an example. The preview is a bit, I have this one, advanced. So if I press play, I'll feed it. If I'll move this one a bit down, I can actually, not this one, this one. This is gonna play, right? You can of course change the position, and then you can also move it via gestures. This is still beta, but I'm working on it. All right, enough talking again. Let me move faster. We're running out of time. No. just a quick reminder, this is not CSS, this is not a simulation, okay? Everything is running Reanimated v4 on web and on mobile. I'm not faking it. The canvas, it's actually real. So the code, it's also real. And I've tried to come up with a compiler and a code generator to actually expose the code as I will write it, not as a AI. So it's doing a decent job, especially around the gestures. Speaking about AI, right? I also do support AI, so you can generate keyframes and graph generation. For the keyframe, though, because it's not that hard to actually achieve keyframes, I'm actually using Sonnet for that, and for the node graph, because it's a more intense job, I'm actually using Opus with extending thinking. And I'm also doing some pre-caching there to just cut some costs. Here is a quick example, sorry about the white background, where I have this rectangle and I'm using AI, hey, just rotate the element and create three rotations, or 3 keyframes, so rotate from 0 to 360. And AI came, okay, yeah, I'm gonna apply the keyframes, I'm just modifying the pieces here, I'm just extending the timeline. And now I'm saying, just extend this animation, and whenever you have finished, just apply on the x-axis. So this is how it's going to look like. So yeah, I'm again modifying the things, and once I'm happy with everything, I then can save this animation and later use it and apply it to other elements. So in this case, I'm going to the library. I have this my awesome animation. I'm going to create another element, and right away I can apply this element to this element, the animation itself. Let me do. Okay. Yeah. The last feature of this, besides other 10 features, it's the live reload. And the live reload, it's actually happening on device as well. And you can change elements, and after 2.5 seconds, which is the debounce for autosave, is going to send it over the wire and inform the mobile. But you can also save it, and it's going to be real time. And this is actually powered by durable objects from Cloudflare. And the way how this is actually working, whenever you write something or save in the editor, I'm actually patching it using the Hono API. Send it to the worker. The worker is going to save it to the D1, which is SQLite database, and is going to broadcast this durable objects to all the mobile apps that are actually listening to this change. So yeah, it's just a single scene, single durable object per scene, and it's hibernating WebSockets. Because why hibernating? Because if nobody is going to use this, it's going to be in idle. So there is zero cost for you. Let me actually quickly give you a demo. The last one, I promise. Which one? I also need to go here. All right. So let me actually go to this part. Scan the QR code. Right. I think I need to make it sit on top. Stay on top. All right. Let me close this one. Actually, it's no good. It's here. Okay. So as you can see, you have it here on the screen. But if I press here play, you see it's almost the same thing. But I would like to change the animation a bit, and let's assume that you have this stagger animation. So you can press Command-Shift click, and it's going to select all the stagger elements because they are part of the same group, and you can of course change it. And you'll see a blink, poof, after 2.5 seconds it's going to apply that. And this is happening on runtime, so I'm recreating the entire Reanimated code at runtime, which is crazy. It's really fast as well. It's also using legend state. So yeah, it's pretty fun. The state without sweating. I just gave a huge shout out to Legend State, but let me actually go to like some small technical things. I'm using it for multiple things here. So an animation editor actually requires quite a lot of hard state problems. Hundreds of keyframes mutating at 60 FPS. You know, you have a 2-thread runtime and strict undo and redo, because I also do supports undo and redo. You know, and this comes with a lot of painful process. But fortunately enough, Legend State actually saved me for everything. Like, there are 2 different top-level observables. One is going to be for the state, so where I'm handling all the elements and UI visual parts. And the other one, which is not that short, is going to handle everything for me, like the business logic. So huge shout out to Jay for creating Legend State. I've been using it since the beginning pretty much, and I really like it. I encourage you all to give it a try. So this is how the structure is actually happening. We have apps, web, it's powered by 10-stack start for both editor and landing page. The mobile, it's Expo. The API, it's Hono, Cloudflare plus D1. And we also have the packages, the canvas, which is is storing the engine, the store, the history, and the hooks. The CodeGen, which is pure TypeScript. I didn't have enough time to go through it, but it's a really nice piece of technology there. It's mostly almost 3,000 lines of code. The nodes, which handles all the node graph solution, and then the DB, which is Drizzle. Just remember, guys, visual tooling doesn't replace reanimated knowledge. It gives a faster surface. Thank you very much.
And another huge round of applause for Catalin for stepping in and providing not just a talk, but an amazing talk. Thank you so much. Now, some would consider it a bit rude, but I was given after yesterday this book of dad jokes. I've taken a look through it. We're going to do a few together. Now, they have assured me this is the laugh out loud edition. So, right, you get me? Okay. Did you hear about the one about the kid who started a business tying shoelaces on the playground? It was a not-for-profit. Thank you. I will just awkwardly wait until you laugh. Okay, what was this one? I have to make bad chemistry jokes because all the good ones are gone. Yeah, thank you. Hype man over here. Why don't skeletons ever go trick-or-treating? Because they have no body to go with. Our next speaker is Tyler, who is CTO and co-founder of Gobi. Now, this talk is super interesting. It is ready? It is ready? Almost there? It is a really interesting talk based in real life, where they ripped out from a production app a popular mobile testing framework and replaced it with an AI agent. And it's some lessons about how that went. Fair enough? Fair enough. Wicked. Right, I'm going to leave you to it. Huge round of applause. No, bigger. That's rubbish. Bigger. Bigger.
You did the dad jokes.
Yeah, nice. You stopped their laughs.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. Wow, it's really special to be here today. I have to say it's funny to be here because a year ago we weren't a React Native app. Gobi actually was initially built with something called Capacitor, and I never would have imagined a year later that I'm here talking at a React Native conference coming from being a Capacitor app. I have a story to tell, but actually, I want to do something really quickly. My mom said she wanted a photo of me at the conference because this is the first time I've ever spoken at a tech conference, or a conference at all for that matter. So could I get everyone on 3 to just be in my selfie here? I'm going to zoom out. Can everyone just raise up? I'm going to count down to 3, 2, 1. I'll take the photo. If everyone just puts their hands up and makes it look like I gave a good talk. All right, 3, 2, 1. Amazing. All right, I'm going to put that on Hinge later. Cool. Before I get into my talk, I want to talk about the first time that I ever met Charlie Cheever. A year ago, we started our company and we went to an accelerator program called HF0. HF0 brings amazing speakers in San Francisco to come and talk to us founders. Charlie Cheever came, he gave a talk, he talked about Expo, he talked about what it's like to be building a business, and at the time, being a capacitor app, I could have asked any question in the world. I had Charlie there right in front of me. And I raised my hand and I asked Charlie, what's your opinion of capacitor? You might have an imagination of how that went, but if not, I'll tell you, if you want to see Charlie's head almost explode, you should ask him what his opinion is of capacitor. Well, that joke did not land at all. We're going to move on to the slides. Charlie, if you're in the audience here, I don't know if you are. I was going to send you an email to tell you this, but it was insane that we chose Capacitor to build our app. And I'm happy to announce that we're finally a full React Native and Expo app, and Expo's been an amazing experience. So let's get into it. Your end-to-end tests are lying to you. Why we dropped the industry standard and let an AI agent test our app. We first set up end-to-end tests in our app because we need to test it. We were really excited about this. I told the whole team, anybody can build tests, and anybody can go in there and we can build flows, and this is going to be amazing. About 5 months into the process, this is what we were left with. We had found 3 real bugs in our app, and we run into roughly 56 test issues. These weren't bugs, this was maintenance that we had to do on our tests. So we had to do something better.
They've done studies, 60% of the time, it works every time.
This is how I feel about this. Quick intro on me. I'm Tyler Becks, CTO and co-founder of Gobi. We're building an app that helps you find what to do in the real world. When we first started the company, we set up the test. This is what I told everybody. The more your tests resemble the way your software is used, the more confidence they can give you. What does this mean in practice? It means don't use test IDs. Test by what you see in the app. Test by the text that you see in the app. Test by selecting something on the placeholder. It's what the users would actually see. There's another very famous quote from Guillermo. Write tests, not too many, mostly integration. Coincidentally, I seem to get all of my engineering practices from Twitter. In practice, this is what we got. Very, very flaky integration tests. So I'm going to go through really quickly what the 4 eras of testing are on mobile apps. The first era is manual QA. These are humans clicking buttons. Yes, humans, these old sacks of meat, just using your app. Coincidentally, this is still one of the best ways to test your app. You open the app, you type in your email, you type in the password, you log in, and you see that the app has worked. A bit later, it doesn't scale. So somebody invented Appium. Appium was one of the first ways that you could actually test your app with code. Appium was one of the biggest innovations in mobile testing that we'd seen. And this is what it looks like. And quite honestly, it's not so bad, but I think syntactically there's a lot that you have to do. But this was a huge improvement. The next era of automation is flow automation. Maestro, Detox. And this is really nice. It's the same test, but now it's just YAML. And it's pretty close to just plain text here. Not quite, and we're going to see where this starts to break down, but this is a huge improvement on before, and there's a lot that's being handled for you, like setting up the driver and all that stuff. But then something happened a few years ago. Monkeys discovered mobile phones. No. ChatGPT was released. This is the AI era. This is the 4th era, and this is the era that we're currently in. And this is what we're currently experimenting with. And there's 2 players in this game that I know of, Autosana and Tester Army. This is what the test looks like. Same test, plain text. This is what I would tell a person if I was writing instructions. Log in with these credentials, verify the home screen appears. This is very similar to the first era of human testing. So let's get into it. I want to show some examples of what a test in Maestro would look like and what a test with Autosana would look like. So this is a very simple to-do app here. and I want to see what happens. So first task is that we want to add a task to our to-do app. So I got to remember to eat breakfast. Here's the Autosana test on the left, and here's our Maestro's on the left, Autosana's on the right. Great. Eat breakfast. We click the add button, and we assert that eat breakfast is in the list. Pretty simple. Both tests are passing. However, design decides that they don't like this add button. It's not very clear, and we have to change it to add to do. So we do that. We change it. Now it says add to do. However, we forgot to update our tests because tests don't run in the PRs. They run nightly, overnight. So what happens? Okay. We type in eat breakfast. We click on the add button. However, we were asserting by the text, as I mentioned before. The test on the left is failing, but Autosana, being an agent, it screenshotted the app, it's looked at it, and it figured out that the add to do button is the add button. It continues to pass, and the test succeeds. Our test on the left is flaky, and it fails. Now, this is one of my favorite types of tests, when you test that something is not visible on the screen. Now, this example is going to pass. We wrote the test once, and everything was working. We're going to add a task here. But sometimes our server has been throwing errors, and we don't know why. We hope that this time it doesn't happen, but we write a test to make sure that there's no server errors thrown. Oops, there was an error. Good thing we wrote the tests. The tests alert us that there was a failure, and we get to go in and investigate why it was happening. In this case, both of these tests were good. They failed correctly. On the one on the left, we say, oops, you made an error, not us. And here we say, verify error test, toast doesn't show. Both of them are failing. This is what we expect. However, design, once again, comes back to us and says that they don't like this message. Engineers being engineers, they said, oops, you made an error, not us. So what happens? We change the copy. Now the error toast says, oops, there was an error. But we forget to update the tests. Same test. We type in don't panic into the to-dos. We go next. However, the test on the left continues to pass because we're asserting that a toast that says, oops, you made an error, not us, is not visible on the screen, and in fact, it is not visible on the screen because the copy now says, oops, there was an error. The test on the right, however, continues to pass. All we said was verify an error toast doesn't show. Sorry, it doesn't pass, but it correctly informs us that there's a failure. This is expected. We expect that this test is failing because there's an error toast. I want to come back to this. There's a way that you address this. I didn't want to do this at the company, but we had to say, unfortunately, you cannot write these tests by selecting by text. It's what is ideal. It's what Kent Dodds recommends. It's pretty much what everybody recommends. The more your tests resemble the way your software is used, the more confidence they can give you. However, this wasn't working. We were managing these tests every single day, changing things. So we decided to add test IDs everywhere. This is what happens. This is our final test that I'm going to show you. Instead of selecting by the text on the test on the left with Maestro, we instead now have test IDs. Okay. But in this case, something else has happened. We've added a banner. We're announcing that we've migrated to React Native from Capacitor. We've put this big banner in here to make an announcement to our users. How does the test work? We input the text party. We click enter, starting by ID. And then we try to tap on it. We want to mark it as completed. I don't know if you noticed this, but actually, the to-do is down here. We can't get to it. Autosana, however, uses its AI agent to not only look at what's happening, but to scroll the list. It's smart enough to scroll down and mark party as done. This is amazing. This seems subtle. It's amazing. I was mind blown when I saw this for the first time, and I'll show you this in actual practice. It just figures it out. Now, I mentioned something earlier in this talk. I said that human testers continue to be the best way to test our app. But is that actually true? Why are humans the best? They're using your app, and you can find little oddities when you're writing your tests. They can feel it. They can do usability testing. They can flag things that maybe feel a little bit off or inconsistent, things that weren't even in the test, but you noticed it. I have to exit this presentation mode. Now I want to show you a real test of a real app. This is our app. And show you how amazing this platform is. This test tries to find an event and mark an event as going. So what does it do? It clicks on the Events tab. It clicks on an event. Okay, it finds the button. It clicks on the Save button. It clicks on the Going button. Now we want to assert that this event is going to show up in our events, our going events. So we click on the Calendar button up here. Oh, there's a bug. This is a real bug in our app, actually. The event isn't there. So what does the agent do? I didn't tell it to do this. The agent goes and clicks on Going. Oh, it's still not there. The agent clicks on Clear Filters. It's still not there. The agent, look at how hard the agent is trying to figure this out. I didn't tell it to do any of this. It's now closing the sheet. It's going back to the event. It's clicking on the event. It's marking it as going. It's unchecking it. It's going back. It clicks on it again, and it still doesn't show up. And this is the point that it fails. This is amazing. You could never do this. It's doing it. It's so smart. It was unbelievable the first time I saw this. I want to show you one more thing. I mentioned that humans can use your app and they can find things that seem a little bit off. They can notice things that feel different. I want to zoom in right here. This right here is calling something out that I didn't notice, and I brought it up to our designer, and he was like, oh, that's a really good point. We should change that. Here, on the entry of our app, this says My Places. Okay, this is to filter by my places that I've saved. However, here, in another part of the app, it says Saved Places. The copy is inconsistent. This was not part of the test. However, Autosana comes in and figures out there's an inconsistency. It flagged this to me. It wasn't even a part. I didn't tell it to do this. It called out the Explore filter bar uses the label My Places, while the corresponding filter in the search result sheet is labeled Saved Places. I brought this up and we fixed it literally the same day. This is unbelievable. And last night I was talking with the team, and we said, what's the only thing that we can't do with these AI agents? Well, it's probably usability testing. We give somebody an instruction, we say, figure this out, go do the app. High-level instructions, we're not going to tell you exactly how to do it, go figure it out. So I did that last night to see if it would work, and it was very, very interesting once again. I told the agent, find a restaurant and figure out what to order there. This is one of our users' favorite features of our app. We come in, the agent clicks on the Eat tab. It finds a restaurant. It clicks on it. Now notice, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is a bottom sheet, and it just slides the sheet up. It's doing it. I didn't tell it to do this. It's just doing it on its own. I didn't expect what happened next. We have a section in our sheet that says what to order. I was expecting it to go down and find this. However, it finds this input that says ask Gobi about this. It stops here. It enters in a prompt to our AI agent. It asks it what to order at this restaurant, and it gets a result. This is 100% not what I was expecting, and I saw this and realized, well, that's actually a legitimate use case of this app. I want to call out one more thing here before I end this talk. This is another incredible feature of this platform, Autosana. They have a performance tab here. You can see how much memory is being used. Please don't look at this. Our memory is really high. CPU usage here. You get to monitor this as the test is running. You can see if there's any spikes. And amazingly, there's logs. You can see all of the logs that happen both on iOS, Android, and you can forward the logs from JavaScript over and see them all right here. Incredible. Now I want to wrap up this talk. We have a company culture at our company, Gobi. Every Monday we start with weekly planning, and we like to give shout-outs to the team. So I just want to give some special thanks to people that helped me with this. Special thanks to my CEO and co-founder, Shri. Shri's the one that found Autosana, and it's been an incredible partnership ever since we set it up. Patrick has been trudging through the testing with me and working on Maestro and Autosana. Philippe, another engineer that worked with us, an incredible engineer, and he was working and trudging through these end-to-end tests. Mihao is helping me set up this call and set up this talk. Special thanks to Mihao. And special thanks to UV and Jason. These are the co-founders of Autosana, two of them, and these guys are really responsive. I've given them feedback, and every single thing I've told them, they've implemented it. It's amazing to see how fast these guys can move. That concludes my talk. I don't really have a Twitter, so if you want to find me, come find me on Gobi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I did forget to mention earlier, Tyler also stepped in for another speaker basically at the last minute. So can we get another round of applause for Tyler?
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Special shout out to Claude Code for helping me set up these slides yesterday.
Okay, wow, we're really getting through the agenda this afternoon. Now, before introducing the next speaker, are we having a good time? Are we having a good time? Well, if you're having a good time and want to attend another event run by Software Mansion, they are running a multimedia and AI conference called RTC On in September. So if you like the vibe of this event, which I very much do, and I hope that you do as well, they will put together another wonderful lineup of speakers at RTC On. So hopefully we will get to see you there. Now, with that said, it is now time to introduce Ya-wen, who is on the Privacy Stewards team at the Ethereum Foundation, where she's working on tooling to make ZK cryptography actually usable by developers. And this talk is about extending that effort through to React Native, being able to generate zero-knowledge proofs on device so user data never leaves the device. I'm really excited for this. I'm really, really excited for this talk. Can we please give a huge round of applause to Ya-wen? Thank you. Have fun.
Hey guys, I want to first thank App.js for having me here. So today I'm to talk about bringing privacy-preserving cryptography to mobile apps with MoPro, which is the project I'm building with, and React Native. And here's the link to these slides and also my project MoPro. So let me first introduce myself. I'm Ya-wen, or you can call me Vivian, and I work for Ethereum Foundation for 5 years, and my team is called Privacy Steward of Ethereum, and which is known as like PSC, and we are building tools to turn the advanced cryptography research into a real-world infrastructure, for example, like mobile apps. And yeah, let me talk about the problem in blockchain. So blockchain or Ethereum is an open book for everyone. So everyone can build on it, and everyone can access data on it if you have the rights to this data. So everything's public, like address, your smart contract code, your input-output, and your balance, your transaction, all history, and even all bugs are public. And etc., etc. And if you don't know about blockchain or Ethereum, there's a public link called etherscan.io, and you can see all the history transactions on chain. Yeah, so as you can see, there's your function method and from which address to which address, and even the amount all are public. So, yeah, blockchain has the most serious privacy problem. But actually, your users are not private if you are either safe or private when you talk to a server or a third party. Yeah, so that's why we are, as a Ethereum Foundation, we want to solve the privacy problem as soon as possible. Yeah, and let's imagine that if you can have some way to prove something is true without revealing your personal data. So let's imagine that if you can prove that you are over 18 without showing your date of birth, or imagine that you can prove that you work for a company without showing your name or your ID, or if you can prove that you are a citizen without showing your ID card. So here's the, want to talk about the solution right now. So here's the code for a smart contract, which like code runs in Ethereum. So if you want to prove that you know the X to this equation, you provide this X to the smart contract, and the smart contract will check that the equation matches, and it returns true if you know the X, and it returns false if you don't know the X. But on blockchain, if you submit this X, your data is revealed, so other people can also claim that, oh, I know this X, so your privacy will break. So let's imagine that you can turn this X to a proof, that the smart contract only checks that, calls the function called verify, and it can verify the proof, and it will do the same computation like the left-hand side smart contract. So in the blockchain, other people just know cryptography proof instead of your private input X. And everyone can just call the verify function, but actually these people don't know what inside the verify function. Yeah, and this cryptography is called zero knowledge proof. And I want to ask if you heard about zero knowledge proof. Oh, cool. Some people, yeah. But yeah, and I'm also happy that most of that you don't know. Yeah, this is why I'm here. And yeah, so zero knowledge proof is a cryptography like protocol. It helps you to keep your data in your device. Only a verifiable proof is shared, either on chain or to a server. Yeah, and let me briefly introduce zero knowledge proof, or shortly in ZKP. So you have your private input, your secret, for example, your date of birth, or the X of the previous example, or your private key, or your membership. And then you send your private input to a program called prover, and then the prover will run the computation and generate a ZK proof on your local device. And then you can send this tiny proof and with privacy preserving to anyone, either a server or a smart contract or another phone. So everyone can verify it, but they don't know your secret. Yeah. So the output just a verifiable claim, no any personal information. So let's finally can talk about my project called MoPro. So it's short for Mobile Prover. So we want to make this client-side zero knowledge proof on mobile simple. Yeah, so the left-hand side are some ZK protocols, and right-hand side is that we want to turn these protocols to different platforms, for example, iOS, Android, and React Native. And our GitHub is ZK MoPro. Yeah, and how does it work? So previously we have circuit, which you can define the polynomial equation like I mentioned before. And here is just pretty simple example that you prove A multiplies B equals to C. Yeah, so you will have circuit, and you will have prover. So the prover will know, can read the circuit and generate a computation to generate a tiny proof. Yeah. But and actually there are so many provers are written in Rust because it's more performant and it can cross different platforms like iOS and Android. So there are so many. There's a big Rust ecosystem for ZK. Yeah, and I want to mention that it is pretty impossible to rewrite everything in iOS and Android because it's pretty time consuming and it costs too much to rewrite everything. And mostly there should be like security issue if you rewrite everything in different language. So we plan to just use this Rust library. And although it can be compiled across different platforms, it just gives you a binary. For example, lib prover.a. And for developers, you should write like headers or APIs to interact with this binary. So there's another tool called Unify, and someone just built the Unify for React Native called React Native Unify Bygen. So it can auto-generate the Swift Kotlin bindings or even React Native bindings, so you don't have to write these headers by yourself. But there's still problems, like we have to manually set up everything in like different languages, and actually some provers doesn't build for different platforms, and they only build for like laptop and or browser. So that's why our team is focusing on bridging this difference between like provers and different FFIs, and we create a easy-to-use command line tool for developers to easily build ZK mobile app with this simple CLIs. Yeah, and last, the React Native app can finally use this generate proof function. Yeah, so you can imagine that in the left-hand side, there are cryptography engineers or Rust engineers. They design privacy-preserving protocols. And right-hand side is app engineer or mobile engineers. They focusing on building products for users. And mobile team is in between of these two kinds of engineer. We want to bridge the difference or the gap between these two kinds of engineer. So if imagine you are a cryptography engineer, you can use the Mopro CLI to like init and build bindings and create a template for like create React app or create Expo app, stuff like that. And if you update your function, you call Mopro update to update the bindings. And then you publish a React Native package. And if you are a mobile developer or app developer, you can just like run npm install to install this package, and just call the function like what do you do in React Native. And yeah, we are play a role between these two teams, and we want to make sure like cryptography libraries can build across platform and make sure they can ship their mobile SDK with like simple CLI commands. And last but not least, we want to make sure the mobile engineers don't touch these like complicated cryptography protocols themselves. Yeah, and here's some examples what you can build with this advanced cryptography protocols. So I will introduce 3 apps, but they are all proof of concept. It's built by our team. So first is Zuma. And it is, I'm not sure if you heard about an app called Luma. So it's an event platform. So hosts can create events in the app, and then the attendees can like show a QR code to the event, and they can verify if you have ticket to this event. And we want to build it anonymously. So you can present a QR code, and it is a zero-knowledge proof, and without showing your name, your address, or your identity. But the host can verify you have the proof to this event. Yeah, so briefly introduce, it's use a data structure called Merkle tree. So if you join an event, you insert a leaf in this Merkle tree. And then in the ZK circuit, you prove you are a membership of this Merkle tree. And you only need to review the tree root is this Merkle tree. And another example is called Stealth nodes. So if we want to build an anonymous social media, so for example, you can, in this social media, you can post like someone from Ethereum.org, but you don't have to review your real address. And how we do that, we use Google OAuth signature. Yeah, so when you log in Google account, actually Google signs a message to you, and then actually we can use this verify function to prove that Google actually signed this message over some sign this message, and you have a signature of it. And then in this zero-knowledge circuit, you don't have to even review the message and the signature itself, because it will link to your identity. You just need to show that the public key is Google's public key. Yeah, and everyone can verify you really owns this Google account. Yeah, and the third project is what we have recently built, is OpenAC with Taiwan citizenship. Yeah, so you can prove that you are Taiwan citizenship. Because I'm from Taiwan, so we recently collaborate with a platform which is non-profitable, and they want to verify if you are Taiwanese, but they don't want to store any like user data. So we provide a solution for them to. So the Taiwan FIDO is an app that really developed by our government. So it also gives you a citizenship with a government signature. So you can prove that you have a citizenship with a government signature on it. So you can prove you are a Taiwanese. Yeah. And actually there are so many signatures in our lives, and passport is one of the example. I'm sure like you all have passports, and then there are two teams are working on the ZK solution for passport. One is called Self, and another is ZK Passport. So you can prove your nationality, your gender, your age, without showing any passport data. And yeah, also email, you have signature in every email. And then there's a team called ZK Email to provide a solution to prove that you got some content of an email. For example, you can prove that, oh, I got an offer from some company, but you don't have to reveal any detailed information of that email. And last but not least, when you go to a website, it follows some protocol called TLS. So you can also prove that you are browsing some website content. And for example, you can log into your bank account and on browser, and then you can prove that, okay, I have such balance in my bank account, but I don't have to review anything in that page to others as well. And I also let these teams work on this solution. Yeah, so takeaway from today is that I want you to think about your users' privacy and help you can build user privacy by default, not by policy. And actually, we are Mopro team. We are very happy to help you guys to find privacy solution if you want to build it in your product. Yeah, so thank you. I'm Ya-wen.
Given all new dad jokes, I heard at least one person go, well, here we go. I agree. A book just fell on my head. I've only got my shelf to blame. Jeez Louise, this is a hard audience. Okay, police have arrested the world tongue twister champion. They said he'll be given a tough sentence. All right, I get it. Maybe we'll retire the dad joke book for the remainder of the conference. What do we think to that? Yeah, yeah. So our next speaker and our last one before the break is Ben, who is the founder and sole engineer of Treasure It, which is a hyperlocal marketplace for free and second-hand goods in New York City. This is an interesting talk because I think it really highlights the fact that, you know, we have to exist as developers throughout the entire stack, or at least be aware of it, because this is a talk about notifications. He hit a real issue in production of notification sprawl. And this talk is about the solution that he built in order to solve that. Are we ready to go over there, or do we need a moment more? We need another minute? These are pretty bad, not gonna lie. Okay, I spent 10 minutes trying to remember what the opposite of night was. In the end, I had to call it a day. These are real pity claps, by the way. I'm not sure if people online can hear this, but these are real, like, they're like, oh no, I think we just need to throw this man a bone. Recently, I bumped into a guy who sold me my antique globe. It's a small world. Hey, they're getting better. Maybe I just need to keep going with these. My favorite word is drool. It rolls right off the tongue. Okay, we're regressing. My wife and I were up all night arguing about the laundry. At 2 a.m., I folded. So, they really were pity laughs, pity claps. You know, I'll take it to a degree. At this point, I think we're almost there over there. No, we need to go a bit longer. Wow, how wonderful! How wonderful! Okay. What do you call a teacher who doesn't fart in public? Fart jokes are universally funny. I better get a laugh on this one. A private tutor. Thank you very much. I have really enjoyed all the talks so far today. This one, as I said, is really interesting, specifically because, you know, I think if we specialize in one area along the stack, sometimes we lose visibility into other challenges that exist, but more realistically, we need to have those skills across the board. Oh, I'm getting some thumbs up. You have been freed from the torture that is all new dad jokes. Thank you very much for joining me today. I'll hand over to Ben now. I'll warm them up for you. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Before I get started, I just wanted to thank Expo and Software Mansion for having me here. Always a pleasure just being in Krakow, being at App.js with everyone here. And let's get started. So I'm Ben. I created Treasure It, and it is a marketplace for hyperlocal peer-to-peer transactions. So if you've used Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, and you've gotten so frustrated that you want to throw your computer into the Hudson River, I'm trying to solve that problem. And the biggest problem that I have come across is coordination and scheduling have always been extremely difficult when you're trying to get something from someone down the block or in your neighborhood, and it's typically easier to get something from across the country in a warehouse. So with peer-to-peer IRL communication, notifications, they take center stage without being able to make sure that your users can get the right notification at the right time for the right thing. Everything falls apart because we don't have the luxury of being able to just send something in the mail. Two people actually have to meet in real life. And it is so important that our users don't turn notifications off. If our users have turned a notification off, their notice off, I have failed. So the key here is Expo notifications. Journey starts here. It has the documentation, like the developer experience, the ergonomics of just the solution has made my life so easy. And when I was proposing a talk, I thought, you know what? This is it's a back-end talk, but one of the requirements was using an Expo product, and I thought, you know, we can sneak a back-end talk into a React Native conference. So, like all good stories, like all good notifications, you start with one notif, and then you have 2, and 3, and 4, and then like a month later, you wake up, and you have 84 different notifs. And you need to manage not only the type of notification that your user gets, but also any other service that your system is interacting with. So I have 8 different external services that I use, and that would be 672 different call sites, which becomes impossible to deal with, especially when you mix your business logic in with your external parties. So, you know, you get notifs to work, and you know they guide you. But the issue with notifications is that they get busy very quickly. So to solve this, in-app notifications, right? That's the solution, but that too gets a little bit too busy. So why not have a system message? You're interacting with someone, and all of the really important notifications get mirrored in your chat. So if you're talking to 10 different people and you're selling 20 different items, we make it really, really difficult for you to bring the wrong thing or not know the time you're supposed to pick up. And yeah, I thought, you know, this is it. But other things happen. What happens when you have a notification that is derived from multiple notifications? And it's kind of funny how often this happens. So if someone, let's say, doesn't get back to you and you want to switch them to someone else who bid on your item, you need to send a remove notification as well as a chosen notification. So having a system that we can compose different events from other events that we have becomes a requirement. But some users, they get premium notifications because, you know, you got to make some money. And, you know, your product manager is like, we need analytics for all of this, and in Slack, I want to see every bid above $20. And it gets really cumbersome. Like, anytime someone in the business asks for something new, you're kind of scrambling. So what do? We start writing it out. Okay, someone bids on an item. Cool, push. And then if your notifs aren't on, let's send an email. And then inbox, and then mirror, and then post hog, of course. Send it to Slack. We have another third party for our webhooks. And, we're going to probably publish a live event too, because Expo 56 supports live events, and it's just going to give that much nicer of a touch for our user experience. And at the end of the day, these are all just side effects. The bid on item is the business logic, and everything else just is a use effect hook, or maybe a Redux thunk, or some other system that we just don't interact with. So we can't forget about our users' preferences. We want to make sure that our users get only the notifications they want and nothing more, nothing less. If we spam our users, they're going to leave, they're going to turn notifications off, and we'll be forgotten. So what do? You go in the corner and you start crying. And when you do that, you start thinking about your system and how it needs to connect to the rest of the world. So I started thinking about how Redux did this. And one of the things that I always loved was how explicit Redux was. You had very explicit constants that dispatched an action that then updated a reducer, and you saw your state updating, and it was very easy to follow. And these action creators, these disjoint unions of types, they just made it so easy. So I start thinking about the Flux standard action as well, and how they structured their types with their payloads. And yeah, I thought, this is so similar to what I always did on the front end, but we're just going to move it to the back end. So the next thing I started thinking about was domain-driven design. This book came out in 2003, and effectively, all it really is telling you to do is to model what, let's say, if you're working with a chef, their terminology would be in your application. So it becomes very clear when you're talking to a domain expert and you're building for that user, you're reflecting the right thing that you're going to have to represent in your product. Oops. So, yeah, how do we get this system to work across our product? And we're going to emit an event. And more so than emitting event, what we want to do is to think about what is that event going to emit, and how are we going to make sure that it's going to be type safe. And this blog post is great. It came out in 2019. And yeah, I think I found it in the Zod docs, and looking at Zod's docs, their first method that they introduce is the parse method. And this method becomes integral to the entire system. It effectively ends up becoming this introspection layer that is similar to like a GraphQL schema. And getting a red squiggly line in a large code base that you can trust starts to become worth its weight in gold. So obviously, we're still thinking about TypeScript because types. But we have all these ideas, and we're going to steal them because that's how you come up with new ideas. And you make incredible Venn diagrams. But, why not use Knock or OneSignal or another service provider? And what is the fun in that? I'm going to build something from scratch. But in all seriousness, we can add any third-party service into this system and swap something out if we like. So the system, it's pretty straightforward. We're going to have an event. We're going to register it to a handler. And all of our services that we talked about earlier, they're going to listen to these events and they're going to act accordingly. And yeah, we then start thinking about, okay, what are we going to communicate? So we're going to have our domain event here, very similar to how Redux does it, that Flux standard action. We're going to have our payload, our notification types, and a template. And we don't really have to do all that much to get type safety across the board. We just have a map type, and we're going to infer our payload. And this works everywhere. So we have our keyed payload, we have our event, and then we have our parse function here. And we then get to have type safety in our event emissions throughout the entirety of our app. And our payloads are defined as a Zod schema. Just really straightforward, and we get runtime error handling, and we will get a red squiggly line if our payload doesn't match our defined schema. So how does it all work? We set up our notification handler, then we forward that event in our event handler to our template. And you'll notice here it's just keeping that named constant, owning the entirety of this system. And then we have our template, and what we do here specifically for notifications is we manage every channel that our user might toggle on or off. And from there, we're able to parse our payloads, format them, and send them off to our notification service. And yeah, then we send away to our users, and we inject a preferences service inside of our notification service. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but we need to make sure that our users' preferences are respected, because if we spam them, they're going to uninstall us. So the event name owns the payload, shape, runtime validation, and subscribes for all of these different use cases. And then we get our types. We get great hoverable IntelliSense. We have our payload, and all of our work finally starts to pay off when we start to break our schema, when we start adding junk into our payload that doesn't belong here. And that's kind of this magic moment where now you're starting to get confidence in your entire system, where you might not have had it before, where maybe you're sending an event to a user and half of the content is undefined or a null or something that's going to make your user question the quality of your app and if they can trust you. So getting that user preferences service in here is just some quick dependency injection. We have our push service, we have our email service, our user preferences service, and our ledger, because that is going to be the state that our in-app notifications are reading off of. and of course, some defaults. So I like to think of it as really just Legos. That notification service does not care about any implementation details whatsoever, just as long as we meet the same contract that it expects. And really, in my mind's eye, I see it as like a React context. And that's how we're able to get our user preferences or any additional channel, any additional analytics service into our system without breaking everything across the board. So, to sum things up, our user, they do some sort of business logic, we emit an event, we register that event in our handler, and we send it over to our service. And what's fun is that when you're able to coordinate folks together, you're able to get a pair of pants for free or a cell phone case. And yeah, this is how we bring people together. And yeah, please clap.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now, we are heading into a break, but before you get up and get out, I need to quickly tell you that straight after the break, just before the last couple of talks, are going to be the raffle reveals from Maestro, from Infinite Red, and from Revenue Cat. But in order to be eligible to win, if your name is pulled, you have to be here, like in the room. Fair? You get it? Awesome. So, the raffle is at 4:30. That's when the next segment starts. Until then, time for a coffee break. See you then.
React Native Reanimated is an open source library that lets you create fluid and beautiful animations in React Native apps. With more than 6 million monthly downloads, it is one of the most trusted libraries in the ecosystem. And today, we have a huge announcement for you. We wanted to empower developers to create even more delightful, smooth, and easy to maintain animations that are way closer to what you already know from web development. And so, that's how Reanimated 4 was born. We took the best parts of CSS animations and CSS transitions and brought them to React Native, making Reanimated 4 completely different, but at the same time, instantly familiar. So let's see how it works.
The CSS animations and transitions make it easier to create complex animations with just a few lines of code. With CSS transitions, you can effortlessly create animations based on the React state. CSS animations, on the other hand, let you describe the behavior of animation step by step with familiar keyframes. But don't worry, you don't have to rewrite any of your existing animations. Worklets, shared values, and layout animations aren't going anywhere. They still remain a go-to choice for gesture-driven animations and animations that rely on the platform-native integration. We are fully committed to both evolve and maintain all these APIs with the focus on the new architecture.
In 2020, Reanimated 2 introduced worklets, a way to run JavaScript functions on a separate JavaScript runtime, executed synchronously on the UI thread. It was a game changer for animations and interactions. It made it possible to respond immediately to touch events and update the UI on the same frame of the user interaction, providing a truly native feeling. Simply put, offloading high-priority tasks to the UI thread leads to better performance and user experience. Since their inception, the community has discovered all kinds of new use cases for worklets, like camera frame processing, high-performance canvas rendering, and synchronous text formatting. Worklets became the powerhouse behind Reanimated 3 and 4, but now they are becoming a fully fledged separate library. Meet React Native Worklets, which brings multithreading to React Native beyond just animations. Right now, we're overhauling the core internals while maintaining existing stable APIs like Run on JS, Run on UI, Create Worklet Runtime in a backwards compatible fashion. However, expect even richer API for multithreading really soon. You'll be able to offload the JavaScript thread by moving your heavy computation, data fetching and processing to a background thread. Also, you will finally be able to run third-party libraries on a worklet runtime. We can't wait to see what you're going to build with React Native Worklets.
Extracting worklets to a separate package is just the first step towards modularizing Reanimated. Not all applications use all of Reanimated's features. Take, for example, Use Animated Sensor. Even if your app doesn't actively use sensors, the code related to them still contributes to the overall bundle size. This is especially important on the web, where every kilobyte counts. So to give you more control of what is shipped to your users, we've decided to break Reanimated into dedicated packages so that you could import the features individually. To support existing projects, the main React Native Reanimated package will continue to provide the full set of APIs to remain compatible with Reanimated 3. And you can expect more optimizations in the future.
With React Native 0.76, the new architecture became default, and we believe it opens door for easier maintenance, faster development, and support for more advanced features in the future. That's why Reanimated 4 works only with the new architecture. And one more thing. Many of you have been asking us about shared element transitions. We haven't dropped the idea. Quite the opposite. We want to make sure we make it right. We are actively working on this feature, and it's going to land in one of upcoming releases of Reanimated 4. So that wraps Reanimated 4. CSS transitions and animations, allowing to create animations easier than ever. Multi-threading capabilities with React Native Worklets. Smaller bundle size through modular packages. The new architecture as the way forward. And shared element transition are on the way. We believe that Reanimated is in great hands. Yours. Thanks for sticking with us, pushing the limits, and creating incredible experience with our library. The future looks truly bright, and we can't wait to see what you are going to build next with Reanimated 4.
Running third-party libraries in worklets? It's already there. Say we have a GPU animation using React Native Web GPU. It's great, but it's vulnerable to the JS thread being busy. As you can see, we only have a few frames per second. So let's offload the animation to the UI thread using Run on UI from React Native Worklets. We have to wrap our pipeline and also make sure to delegate the cleanup to the UI thread as well. Now we just save, and the animation is smooth back again, even though the JS thread is still on 4 FPS. And it also works with hot reload.
Type GPU lets you write efficient and visually complex effects entirely in TypeScript. Faster iteration, less boilerplate, same level of control.
The composability that JS callbacks enable is fully at your fingertips.
You can use it standalone or plug it into existing libraries like Free.js or Pixie.js.
You will love the type safety
and your AI will love it too.
Hi, we recently released the Membrane Yellow plugin on HexPM for AI-powered object detection on video streams. Today, I will show you a short demo illustrating how easy it is to use. For this demo, I'm using the Membrane Yellow plugin, a few other membrane packages, Boombox and Exla. I will also configure Ortex and Enix to speed up the processing. First, I download a YOLO model exported in Onyx format, along with a JSON file containing the model's class labels. Next, I implement a membrane pipeline with just one callback, handLimit. Here, I will define the components linked within the pipeline. The first component is the membrane camera capture, which grabs the video stream from my computer. Then, I plug an SW scale converter to set the pixel format to RGB. The next element is the YOLO detector from Membrane Yellow plugin. It performs object detection using YOLO Elixir library and adds prediction results to the stream's metadata. To use it, I have to specify the mode and pass the loaded YOLO model. After that, I will plug the YOLO drawer. It draws bounding boxes on the stream based on the results generated by the YOLO detector. The last child in the pipeline is Boombox bin, which I will use to display the stream in the player. Now the pipeline is implemented, so let's run it and see how it works. Let's start the example script. And now you can see me with bounding boxes drawn in real time by Membrane. If you want to know more, visit our Hex docs and check out the examples from the GitHub repo. Give it a try and don't forget to leave a star.
Live Debugger 0.6 is out. Here are the 4 ways it makes debugging easier. Testing your event handlers can often feel pretty cumbersome. You're either stuck clicking through the UI, waiting for a pub/sub broadcast, or a background job to fire. Live Debugger lets you skip the setup. You can now craft and inject custom events or messages directly into your live view process. This gives you a way to test your handle info and handle event logic instantly, in total isolation. When a callback crashes, the page usually just disconnects or reloads. To find out why, you have to switch contexts, digging through your terminal logs and scrolling up just to find the stack trace. Live Debugger 0.6 changes that. We now capture the exact exception and its stack trace the moment a callback exits. You can see exactly what went wrong and where right inside the tool. If your app uses temporary assigns, we've got good news for you. Live Debugger now adds full support for them. Now you can verify exactly what data was passed to the render without guessing if it was even there. Finally, we've completely revisited highlighting. It now extends beyond just the nodes tree to cover active live views and streams. Just hover over any item in the tool and we'll instantly spotlight it in the browser. You will never lose track of what you're debugging. Just make sure that you have highlighting option enabled in your settings. From custom messages to cleaner errors, 0.6 is built to keep you in the zone. Try Live Debugger now and stay tuned for more.
Object detection in your app? Easier than you think. We'll be using React Native Executorch, a library that lets you run AI models on device with React Native. Let's say you're building a calorie tracker app. First, initialize the use object detection hook and pick a model. When the user picks a photo, call forward with the image URL. You get back an array of detections with labels and bounding boxes. Just pass those to your app logic. In our case, a calorie estimator. Let's see it work. Pick a photo and the app will detect what's on the plate. Everything runs on device, no cloud, and fully private. That was easy, wasn't it? Psst. Soon, you'll be able to run detection on live camera feed. Start our GitHub and follow Software Mention for more content like this.
3 months ago, we released the first version of the Elixir language tour, an interactive guide to Elixir that you can use to learn common Elixir concepts and experiment with them using the snippets that are provided here. You can also edit the snippets and run them, and thanks to Popcorn, they all run in your browser. Since then, we've been experimenting with the language tour and Popcorn and did some improvements. In particular, we saw there is quite a lot of happening here, quite a lot of I/O inspects, and all the results are aggregated below, which can be confusing. We decided to change the layout of the language tour so it now resembles Livebook. There are small cells that you can run. Everything is a bit more clearer, so we encourage you to play with that, because we also added a new chapter about modules that was possible thanks to improvements to Popcorn and Atom VM. So now you can learn how to define modules, how to define type specs, behaviors, and a lot more. Please try it out and let us know what you think.
Research shows that people prefer apps with well-matched haptics. Good haptics make your app feel premium. Why? Because haptics is like music. Sounds weird, right? But it makes sense if you think about it. Haptics is a vibration, just as sound is a vibration of air. And we all know music can transfer emotion. So haptics can too. Haptics has another thing in common with music. It's hard to compose, and creating custom patterns can be so time-consuming. That's why we created Pulsar, rich and ready-to-use haptic preset library for Swift, Kotlin, and React Native. Presets that you can both feel and hear. Just open Preset Playground, download the Pulsar app from the App Store, connect it to Playground, and now you can feel the haptics in your hand. So you can also hear them even if you don't have your phone with you. With Pulsar, you will find the right preset for every occasion. Do you want to find something gentle that will softly notify a user about a new message? Sure. Or maybe you want to warn a user in a bold and rigid way that the security camera has detected a potential threat? With Pulsar, this is easier than ever before. If you are a developer, you know how difficult it is to test haptics when you are on a simulator. Pulsar lets you hear haptics like they are real, even without the hardware. Want more customization? Sure, you can still create custom presets with Pulsar API, or create real-time gesture-based haptics even on Android. Just try Pulsar and feel the difference.
Hi, I'm Christoph, creator of SimCam by Software Mention. SimCam is a tool built to solve a real pain point in iOS app development. The simulator simply doesn't support camera testing. With SimCam, you can stream video from your Mac's built-in or external camera, inject an image or video, or generate a QR code without taking the phone out of your pocket. Let's see how it works. SimCam app sits conveniently in the menu bar. To use it, you don't need to change anything in your app. Once SimCam is started, you can open your app on the simulator and navigate to the place where you use the camera. SimCam streams any camera connected to your Mac directly into your simulator, whether that's the built-in camera or any external device. You can also inject any image or video into the camera feed, including auto-generated QR codes, which is great for testing scanning flows. All camera-driven app features work out of the box, like image recognition, face recognition, OCR, QR and barcode scanning, or video conferencing. Finally, SimCam comes with a CLI built for AI agents, so an agent can programmatically switch camera sources or generate QR codes. If you'd like to bring SimCam into your workflow, it's available with a lifetime license. Head over to simcam.swmention.com to get started.
One of the things that I want to tell people is that social connection is important. We all live now in a world where a lot of us work remotely, but there are a lot of things that are baking right now. And coming to a conference is a good way of really getting ahead of the curve. So I definitely recommend properly interacting with people and getting to know the React Native community.
I had a conversation with one developer that was working on something, and I learned a ton about how we could optimize things in my React Native project. I think that's incredible. That access and that community that App.js provides is unparalleled.
Good morning, everyone. It is so good to be back here, App.js 2025.
And you can just feel it. I mean, it's so crazy when we're here because there's so many of these just apps that I use every day. And the author is here. He's talking about like how using React Native has drastically improved their workflow. Exciting time to be an app developer.
All of the engineers that I really admire are here, so it's like a pleasure to learn with them. So yeah, I'm enjoying. It's pretty cool.
Drink.
Wait. One more thing. There's one more group of people we need to thank.
Yes. It's the audience. The audience, yes. Can you give yourselves a round of applause?
I know,
you're at home.
Hard for your Islamic.
Yeah, a standing ovation for yourselves.
Round of applause.
That is awesome.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's a day of learning, and let's have fun.
There's not enough.
2 hours later.
Hello everyone, this is the RTC on 2025.
So it's quite retro, it's quite fun. Let's see whether or not we can kind of make it real time. I don't have any backup here.
I felt kind of compelled like to break more stuff and, you know, in the process of trying to make them working. So, yeah.
I build stupid things for people.
I'm doing Elixir for life.
We met the only Elixir developer who's actually paying his bills with Elixir, so it's very impressive.
How do you like the conference?
Very, very interesting stuff. We love Vulkan Video, we love Rust.
Really, really good. It's my first time here.
As a nerd, I have to admit I'm really keen to this mock thing.
We have a strong team of speakers this year. Everyone's very cool.
A lot of topics during the conference that I really enjoyed.
Here it's very cozy. Everyone's very friendly. It's so cool. Anyone who's working in this field should definitely come.
Forget that. I'll start again. I forgot what I said at the beginning. So, productivity.
Elixir is great technology.
Maintainability.
And we just need to...
And readability.
Do a better job of marketing it.
Okay. Well, definitely what I appreciate the most about Elixir is the Elixir community. Boom. Yeah.
Modern people don't really want to go deal with all those curly brackets, and Jose, I think, has done everybody a great favor by enhancing the language and making it much more useful in the modern day. So it's going to be an interesting afternoon to figure out how we apply our resources to things.
So we learned all these hard lessons, building software and failing. And you take those lessons and you learn to value a new set of priorities, right? And Elixir sort of embodies those things that people don't know are important when they're first starting out. You know, when you're first learning to program, the properties that Elixir actually provides, it's difficult to explain why those matter. And so that's one of the things that we've seen, is that it's filled with people who have deep experience, deep nuance and understanding of like what goes into good engineering and how we make software that will stand the test of time.
Folks from Software Mansion reached out. They said, look, we do this kind of summit with React Native. It could be interesting to have that for the Elixir community as well. So it was the perfect moment, the perfect place.
This might be the most unusual.
No energy in the room. I don't think anyone's... Okay, all right,
Now I hear it. Perfect. Okay, folks, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Yes, the talks were amazing, but I know most of you wanted the prizes. All right, we've got 3 amazing sponsors who are going to come and they're going to do their raffle on stage. But we've all been here at a part of a conference when there's a raffle and not everyone knows what to do. Some of you are going to end up on stage, so I'm just going to give you a little bit of stage direction. When the sponsor comes up, we're going to give them a round of applause, celebrate them. They are going to do a raffle, and then they are going to announce a winner and show their name on screen. If that is you, lucky person, you're going to jump up and wave and scream like you've won the Premier League. Go on, Arsenal. And then you're going to make your way up to the front of the stairs. You're going to come to the middle of the stage and take a wonderful photo with your grand prize. All right, do we all understand? Is we all good? Yes, I see some thumbs up. But we got to make it cool, all right? So here's what we're going to do. Every time that they're going to spin the wheel or tell you what the prize is going to be, I need everyone to do a drum roll by stamping their feet. Can we do that right now? Let's do a test run. Ooh. All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You can do louder when we get started. All right, so first, let's put our hands together and welcome our first sponsor to the stage, Maestro.
Hey, everyone. I've had the pleasure of talking to a ton of y'all, but for those who I haven't, I'm Jake Krupski, co-founder of Maestro. And yeah, I mean, this event has been incredible. It's, for those that don't know what Maestro is, it's a open source UI testing framework for mobile apps. So whether it's yourself or now your agents needing to kind of verify the UI of your mobile apps, we've got tons of teams in the room even already adopted it. And those who haven't, I think, had a chance to meet us. But yeah, we got teams like DoorDash, Microsoft, Copilot's team, tons of leading mobile teams with React Native apps using Maestro. But that's my sales pitch for now. But the real exciting part is we have a pair of headphones we're going to raffle off for all the folks that came by our booth. So without further ado, let's run it. Heck yeah. Come on up here, man.
Come in for your photo, your wonderful photo moment. Let's give him up one more round of applause.
Congrats.
All right, thanks so much, Maestro, for joining us. I'd like to introduce our next sponsors, the wonderful Infinite Red. Come to the stage. Now, I mean, you should be familiar with them because I just want to call out that it's not often that you get people that are able to do so many different things. Gant's here has been at the sponsor booth, on the stage, doing magic all so much. So I can't wait to see the winner of this prize, who's going to win a wonderful Times frame.
Times frame.
Good, good, good. All right, I'll leave you to it. Take it away.
Thank you. Hey, everyone. So we're Infinite Red. If you've come by our booth, the US React Native experts. We're here to share our knowledge, have some fun, and also share some fun stuff. So hopefully you all got to see it and enter the raffle. Let's spin. Can we get a drum roll? And Rob Walker. Oh, no. Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay. We're about to give it to somebody else, Rob.
All right, folks, and this is why when you win, you better stand up and make some noise because you don't want anyone else stealing your prize. All right, we have one more sponsor with 2 sets of amazing prizes. They have first the 2 runners-up prizes, and then they are going to have the main prize. So, can we all put our hands together for Revenue Cat as they take the stage? I am really, really excited for this. Now, a fun fact, I actually entered into the raffles myself. I've only ever won a raffle once as an MC. I'm hoping to make that twice because that keyboard looks delicious and it would fit really well on my office setup. All right, so I'm going to step out on stage and hand the stage over to you, Revenue Cat. Take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Britta from Revenue Cat. Thank you for everyone who came to the booth and had some swag, talked with us. We've had a wonderful conference, so it's now time to raffle some of the goods. I'm going to do it so that we have 2 bags of goodies, which have some of the stuff that we had on the booth as well. And how this works is we have 2 of those bags, so I need 2 winners. And as soon as your name shoots up on the screen with your baby pictures, you're going to celebrate really hard and then run to the stage. And if I determine that you didn't celebrate hard enough, I'm going to pull out another name, all right? Yeah? So that should be an incentive enough. So are you ready? First name? Do we have correct tick track here? I don't see running. Yeah. All right. Let's do that again. So next winner. Dominica? Right.
Oh, we had
Dominica?
our first no-show.
1, 2, 3. No, we're going to go again. Daniel Janke? All right, there. So here. Gonna hand you guys these.
I feel so bad for Veronica. She's probably going to come out
There.
of the bathroom and then
Thank
all
you.
of her friends going to be like, oh. Awesome. All right, now we got the main prize.
All right, main prize. This keyboard right here, which I'm gonna put back here.
I'm crossing my fingers too.
All right. Let's go. Justina Sobolak? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. No? No Justina? So we're gonna go again. Sad day to be a Justina. Joar Kosberg? No, he's gone. That sounded like that. Oh, he's not here. All right. Well, guess you don't want the keyboard.
Oh,
Nothing.
Okay, I need to calm down. That was a legit real reaction. All right, let's give it up for them one more time. Thank you so much. All right. Now, during the day, we told you over and over again, we told you to use the app. And some of you, we could see, had downloaded the app and gotten out the pufferfish game. So, people have been playing the pufferfish game, and there is a leaderboard, and we are about to find out who won. So to tell us who those winners are, I'm going to turn it over to the pufferfish team.
Exactly. So the winners know who they are. We know who they are. You can come on stage. Big round of applause for the winners. Woo! Yeah. We see you guys. Thank you so much for the time you spent playing this game, because we were absolutely surprised by the... Come over here. We were absolutely surprised by the amount of time people spent on the game and the scores they were able to rack up. Like, for context, to get like 4,000 points, you need to play for like, I don't know, half an hour maybe? It's so long. So big round of applause for our best players once again. And yeah, we should maybe start a pro league now, because these guys are really good. Come over, yeah.
So, thank you guys.
Congratulations.
Oh my God, thanks a lot. There you go.
One more time. Yep.
All right, thank you so much, Pufferfish team. Let's give it up for them one more time. All right. Okay, it is time for our last two talks. Now, I know it's been a lot. I know, like, even me, I'm a little bit out of breath from all that celebrating I just did. But I would like you to still keep the energy high in the room as well for our next speakers. I'm just curious, does anyone in the room watch Formula One? Yes, I see you, folks. I actually, fun fact, I live 5 minutes away from the McLaren head office, and a bunch of their engineers live in the same building as me. So I'm always asking, is it today I should put a bet on? Is it for this race and stuff? So it's really, really fun whenever I get to meet other engineers in the field who are also related to things that I love. And our next speaker is part of a software engineering team at Aston Martin Formula One team. So I'd like you to give the biggest P1 applause to our next speaker when they come and get started. And they're going to tell us a little bit about the work they've been doing. And it's really, really interesting seeing how the different code and stuff that we learn works as part of a bigger organization, in this case, to hopefully win some Formula One races. I'm going to be best friends with the speaker afterwards, see if I can get some tickets to the next Formula One race when it comes down to town. But I'd like you all to keep the energy high in the room as we get ready for our penultimate speaker of the day. Can we give it up for Karan?
Hello everyone, I'm Karan. I'm part of software engineering group at Aston Martin Formula One team. My team works with aerodynamics, performance, race engineers to build real-time data-intensive tools. Today, I won't be talking about that a lot because of my NDA, like all Formula One teams. But previously, I've worked with various startups in India building mobile apps for large scale of users, where I tackled offline architecture for almost all the startups that I worked with. So I want to tell you a story today about an offline app that I built which worked perfectly until it did not. This talk is about that journey. We'll explore why offline apps often break and how you can build ones that are truly resilient. You'll learn from my mistakes and check how you can avoid the same pitfalls in the future while you are dealing with offline React Native. So why do we need offline apps? We are mostly connected to the internet, right? Well, for millions of users, reliable internet connection is still a luxury. We often assume constant connectivity, but networks fail, servers fail, and people move through dead zone. Offline-first apps are resilient by design, handling network failures as the default. This approach builds trust, ensuring users can rely on your app anywhere, anytime. We are talking about making your apps truly available, not just connected. And this is also something that we use in Formula One. This concept is not just for React Native, but it's transferable to any technology that you use. Sorry. Yeah, so out of 4.9 billion users today, nearly 1 billion still deal with unreliable internet connections, and 2.9 billion people are not online at all. As React Native engineers, it is our responsibility to build apps that everyone can use, and not just people with perfect Wi-Fi. To set the scope of the talk, just want to say that we will not be diving deep into complex CRDTs and how to do conflict resolution, but this could be a way for you to design your own CRDTs and make sure it works for your use case. I'm not going to show a lot of code today. Instead, I want to show you how to think about offline-first strategy and the problems that I faced. Because building offline experiences is less about clever caching strategies and more about how we model data from the very beginning. So just to quickly check how it is different from traditional applications, we can see that in traditional apps, the user makes an action, We make an API call, wait for the response, it updates the state, and then finally the UI gets updated. We can see that UI update in this case is the last step. But what if the internet drops midway and you get an error? Offline apps are built with this in mind. You get immediate feedback because you do not rely on the network and use a data storage strategy locally. So when we compare traditional apps to offline first app, we see a fundamental shift in philosophy. In a traditional app, the server is an undisputed source of truth, and it's required for every action. In traditional app, we also rely on the server to show feedback to the user, while in offline first, we use optimistic response, which is instant, and we are going to talk about it a bit later. In traditional app, data flows one way from server to state to the UI, but if the network drops, the app becomes useless. But in an offline first world, the local state becomes the source of truth. The server is just a guest, an optional parameter for async updates. So to cover all the use cases, we first need to be aware of 4 different states where your app could be in. Traditional apps are mostly built for online state, where we assume that we have full connectivity, we sync immediately and get real-time updates. Degraded is a case when your internet is slow or intermittent. We batch sync jobs in this case and reduce payload. So the offline case is the most interesting one, where we have no connectivity, we allow local operations, while traditional apps just can't function at this stage. And then last state could be reconnecting. This is when we start draining our queue of local operations and resolve the conflicts. Right, so now I want to talk about the problem that I faced when I was working in my student placement year in India. This was the feedback that my team got, that the app is really buggy and unoptimized. We are always stuck on loading screens. We spent weeks collecting data like app performance metrics, memory leaks, API performance, to identify what is going wrong. Then finally we found out that the nature of the business is that the relationship managers are mostly located in basements or dead zone areas, because they were dealing with the inventory of cars. So due to this low connectivity, the app was always stuck on loading, and they see an API timed out error. Turns out the app was behaving as expected. The issue was just the connection. But the users don't care why it is slow. They just care that they can't do their job. So these were the screens that they were mostly stuck on, with loaders and generic errors. It's hard to understand from here that there is a connectivity problem or a genuine issue with the app. So it's better to say to the user that their app is not connected instead of showing these generic error screens. So then I came up with a solution which I thought was brilliant and could work very well. The solution was using Redux with persistence like MMKV or async storage. The flow was fairly simple. User makes an action. It gets stored in Redux. Redux persists the state in async storage. The app launches again. Redux store gets initialized again with the async store, and then data gets rendered on the screen. I thought, what could go wrong with this solution? This works just fine, and this is what we mostly use in traditional apps, right? But everything went wrong from there. I ended up loading too much data into the memory, and I had no efficient way to query that data. So async storage has a data storage limitation which can be increased, but the inefficient query mechanism was another red flag, since the inventory page has lots of filter based on different car parameters like number of kilometers clocked, the color of the car, make, model, year, and there could be different parameters where you can filter the inventory based on what the client wants to see. So I realized that this approach cannot be scaled further. But we already had the perfect tool for this. We just hadn't thought to use it in this context. SQLite, it is fast and handles a big set of data efficiently. It runs entirely on device, meaning zero server dependency, and it handles large data sets without memory issues. We paired SQLite with Watermelon DB at that time because the support from the community that time was not really good, but we now have more tools like Drizzle, ORM for type safety and much better developer experience. We then used this stack to build our app, and it was working fine. We got some good feedback from the users. So I'll just compare the performance for 100,000 records when using local storage versus when we use SQL. So you can see the performance monitor at the bottom. So I'm trying to load 100,000 cards. It's pretty slow. You can see the performance dropping. UI becomes a bit laggy. And then once you filter, it takes a lot of time to get back the results of that filter. Took almost 360 milliseconds to get the results. But when we use SQLite with Drizzle, this was really quick, and we did not get a lot of memory issues because it was really fast to work with SQL because we can use all the efficient things that SQL provides. You can see that filter was just 7 milliseconds with this approach. Thank you. Right, so this solved our inventory page problem where we were just reading the data, right? And we found out that reading is just the tip of the iceberg. In case of read, data was already there. It was fast. We can easily query it using SQL. It is not that complex. But writes, especially in multi-step user flows, are hard if we think of it just as a state. So imagine the internet dropping mid-flow or the app crashing between steps. We were left with partial, inconsistent state in the database. So storing just the current state proved incredibly fragile. We were losing context when things went wrong, and that meant we couldn't reliably recover. This forced us to think differently about how we store data, not just where. So we have already solved the where problem. We need to identify how to store the data. So the problem was that we needed to make a multi-step flow offline. So imagine a customer visits your store and you need to start their process of onboarding them, then taking them on a test drive, getting their documents, uploading it, and then finally you can do different things like exchanging, etc. So there was a complex flow of when user visits the store and to the time when they buy the car. So we needed to make all of that offline. In this case, decision on the previous screen generates the next screen, because once the user selects a car, the next screen of test drive should mention that car, right? You can't mention any other car, but you're not getting any data from the API. So you can transfer it from screen to screen, or you can store it in SQL. So the flow also had options to upload images and videos, like I mentioned. So we came up with the solution of using optimistic response paired with event sourcing. So if I talk about event sourcing, this is where the thinking completely shifted. We realized that the approach, like we were approaching the problem all wrong, and it was the root cause of most of the issues. We were storing the current state, a snapshot of where we are, which is incredibly fragile when things go wrong. instead we needed to store what happened, a sequence of events. This simple change makes all the difference, because now we are storing every user action and not just the state that they are currently in. So this is the core insight of event sourcing, and this could be applied to any use case. Like in Formula One, we use event sourcing in cases where there are parts on the track where the car is not able to generate, it is not able to send data because of low connectivity. So you store all that data inside the car and then autofill it when it comes back to the garage. So we can use the same concept, like we are using the same concept here. So this is the core insight of event sourcing applied directly to offline apps, and this new way of thinking opens up so many possibilities. So in this case, for example, instead of storing orders as a row ID, we can store it from the moment that order process started, like adding an item and then submitting an order, making a payment, etc. So let's see it with an example. Imagine a car service booking app. You select a vehicle, you choose a service slot, and then you attempt a payment. And then suddenly the connection drops. App throws a generic error. And this is the state that you are currently in. You have a booking ID and you just have the status as pending. So what you have lost here is what car was selected, what service slot they chose, and whether the payment was attempted or not. But now, if we replace this with event-based approach, we can see that we have all the information that the user took, even when the app was online, but we still stored every single event with the data attached to it, so that this makes it replayable. We can replay all the events as it happened and retry failed sync operation. We can also come back to the correct screen if something happens during the flow, if you get a call or if you get a crash. So how does it change the data modeling? So instead of creating single rows of bookings with ID, car ID, slot, status, and when it updated at, we can create a table of events. It does not have to be booking only. We can create all the sequence of steps that the user took, and then store it in a way that it is append only, immutable, durable, and it is easily replayable. Right. So we are going from this state-based approach of storing the booking IDs, their state. By the way, I'm using Expo's SQLite plugin here to visualize the SQL data that is stored in my application. So here we are just storing the booking ID. We are storing the state the app currently is in. But if we change it with event-based approach, we can see that we create new events, we attach a booking ID to it, we create the event type, like adding to cart, and then we provide all the data that went into that action. So it's like storing a story of everything that happened in your app when it was offline. And then when you connect online, you can start syncing this data to the server, or you can start resolving the conflicts with your data. So it's a pathway to CRDTs. Right. So event sourcing out of the way, we have optimistic response architecture, which I think we have already dealt with. Like most of us must have dealt with it, but just to give a quick brief about it, it enables the app to behave as if the operation succeeded immediately. So optimistic response architecture helps us in providing the user with feedback quickly. We can use it in offline scenarios where we can combine it with locally queued mutation and mocked server responses to keep the UI functional. Once connectivity is restored, these quick actions are synchronized with the backend to ensure that we are consistent. Finally, I would like to say is that what survives offline is what remembers what happened. So most apps store what things are, but offline first apps must store what happened. So the key takeaways are that you need to capture the intent, store event, not just final state. You can use SQLite with Drizzle ORM to give you a scalable foundation, and event sourcing makes our app resilient, recoverable, and syncable. We can also start with a simple architecture and bring complexity when required. I think this is a very important point because 90% of the use cases might not even need this solution. But you need to have an understanding of when to use it, when to bring that complexity inside your system. And that's all. Thank you for having me here.
All right. Okay, let me just check the energy. Are you ready for the last talk of the day? Are you ready for the last talk of the day? All right. So we are going to have the last talk of today, and our next speaker, our final speaker, is definitely not the least. They may be the last, but not the least, because they are one of those people that has probably had a steering hand on the code that nearly every single person in this room writes. Seth is the executive director of the React Foundation and chief developer evangelist at Expo. He also led the team at Meta, the React team at Meta, and have contributed so much to the code that nearly every single one of us in this room has written. They are very passionate about sharing about technology, about AI, and I am extremely excited to watch them speak because I've been chilling with him backstage, and what I love is even though he's accomplished so much, even though he's had such a positive effect on the code that I've written, he is an awesome dude. So can we give an awesome 10 out of 10 applause to invite to the stage Seth?
Yo! That's almost too much. Keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going. What's up, everybody? How we doing? What a conference, right? If we've been having a good time over this week? I don't think that was commensurate with how much fun we've had. Have we had a great time this week? My favorite part has been the morning runs. Absolutely exhausting. I didn't actually run, but hearing about them just tired me way out. It was incredible. Anyway, super glad to be here today. The first thing I wanted to start with, if we get slides, is I want to say thank you. This conference doesn't happen without a ton of people doing an amazing job. So I want to call everybody that's listed on this slide down. They're over here on the right, over here on your right, my left. This is Paulina, Martina, Kasia, Carolina, Wutzia, Kamil, Katya, Patrick, Michael, Martin, and SmartSide Media. Michael, Christoph, our own Expo's Keith Kurak, Magdalena, and Alicia. Give them a huge 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Absolutely incredible. Let's not forget about our sponsors as well. Expo, CodeRabbit, Revenue Cat, Code Magic, Infinite Red, Maestro. Shit, I forgot this one. Screen Studio, Animate React, and This Week in React. Love that these companies are putting their money where their mouth is and bringing us together. Community is what React is all about, and that's what we're here to do. So thank you to all our sponsors. Yeah. So with your permission, I'm actually going to tell you a personal story. Would that be okay? It's kind of a tough one. So late in 2022, I was spending my time in Tucson, Arizona, where the 20-year battle against Parkinson's for my dad was coming to an end. And this was one of the hardest things I've ever been through. Parkinson's is a very ugly disease. It takes more than, it creates more than just shakes. It takes your body from you and it takes your mind from you. And I watched it happen for 20 years. And this is a story about my dad. My dad was this like super strong, physically imposing baseball umpire. He was an Old West movie actor, and he was just this strong, admirable guy. And at this point in his life, we'd come to this place where he couldn't speak. His hands were clenched shut, and he was confined to a bed. And he had that mask. If you've ever seen Parkinson's, they have this mask where they can no longer really even express their emotions through their face. And, it was really hard to see this 20 years culminate, with my dad in this little tiny room in a nursing home in Tucson, Arizona. It was really, really, really a hard time. And the best thing I could do is I'd come in and sit with him. There was a greasy spoon down the street. A greasy spoon's like a diner. And I would come in and I would bring his favorite food to him in the morning, and I would feed him, and I would stroke his head, and I would hold his hand, and he would look at me with what I can only describe as pleading eyes. He would look at me, and I had absolutely no idea what to do for him or how to help him. I had learned to do so much in life, and I felt completely helpless. I knew how to build product, I knew how to build software, I knew how to build teams, I knew how to come up and do presentations, and I felt in this moment that nothing I had learned to do in my life mattered. Completely useless. And I hadn't seen him for a while, so this was all a big shock. The downturn was in my mind was just so sharp and severe that seeing him like this really, really, crushed me. But I remember sitting there thinking to myself, isn't there something I could do with technology? Isn't there some way that I could maybe, I don't know, is there anything I could do that could help my dad communicate with me? And I thought, I have the tools. I know how to build things. And so a day and a half later of sitting with him, alternating between taking care of him and using React, of course, I had an app that was called Speakeasy, and it was basically the world's slowest LLM. My dad had the ability, he was still cognitively there, and so he could tap on the space bar. And so what I did is I created an app that would bring up one letter at a time, and he could tap when it was the right letter. And then it would bring up the only next possible letters one at a time, and he could tap out words this way. And after a while, it learned what were the most common words he did, and would instead bring words up. And in this way, I actually unlocked my dad. I was able to actually communicate with him after I thought I was no longer going to be able to do that anymore. And so his last couple weeks were filled with more of the things he wanted and more of the things he needed. And for me, I reflected on this after he was gone. We had him for about a week and a half after that. And I reflected a lot after he was gone about how many people had actually made it possible for me to unlock my dad and give him a better quality of life for the last couple weeks of his life. Hundreds of people, if not thousands of people, building the technology that made that possible. Many of those people are in the room today that build those things. And so I want to say a heartfelt thank you. And I also want to say that in this time where we're hearing more and more about the demise of software engineering and the demise of developers, that in my mind, this is proof that software is more human than ever. It is a human pursuit for human people, and we're just getting started with the way that AI is going to help unlock us. And I get it, man. Like, the industry feels really weird right now. Every single week there's a new model, there's a new benchmark, there's a new set of tools, more things for us to learn. But I don't know about you, but I've been in this industry for a really long time. And I remember back in the day, before we had figured out all of the patterns we were going to use for highly available, connected system software, there was a lot of figuring it out during that time. And I feel like we're back in that mode where we are figuring out what the heck to do with all these new tools and these new responsibilities, and these new things that are at our disposal. But the discourse is very loud. Like, people are saying lots of things that could make us feel one way or another. Sometimes maybe we'll feel inspired and excited, and other times we're feeling kind of threatened by it. So I want to talk a little bit about my thoughts and how I'm thinking about this period right now. Is that okay? So first of all, I think we can all agree the pace is absurd. Like, this is actually ridiculous. Like, how many of you feel like, you know, on a week-over-week basis, you're coming to a point where you're like, there's a new what? I just literally happened backstage. Somebody told me about something, and it was like, oh, man, I got to go try that now. I haven't had a chance to try Argent yet, and I'm like, outside somebody was giving me the pitch on it, and I'm like so ready to like not do my talk and go play with that, you know? So it's really exciting to see the pace of things, but it's also impossible to keep up with it. So, you know, I want to come back to like this thought about that, you know, development is going away. I think that what we actually are seeing is not that developers are going to disappear, it's that developers are being amplified. Every single person in this room, because you've built, if you're an engineer or developer, you've built these skills and abilities that are only going to mean that AI is going to supercharge you. The story is one of leverage, that you are now much more highly leverageable and leveraged than you ever were before. And let's talk about leverage. Leverage basically means being able to do more with your hands than you would be able to do otherwise, right? Your arms are now much stronger because you have leverage. And millions of developers around the world right now are suddenly gaining momentum. I think that we're ushering in the largest software change that we've ever seen in the history of human beings. I think things are going to change faster than we've ever seen. And we're not necessarily built for this, but we're going to adapt. Human beings always adapt. And it's going to be, for me, it's very inspiring to watch all the changes happening. So we're at this period of sort of leverage, but we're starting to really move into velocity, right? We're able to do more with our hands than we used to be able to do, and now we've started picking up speed. And in some areas of the ecosystem, we're actually gaining serious momentum. And so good tools, you know, when you have really good tools, they give you velocity after leverage. Great tools like React and Expo and TypeGPU and WebGPL and Expo Observe and so forth, these things give you momentum. They give you the ability to iterate and improve and compound upon the work that you built previously. And so that's why, as people say, why do we need to use React anymore? Because we can just spit out 2 versions of the app with AI, but then you don't get the compound interest of the people in this room that have built incredible features and parts of the framework. And all of the stuff we've seen over the last couple days, you don't get the compound interest on that work. And that's, to me, why it's so important for us to keep investing in these tools and so forth, because momentum is the thing that's going to help us continue to improve the delta between idea and result. Now, back in the day, when you used to have an idea, it was a huge gap between that idea and that thing actually existing, right? You had to work with DevOps, you had to work with design, you had to work with back-end, infra, funding. You needed a lot of time. And now these resources are at everyone's disposal, which is incredibly exciting. But most ideas in the past never made it across this chasm. By a show of hands, how many of you have had a lot of stuff in your backlog that you never finished? How many of you started an app you never finished? Okay. And the other people with their hands down are not telling the truth. So, I'm just kidding. So all of us have had this experience, but I don't know about you, but in the last 6 months, more stuff that has been on my backlog for years has gotten done than ever before. Because I can put on good night, have fun, and go to work for the day and come back and have half of my app complete, and I didn't even spend any time on it. Now they're pretty simple things, but I think this is something that we should be really excited about and celebrating, because AI shrinks dramatically the delta between I want to make this and this thing exists. And no longer is the bottleneck going to be engineering capacity. It's going to be the human parts of it, which we'll come to in a minute. The mechanical parts have gotten really cheap. The boilerplate, the config wiring, and so forth, that's all just basically not something you have to think about anymore. By a show of hands, how many of you have built 1 CRUD app? How many of you built 2 CRUD apps? How many of you built 3 CRUD apps? How many of you built 10 CRUD apps? Okay, so you're not at 50 yet. I'm at 50. In more ways than one, I'm at 50. But you're not going to have to do that anymore. We're going to be focusing on the parts that I think are much more fun and exciting. This is a super scientific chart of how software has changed over the past few years. In 2023, it was perfectly reasonable for you to say, oh, it's going to be 18 months from the time we kicked this project off to the time that it's done. Now, It can be weeks, it can be months, maybe, but it can be also a single software engineer on a Friday comes up with an idea that they launch on a Sunday. And to me, that's incredibly exciting, because that means that you can now focus with all of this kind of free engineering capacity, or this ability to have a team behind you. You can focus on the parts that matter. In my opinion, these are judgment, leadership, knowing what to build. What is the product what is the next problem that needs to be solved? Communication, and the ability to have and apply delight and taste. The developers are going to thrive in this era, in my opinion. I believe that people who understand systems, direct tools effectively, identify meaningful problems, make good decisions under ambiguity, and turn scattered possibility into coherent products. Does anyone want to guess what this sounds like? What does this list sound like? This is the engineering we've always done. But now you get to do it. The floor is higher, which means that we're going to be able to have the ability to stand on this floor and push the ceiling. I don't know if you all noticed it, but I noticed it. How beautiful were the slides people shared at this conference? Yeah. I just blew the lead. But anyway, the slides have just absolutely been gorgeous, and to me that's a sign of the floor coming up. Everybody was able to stand on these tools and focus on their content and not spend so much time on the design, because they were able to get, as we showed with sort of the starter point of the new Expo app, they were able to get to beauty and delight more quickly. And the thing I'm super excited about, and this is kind of what I'm kind of getting to here, is like the industry is becoming more creative. If you have ideas and you have things that you want to bring into the world, you can do so. You can do it in a delightful and beautiful way, as we've seen. I mean, these slides, a lot of these slides were built by engineers, for goodness sake, and they were beautiful. So friction disappears, and if you've been following along, what is it that fills that vacuum? Ambition. Your ideas can be bigger than ever if you have all this capacity at your disposal. This is the thing I'm actually most excited about in all of this, because as I've shared with anybody who will listen, my North Star is helping other people bring their ideas to life. That's my personal North Star. And so for me, I'm most excited that the work we've done over the past decades to bring us to this point means that there's a lot more room for people to build, people who are not engineers, people who are, stay-at-home moms, or a doctor or a teacher, for goodness sake. Overworked teachers are, having these tools at their disposal is going to help unlock the ability to spend more time with kids. And something I've shared with a few people at this conference today is I'm super optimistic that the changes that we're seeing today are going to drive us back into more human physical connection, not just into more digital connections. If you imagine every product vertical out there being saturated, if every hotel has basically the same app for their hotel, your electronic key works and your check-in experience is great and so forth, then they're going to have to start focusing on what is the experience you're actually going to have when you're in the hotel, because everybody will be on par with one another. And so I'm super optimistic about us driving positive experiences back into the real world. But I'm most excited about seeing all the people and the people on this slide and not on this slide able to bring ideas to life, because I think we can agree there are a lot of problems in the world worth solving, and a lot of these people probably have great ideas, because great ideas come from everywhere. So, this is the summation of the talk. One person with strong judgment, strong taste, and the right tools can now create delightful things that used to require 10. And to me, this is one of the most inspiring moments of my entire career. So, here's the test. Let's see who's been paying attention. Who in this room is a builder? I see hands, but we're going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to say, I am a builder, and you're going to say it right after me. Let's try it. I am a builder. That's pretty good. I am a builder. I am a builder. I am a builder, Poland. Poland. It was a test. One more time. I am a builder. And it is one hell of a time to be a builder, folks. Thanks for taking the time to sit with me today. Really glad to be here. Go out and build something.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for the conference. Has it been a good conference? Yeah. Yes. All right. We got a bit of a head start.
Yeah, we did.
But we are so glad to have had all of you join us today. And we don't want you to just go away and never see us again. We would love if you join us at the after party, which we're really looking forward to. You can check in the app or online and you can get the details of where it's going to be. But usually they say arrive fashionably late to a party. Not this one.
Or not this time.
Not this time, because at 7:30 there is going to be a live DJ set with a live saxophone player as well as the sun sets. Maybe romantic, maybe good vibes. But regardless, you are definitely going to want to be there. Don't forget to bring your badge with you as well. It's going to be the Sky Bar, the Sky 7 Krakow. And then when you do, grab a drink and also cheers us there. And we'll see you next year. Thank you so much. Have you tasted it? Yeah, it's delicious.